Good evening, everyone. Before we kick off the 500th episode of the Stone Age Gamer podcast, we'd like to take this opportunity to do something special. Ever since episode 110, which originally aired on July 29th, 2016, Dan's daughter Pen has been telling you to cover your motherfucking ears. We decided that episode 500 would be a good time to pass the torch.
That.
I bet you darn well hope you did.
Children presents.
Dan, I said cover your motherfucking ears. We decided that episode 500 would be a good time to pass the torch to my daughter, Ellie. Both girls are here with us now. Say hello.
Hello.
Pen, do you remember recording that line, and did you ever imagine it would remain part of our show for nearly 8 years?
If I'm going to be honest, no, I don't remember recording it at all. But I do find it really cool that it's been lasting this long of a time.
Ellie, how do you feel about having my permission to say a bad word over and over again until we get it right?
I feel great about it.
Okay.
I like cursing.
Of course she's going to fit. You are your mother's daughter. Okay, then. Well, without further ado, we're going to have both girls say the warning together for this special 500th episode. Are you ready?
I think so.
Right.
I guess.
On the count of 3, say the warning. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Warning.
The Stone Age Gamer has a lot of bad language.
Cover your
motherfucking ears.
Good evening and welcome to the Stone Age Gamer podcast. I'm Kris Randazzo, and joining me tonight is the danliest Dan you'll ever meet, Dan Ryan. The Vest Lord himself, Dr. Dean DeFalco.
Let me out of the cage for 500.
The biggest whip fan since Devo, Mike Sheridan.
KPPX, where the action never stops.
And the most intrepid editor in town. Man, I knew I'd fuck that up. Evan Goldstein.
Should I be recording this? Test.
Yes, test. Test. It's the 500th episode of the Stone Age Gamer podcast. 5 hosts, 5 platforms, 5 top 5 lists, and 5 $100 gift certificate prizes for 5 lucky listeners. What else do we have in store? You're going to have to listen to find out. Tell Dean to do the thing because the Stone Age Gamer podcast starts now.
Flawless, Kris. 500 episodes in, and just
nailing it.
Oh, so good.
Nothing but net, which is exactly what you want in baseball. Hi, everyone. This is episode 500. It's the week of February 9th, 2024. You may have noticed a slight change in our theme song this week. Don't worry. I promise it's not permanent. In discussing what the dumbest thing we could do for episode 500 last week, the idea came up at some point for me to record our song on kazoo. So I did, which is that cacophony of awfulness you just heard at the top of the episode. I say you're welcome. Yes, Ollie has heard it. He thought it was hilarious and said we had to use it for the 500th episode. And, well, there you go. You'll probably never hear it again. But if you actually want the recording, I will give it to anybody who asks. And now that's out of the way.
That is on a super secret Patreon level. That is way above $3.
$4,000 platinum here. One of one.
Zoo NFT.
That's right. NFT 1 of 1.
I cannot tell you. Market. It was way harder than it should have been to find a goddamn kazoo.
That was the hard part?
That was the hard part, was finding the kazoo. Like, finding an actual kazoo. Because Karen went to Target, and she found these, like, stupid party favor kazoos that didn't sound like kazoos. Like, They weren't shaped like kazoos, and you put them in your mouth, and they went vaguely kazoo sound.
Kazooie.
Like, that's not what I was after. If I'm going to be covering squared roots, if I'm going to be making squared squizooed roots, then I needed a proper kazoo. And I went
Professional level kazooing.
Right. So when I used to work at Guitar Center, and they sold kazoos there, so I wound up going there, and they were like, "No, we don't." We don't have any kazoos here. We don't carry them anymore. But there's this other music shop nearby that might have some. But they didn't open until noon. So I went out and I went to my favorite burrito place for lunch. And then I waited in the parking lot until noon. And I knocked on the door. Nobody was there. I called. Nobody answered the phone. So I sat in the parking lot, finished my burrito. And I was about to pull out. And I said, you know what? I'm going to call one more time. And then somebody answered the phone. And they were late. And then they let me in, and they had exactly 2 kazoos. So I bought a blue one, and then I sat in front of my computer and listened to Squared Roots and just kazooed along with it to the best of my ability.
What color was the other one?
The other one was red.
Okay.
The kazoo's just been sitting here on my desk this whole time, next to my 3 broke-ass Joy-Cons that I have to send in for free repairs. Because I got the Joy-Con drift 3 times over.
That is an absurd amount of kazoo problems to have. Like,
you don't even know.
Serious ass kazoo problems.
There it is.
I just imagine the guy at Guitar Center being like,
"Wait, what?
Fuck you! No way! No, you don't have any kazoos, you twat!
That's like someone
Get
going to
here!
GameStop and asking for Battletoads.
Like, stop it! That's not a serious request. What's wrong with you?
Are you doing this for some sort of YouTube video?"
It should be. It should be harder, actually.
Yeah, it should be outlawed.
Kazoos are great. I don't want to hear it.
Footloose, but with kazoos.
I missed that kazoo channel. That guy was hilarious.
Oh, man.
Although apparently he turned out to be a real scuzzbag. Like, I don't actually know the full story, but he like disappeared off YouTube and was like selling NFTs or something like that, and then he just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Cool.
That's weird.
Those
I didn't know that
kazoo players, you gotta watch out.
This last digital note was selling NFTs. Good for him. That's a way to
Way
go.
to go out on a high note.
I'm very excited for when we eventually make our heel turn, Kris.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Drift off into the scumbag area of YouTube and the internet. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we're going to be like, we just got to take a far right turn. We'll get Kevin Sorbo on the show. It'd be great.
Disappointed!
There should be better Hercules games, and I'm fucking tired of seeing Taylor Swift when I'm trying to watch my footballs. That fucking bitch.
Someone actually went out and watched a game and recorded the amount of time she was on screen to then post, "Hey assholes, it was like 24 seconds. Calm the fuck down."
And you know, not to go too far off the rails, but this really fucking pisses me off.
Choo-choo.
Nobody said shit when fucking Jessica Simpson, or whatever her dumbass was, when she was fucking Tony Romo. Nobody cared that she was on TV because she was perceived, I don't know that she is, but she is perceived as being dumber than a bag of hammers. So nobody felt threatened.
Whoa.
Taylor gets
Daniel!
on there.
Easy.
I
We
said
appreciate
perceived.
hammers here, and whether they are in a bag form or not, we do not badmouth hammers.
But because Taylor is smart and they know that she's fucking smart, it's like, get this bitch off the television. It's so fucking great. Anyway, I digress. Video games. Sorry. Makes me real fucking mad, man. I just sit around getting angry about it.
Tell us how you really feel.
Video game.
Turning into Lewis Black in my old age.
Yeah, you
Worst
are.
things to turn into. You'll be turning into Taylor Swift in your old age. You're turning into Jessica
be
Simpson
so
in
much-
your old age.
Any of those two is better than turning into Lewis Black.
No, I disagree.
I would make an excellent Taylor Swift. How dare you?
No, I'm not saying you wouldn't.
I mean, that
I got a
someone
blank
write
space
that
over
down.
here, Dean. I'll write your name. Don't fuck with me. How dare you?
Easy.
It was a Taylor
So
Swift
how's everyone
reference
doing?
to a lyric. If you didn't get it, it's okay.
I didn't get it.
Nope.
I didn't.
I didn't get it.
Well, I mean, he has
Really?
he has 2 daughters, so you know.
She's like the most popular artist, and I got a blank space. I'll write your name. She's like the most popular in the world.
You're talking to old men. You're talking to middle-aged men. No one gives a fuck about Taylor Swift in this chat, man. No one.
I like the way
really
motherfucker went from middle-aged to old in the middle of his statement. Fuck you, Dean.
Backwards. I went old to middle-aged. Now we're corrected. We're not old yet.
Speak for yourself. I went to the doctor. So I went to the doctor finally to look at my shoulder.
Oh yeah. How'd that go?
Yeah. So they took more X-rays of my neck and my shoulder, and Dr. Marple, lovely woman, she basically came in and she was like, "Yeah, I mean, it sucks. You're old. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you." And I was like, "Fuck, man, not that. That's not what I wanted to hear."
Sorry, bro, you're old.
She was like, no, you have tendinitis. Like, it happens. Stand up straight. Your posture sucks. And I was like, no, of course it does. I've been playing video games since I was 6, and I'm addicted to my phone like every other asshole on the planet.
I've emotionally been beaten the entirety of my life, so I get a natural curl down towards the ground.
That's right. I've done 500 episodes of this fucking amazing podcast you should listen to, by the way. But I don't sit up straight as a fucking arrow when I'm doing it. But yeah, that's it. I'm old. That was the diagnosis. You have tendinitis because you suck.
Well, that's the most affordable answer.
Yeah.
No, it is. And then they gave me, she gave me a cortisone shot into my shoulder.
Nice.
Nice. You don't even feel your shoulder anymore.
Tell you.
Feel lubricated?
Always. However, it's very moist. I have never felt the inside of like the socket of my shoulder before until she probed it with a needle, and I was like, oh, I can feel things in places I've never felt before, doctor. This is very interesting. It was a very big needle.
You're like a pro athlete now.
I know.
It was all the time.
I'm going to start doing steroids, hitting home runs. It's going to be fucking great.
What do you
Only
mean?
43. I'm good. This time.
Oh my goodness gracious!
How's everybody else doing?
I'm just dealing with tooth craters. Pretty much the pain is pretty much subsided now. But like where they pulled the wisdom teeth out, there's still those little craters where teeth used to be.
You got some food pockets.
Oh, did they push yours out?
I don't know what they did. I was asleep. They didn't tell me.
Oh, yeah.
I asked them, "What are you going to? How are you going to remove my teeth?" And he said very carefully.
Perfect.
Classic answer.
Yep.
Very carefully unzips. Oh, doc.
Oh, you're still awake. Sorry.
My bad. Hold on.
When I went to the surgeon, I wouldn't really call him a surgeon because they A, kept me awake, then B, proceeded to put some sort of spoon into my mouth, and then C, he just leaned and it came out.
That doesn't
I got
sound
my
right.
first wisdom tooth out because I had one removed years and years ago.
Yeah.
And that one I was awake for. They just numbed up the whole side of my mouth, and then they shattered it. They like broke it into a bunch of pieces and took it out in chunks.
That's what most people get. Like, no, this guy just fucking shoved it out and like root and all came out. It looked gnarly as shit, man. It was weird.
When you say shoved it out, that is giving me a different.
Bro, I swear to God, I was laying back.
Like, did he grab on it and pull it out? Is it still in your jaw? Like, I'm confused.
It's out. It's out.
Okay.
It's not there. It is gone. I had it for a while. It was tied to a string, and I would lie to my
Charlie.
and I told them I pulled it out myself.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, I guess you can get that done if it's just like slightly off and not like going into your jaw or anything. You could just get it like yanked out instead of like getting your gun.
Technically speaking, you could go to the dentist and pay them an amount of money, and they'll take any one of your teeth out.
I mean,
yeah, I did that for my entire top row.
Like,
I didn't want it out. I would have kept it in if it wasn't hurting me.
You don't have to go to a dentist for that. I mean, you could go to most people and be like, "Here's a pair of pliers and $20."
Listen, I didn't know what he was going to do till I got there. I just had him do the thing, and then he gave me a fucking bill, and I said, "Man, I could have done that myself, just like you motherfuckers." But hey, I had some guy do it, and it cost me $2,400 instead. It was
Dan
great.
has said, "Dean, do the thing."
That's right. You went in and were like, dentist, do the thing. And he was like, fuck it. All right. I got
He wasn't even a dentist. He was like a
medicine man.
Nah, he
This is
was
Dr. Nick Riviera.
Hi, everybody.
It was Dr. Nick.
Dr.
Yeah,
Dr.
it was
Nick.
Dr. Nick. It was pretty terrible.
Yes.
It was
The
not
B
good.
was for bargain.
Would
Got
not
it.
recommend. Yeah. No, it's terrible. Yeah. No, it was just weird. I mean, don't get that done. How many did you get out?
I had the remaining 3 taken out, but the one was growing sideways and had an infected cyst underneath it, which is what made it an emergency that had to get done super fast. And unfortunately, it eroded the bone underneath the molar next to it. So I lost my bottom left back molar, which he said I wasn't going to miss. And I got to say, I miss it quite a lot because I keep chewing food on the left side of my mouth and like nothing's happening because there's a top tooth and then there's no tooth underneath it. So like it just kind of squishes halfway against the gums and just kind of sits there like, this doesn't fucking work.
You know, you should get those robot teeth people are talking about.
I've been thinking about it.
Wait,
Yeah.
I want
I
to
could have
get some
gotten robot
laser teeth.
Robot,
Right? I want robot
I thought
teeth.
you did get robot teeth.
No, mine are just like, standard dentures.
Fuck that,
No,
man.
I thought you went robot teeth.
I
I
that's
guess
what I
their insurance
wanted.
didn't cover it, or
No.
that's a bummer.
What is a
Should've gotten the
robot
robot
teeth.
tooth?
Worse.
What are robot teeth doing that are different than dentures?
I have no fucking
They're remote
clue. They're
controlled.
called robotic implants. So like,
They
they
got an
sound cool
antenna
as
coming
fuck.
out.
They got Wi-Fi and shit.
Do you remember Jaws from James Bond?
Fuck G.
Yes.
Who the fuck would want that? Oh my god.
Well,
I
the
mean, I
technology's
kinda
come a
would.
long way since then.
Oh, it's better. I
sounds
forgot.
kinda
Sorry,
neat.
my bad. My bad.
I want to fucking look like Trapjaw from Masters of the Universe. Fucking eat this brick. I'm gonna eat this concrete for a minute. Fuck, it's a whole new world of possibilities.
No, Dan, you just get the jaws. Your digestion doesn't get any better. You'd still be fucked if you ate that.
Still have acid reflux every night.
That's fine. Whatever. I got some fucking Tums. Chew that. I'll chew the whole bottle.
Okay,
Don't
hot
even matter.
shot.
Plastic.
All right.
Get hooked on that Prilosect.
Oh, fuck yeah.
TC.
Can I also get the robot arm too that Trapjaw had? Like, oh, now it's a fucking laser gun. Now it's a saw. This thing's fucking useful.
I look first
So you
the
just
teeth,
wanna beat
then the
Trapjaw.
arm. Yeah.
I do. Yeah. I do. I'm glad we could. It took 500 episodes.
500
for us to
episodes.
come to the main
We
point
finally made it.
of this podcast. But yes, I want to be Trapjaw.
I hate sauerkraut. That's all I'm really trying to say.
That's all I'm trying to say. There, I've said it. Oh, goodness. How you doing, Evan?
I've had back pain for, I don't know, 2.5, 3 weeks. So yeah.
Everybody sucks.
Wait,
It all
are we
sucked.
complaining about pain? Like, is that from?
No, that's- no.
Fuck yes.
Go ahead,
Dean,
Evan.
that's
Evan.
just
Yours.
reality.
Yours.
Clearly, you don't listen to the show anymore. It's half the things we do.
That's right. Because as
They're
you
gonna say that they're
previously
tired.
stated, we're old men.
We
Old,
bitch
tired
about
ass men.
Stone Age
yard
game.
work
We're old
and
men.
back pain.
Yeah. Yeah, Dean.
This weather has to get nicer so the yard work shit can come back.
It really
Yeah,
does.
it's not,
True,
the
I
weather's
do
not good
miss
enough.
yard work.
So yeah, Dean, 3 weeks ago I sneezed throughout my back. I've been in pain ever since. So,
Oh, that's terrible.
yep.
Oh, it's such a shame because I've been there.
See, the problem was,
Did you
is
get one of
like,
the massage guns yet?
see, like that. Yeah. So here's the thing.
Yeah. Turns out it's not for internal use.
Correct.
Got him.
So like,
Who knew?
my wife is lovely. She'll like massage it. She'll hit it with the gun and whatnot, and I'll feel great. And then the next morning, I don't know, I'll sit on the edge of my bed and my back goes, no. I didn't do anything. I didn't bend over. Didn't put on my socks. It just said no. So then I'm hurting for the day. Next day, feeling better. Go to wash my face in the sink. Back says no. So it's just the way it is now. I am living like this, constantly in pain.
Have you tried the lidocaine patches?
Actually, I have this. It's like a roll-on thing.
I have the same one too.
Yeah. So yes.
Old as
Have
fuck.
you tried not being in pain?
You know what?
Was that ever an option?
I was thinking about
suggestion.
turning it off and turning it back on, but it's the turning it back on problem that I was going to have an issue with. So
Try rubbing its leg.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jiggle the handle.
I do that.
I sneezed,
my back.
I came, I threw my back out. Like, whoa, in that order? All right. That's how old we are.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah. You've missed a lot, Dean.
I have.
Not really.
It's the show's really turned into something.
Something
I don't know
else.
what exactly the fuck it is, but it's certainly something.
Well,
We had
It's
this
like an
idea that
80-20
we really
split
wanted
now.
to do to start the 500th episode to just kind of freak everyone out is to use our old theme song and just have you and Matt Much just pretend that you've been doing it the entire time for like
oh man,
5 minutes.
that would have been awesome.
Like Asian Jim from The Office.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good for you, Dwight.
Oh man, that much paper cuts. Oh, that was a fucking show. Oof.
That's right.
Oh yeah, it was good times.
No rails anywhere.
Oh God, no.
None for miles.
There was more yelling at each other in that show than us talking about actual comic books.
And the comics we did read were like fucking insane.
Yeah, I actually brought up. We talked about a comic that like Matt raved about. It was about a really big guy who was kind of on the dumb side, and I was like, I want to read that again, but I have no recollection of what the fucking name was.
Huck.
Yes, I actively went back and looked at the art. We put art for it in the show.
Oh shit! There you go. Fuck.
That's right. That's
that.
right,
We were
listeners.
detailed.
None of this is
Fucking-
for you.
Wow, organized.
This is all for us.
Yeah.
Deep cuts.
All for us.
Good stuff.
So, Dean, what have you been up to for these last couple of years? It's been a while since we've had you on the show.
He's actually been on the show for all of the episodes. Just his mic wasn't on. It's just
Yeah. No, I've
Read out.
just been fucking hanging out. No, I moved, so that was interesting. It's been definitely a adjustment period. I made it through COVID. That was good. I got engaged.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
what's his name?
thing. Bernard,
That's so funny.
great guy,
I beat you to it.
very tender.
He's Karen Lover.
Yeah. I started up a kind of like a YouTube thing with Matt Ramo and Brandon Cruz. We're kind of doing this weird wrestling but video games thing. So if you guys want to see some really weird shit, just head on over to Electronic Coliseum Championship. I'm pretty sure that's everywhere on YouTube, TikTok, all those things. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be awesome.
You guys were doing that with Uno for a while, right?
Yeah, I was kind of testing the waters, and then job landscape down here has been very, very trying. Oh boy, yeah, I've had some really crazy times. I had a breakdown at one point.
Aren't they awesome?
Recovered from said breakdown because I'm here, so that's good.
Did it? Got through it?
Yeah. I put down a dog. Now I have 2 new dogs. It's been a whole fucking roller coaster.
Was it a Hydra?
Yeah. I just killed one, got 2 more, man. It sprung right up from the stomach. It was weird.
The way you said it made it sound very like action and reaction, very cause and effect.
Yeah, dude. The one died, and then I just cut it open, and you just pulled a couple out. That's how it is.
Bonton and Empire Strikes Back. Just
I lived in there for a little bit, and I actually my hair got caught in the the DNA got together, and then now I have these weird dog children, and it's really fucked up. You guys do not want to see them. You guys do not want to see them. It's bad. It's bad.
How dare you? I definitely want to see them.
Do you guys
need to see them?
have you guys seen What We Do in the Shadows?
Yes.
Yes.
It's that one episode where there's 18 different Guillermos and they're all animal children. It's that. It's terrible. Don't. One has a really deep bassy voice and says "Daddy." It's the worst. Yeah. No, I've actually just been playing a lot of video games. When I was streaming during the pandemic, I kind of just went on this high tirade, and I was actually Mike was there. He saw a lot of it. I slaughtered many a game, and some of them almost drove me to insanity. But it was fun. So I've been doing a lot, but a little older, a little wiser, just fucking hanging out, enjoying life. And now I'm here. I'm here to talk about fucking video games, and I'm excited.
Oh wait, that's what we're doing tonight?
I don't know. We could just bullshit the whole night. I don't care. I don't care.
I thought we were doing top 5 favorite lawnmowers.
That's all. Guy had a whole list. What am I going to do with this list?
Who said we weren't? Go for it.
Dude, I got
All right, from home
It's gonna be
improvement.
such a long episode.
Number 5. Briggs & Stratton 8 horsepower push behind. Fucking excellent mower for the price point. Oh, fucking I will. Anyway.
Bro, ride or die, man. Riding mower only.
Yep.
Oh, well, I started at 5, though. Like,
All right.
we got to build up.
Okay, well, what's number 1? You got the 0 turn on there? Zero
course.
radius? All right.
100%.
I want to see a dime on the floor.
P.
I want to see a dime on the floor. If it's not turning on that dime, I don't want it, Dan.
You turn on that dime, motherfucker. How dare you threaten me with anything less than your best?
Oh, boy.
Oh, goodness.
28 minutes in already, huh? All right. That's good.
This is going well.
Mike,
How
how
about
you been
Mike?
doing?
How you been?
You know,
No, I said it
hanging
first.
in
I'm
there.
the host now, Chris.
I'm the host
Surprise,
now.
motherfucker.
Work sucks. Everybody knows. Injured my back as well, so that's great. And just playing video games. That is it. That is my life in a nutshell. Hating work, hurting, getting hurt, and playing video games. Occasional sleeping.
Yeah, that's...
That tracks.
What are you playing? Come on, hit us with a little bit of joy here. What have you been playing?
I started playing Pokemon, and it's great. As
Wait,
terrible as I got Violet.
Okay, so you got one of the new ones. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's a terrible game. Like, it's like they kind of put a game together, be like, yeah, this is good enough.
I thought
Pokemon.
they fixed it. They didn't fix it?
Oh, it's
They
like a
fixed
gamble.
a lot of
My
it,
game's
but
going to
it's-
crash.
Still pretty broken.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, that sucks. I'm happy I didn't buy it then.
I didn't either.
did any-
Lexi was nice enough to get it for me for Christmas.
Oh, that's really
So,
cool. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Did
DLC's
anybody else
great.
pick up on how Dean was like, oh, so you got one of the new ones. Okay. Did you catch that? It was very subtle.
No,
It was
because
there- it was there.
Look, I mean, I've played all
Oh,
the new
you're one of those guys. Okay.
Fuck you, Dan. I've played all the new ones, okay? I know how bad they are because I've experienced it, okay? All right?
Whatever the last one was, Sword and Shield,
Yeah.
I believe were the two.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Shield quite a bit.
I was a big
My,
fan of Schwield.
My
as the-
Rillaboom was named Jessica. She kicked ass. Came out, she's Jessica. And
I
she
challenge
fucked up.
you next time you play Pokemon to look at each Pokemon and then pick a wrestler to name them after.
Oh,
I have
so much
doing
fun.
that. Yeah, it's fun.
All right. I'm in.
Yeah.
The DLC for it has a bunch of Gen 1 Pokemon, so I'm like, hey, I know this one.
Oh, that's fucking dope. That's really cool. Is the DLC like better than the main game?
I've only played like an hour of it.
Okay.
Like, just like farting around in like the first area.
Yeah.
Be like, oh, I know this one. I'm like, I have no fucking clue what this cricket thing is.
That's cricket looking motherfucker.
Fucking cracking thing.
And like the best part about it is like you're walking in this game for like, I don't know, 10 minutes, and then
Yeah.
you're like riding a Pokemon the entire time. That's
That's
it.
dope.
Not sexually,
Isn't
just
the Pokemon
normally.
that you ride called Rhydon?
Yeah. It's very He-Man.
Poetic.
Yeah. Also,
This
I've
guy
been
doing Ram
playing
Stakes. All right, Ram Man. Done.
Trinity Fusion, which is
What?
like I started playing Trinity Fusion on Steam for my personal computer, and the game's great. It's like Dead Cells, except like
Is it
in
anime?
space.
Oh.
No, it's not. I mean, you play as a woman, so I guess that's the closest thing to anime.
That's
But
fine, that's fine. But all right, it sounded a little anime, Trinity Fusion. But so what? Like it's in space. Is it? So it's Dead Cells in space.
kind of, sort of. It's like
Okay.
very like sci-fi and all that. You have two main weapons. something about a multiverse. I don't really pay attention to the story.
No, you just need to kill things. That's all.
That's
I
it.
get it.
And it's a rogue, so just putting hours of time into it for nothing.
You guys need to play fucking Dave the Diver. That's what y'all need to play.
Oh, it's on my list. John played through most of it. He got stuck somewhere, but it's got Godzilla DLC coming.
I am so
Yes, it
excited
does.
for that.
I'm so fucking excited.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm pretty pissed.
What?
Can we just take a minute to comment on how fucking awesome and absurd the PlayStation Showcase was this past week?
I haven't had a chance to watch
Yeah,
it.
no.
Oh my god! Have none of you? Am I the only one who has seen the Death Stranding 2 trailer?
Yes, because I'm just not going to watch.
Oh my god! It's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I saw a few things. It did look pretty ridiculous.
There's a talking fucking mannequin, like
That has different frame rate.
yeah, it operates as like it's being fucking puppeted. It's like a wooden puppet mannequin thing that fucking talks and gets like all saucy and makes face. I cannot fucking wait. I am so excited for next year.
I am excited to hear you talk about it. That's as far as I'll go with that game.
Yeah, that game.
Oh man,
I don't even know.
Have any
I don't
of
even
you
know.
played fucking fake Pokemon?
Oh, Power World?
I tried it. I hated it.
I
don't
played
like
fake
building shit.
Pokemon. It's good. Like, it's definitely not fake Pokemon. Like or Pokemon with guns, like they were saying. But it's fucking good. Like I think for $20 or whatever the fuck it costs, it's definitely worth the money. Like, it's Minecraft and Pokemon. That's literally all it is. It's Minecraft and Pokemon put together. And like,
honestly, I can't think of two things that you could put together that would make me want to play that game less.
Well, I mean, to circle back to earlier, old man.
Yes.
Oh man, believe me, I get it, because I logged on to try and I was interested. I played probably about like 8 hours, and then I was like, all right, I'm probably not going to play this anymore. But that was way better than it had any right being, because have you seen like anything that the dev team has like said about like previous projects or anything?
No.
They know nothing about game design, like zero. Zero. And somehow they just managed to shit out not a masterpiece, but a fairly passable game about a very, very popular property. And like, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, it's pretty much those are all Pokemon. They are not copy paste, but they are copy. Someone colored over it with a marker and then pasted it.
Oh, this one's gonna have a beard. That's what makes it different.
Yep.
But
Yep.
that's it.
Yeah, it's fucking fascinating, and it is riding on like I'm not going to say the finest line of legality, but it's definitely questionable. It is 100% questionable. It was very cool though. It was very cool when I did hit the Y button on my controller and an EV jumped onto my back, pulled out an AK, and started spraying bitches. Coolest thing. Coolest fucking thing. Was well worth it. I didn't pay anything because it's just on Game Pass right now.
Yep,
so,
that's what I tried it on.
well worth the price of free.
But to your point, what the fuck do we know? That game sold like over 1 million copies in the first 8 hours.
Yep.
Like, they might not know what the fuck they're doing, but they're making money, and here we are.
Somebody
server's not
said
blowing
out
up.
loud, Pokemon with guns, not on Nintendo. And everyone was like, okay, I'll try that. Like, that's all they needed to say. Pokemon with guns.
Why
Done.
didn't we say that, Chris?
I mean,
Because we're not that smart.
We just sit
SAG,
around looking
episode
longingly
500.
into each other's eyes every week. Just hopelessly in love.
listen, I crapped out $1 million idea for Dan one day, and I was like, fuck it. I mean, I don't know. What do I know about video games? And that was just where I left it. What the fuck did I say? I texted you
I
something.
don't. You did. I have it somewhere.
Damn. Yeah, I don't.
Was it Pokemon on skateboards? Because I'll play that game.
No, it was something about Battlefront. Like, I was like, fucking, you got the Battlefront 2 engine, and you could just mod it to do something, and you got this brand new fucking game, and I'm a genius. Why hasn't anyone else thought about this? And then I put down the phone, and I completely forgot about it after that.
That's why nobody's thought about it, because
Yep.
we went, fuck, what was that? I don't know.
Yep. No, yeah, it wasn't that important. But, like, yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it was, or what this game is. Someone just kind of put two things together, and it's so crazy it worked.
Yeah.
Dean, did you play Liza P?
I haven't yet. I'm waiting for enough time to like put into the game because I feel like is it a short game?
So I beat it 3 times under 100 hours. So I'm
I
at
want
like
to play it so
87
bad.
hours. It's so fucking good.
Is it?
I want it so bad.
Wait, Dan, you didn't get it?
No, I'm
son of a
fucking
bitch.
broke. I have dogs and children.
Dude, I get it. I get
don't
it. with
have
the
money.
fucking dogs. Yeah, like I had to neuter my dog, and it was all right. So
Again, pliers, $20.
yeah, I
Dean,
should
do
have.
the thing.
Chris's teeth.
I should have done the thing, dude. It was
Teeth
like
neutering?
it was almost like $600, and I was like, "Fuck my life, dude! That was so much money." Like, and just for him to not fuck things.
Well, actually,
I'm taking joy away from him. It costs
Actually,
me money to do that.
it still can fuck things. It just won't have kids.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he's
And then you won't end up like me, Dean, with fucking. I have 12
yeah. I don't
dogs
I, don't do that. I got
in
two,
my
and
house.
that's
Right,
too much.
These fuckers. So, these fuckers were born as the day of this recording. They are 3 days shy of 8 weeks old. Okay, they are fucking puppies.
Oh God, do you have to bring them into the vet soon?
Oh yeah, no, that's
yeah, because I said 8 weeks is coming
It's
up.
already a
Bro.
thing.
It's time.
The smallest one is 14 pounds.
Oh
already.
my God, the big dog.
The biggest one is 19 fucking pounds. Bowser weighs 19 pounds. He's 8 weeks old.
It's going to be a big boy.
Holy shit, is he ever? It's legit. I am spending, and this is not.
Money, I'm sure.
This is not a beg for anything. This is just my own stupid life decisions that I'm dealing with. I am spending close to $200 a week in food for all of the fucking animals that are at my house currently.
I've been
you
trying
trained
to
your
tell as
children
many
to eat dog
customers. Be like, hey, my good buddy has a rescue. He's got like 1 million dogs in his house. I don't say 1 million. I actually have been saying like 12. So I've been accurate. I haven't been lying.
That is accurate. Only 7 are up for adoption. The other 5 I'm keeping.
Right,
Can
but
you,
I just say he has like 12 dogs in his house.
Can you send me some pictures and stuff? I could put some stuff up at work.
I will. I will send them to you
Dean,
right now. They are the cutest.
it's safeathomerescue.org.
That's right.
All the
Yeah,
information.
check it out.
It's actually in the show notes of this very podcast.
It is. That's right.
It's on the homepage of geekade.com.
Yeah,
That's right.
be part of their family.
Listening, Dean.
I have it tattooed on my nutsack. I what?
No
That is a
wonder
good
nobody
place for
sees
it.
it.
It's a good place for other people to see, just not him.
I show it off to everybody.
Listen,
Like, hey,
plenty of people
check
see
these
it,
out.
all
Did I
right?
just sit in gum?
Why is that always so funny? I don't know why. It's so good.
It's like a fart. Always funny.
Always fucking funny. Good news. My kid just texted me. Sonic 3 will be in theaters this December.
Yeah, so I heard. Everyone's
I
making
still
a big
haven't
deal
even
about the
seen
fact that Jim
Sonic 1.
Carrey is coming back. Like,
Big deal.
Well, yeah, he
of course
said he
well, of
retired.
course he is. Not from Sonic.
No, he said he was done. He said Sonic 2 was his last movie.
Yeah.
I thought he said he was retiring from acting.
Yes,
So he's not
yeah.
acting
He's not
in
acting.
Sonic. He's just hanging out.
He's there.
He's just there.
It's having some hot dogs, whatever, you know, chilling. Is anyone
I get it, man.
Helldivers?
I thought about it.
So that game is not doing it for me, and I feel like it should be.
That's sad. I wanted someone to play with.
Yeah, I feel like it should be, but it just isn't, and I don't know why.
No,
Because
maybe
it's not
changed my
Death
one of
Stranding
those.
2. There's not like a weird oil hand
No, there's
fucking
not.
coming after you.
No.
And a fucking glitchy mannequin
I
puppet.
mean, it's
Mannequin's the
Starship
wrong word. I
Troopers,
keep
though.
saying mannequin. It's not a fucking mannequin.
You like Starship
Can't-
Troopers, though.
I love Starship Troopers. That's it. 12%.
What
Regular
does Starship
coffee,
Troopers have
12%.
anything to do with this
12% hold up.
conversation? Where did that come from?
Helldivers. Starship Troopers.
Okay.
Would you like to know more?
There.
I'm doing my
Starship
part.
Troopers and Jace. That's right.
Love that movie.
I get quoted very much here.
I'm doing my
there's
part.
fucking like 3 other movies after that, and like I don't know anything about anything after the first one. Like, have you guys seen any of the other ones?
Yes. So have you seen
one of
the
them's,
Sharknado movies?
Bad animation.
Yeah, they're horrible.
There's a cartoon. I've seen the cartoon before, but like the movies though.
Dean,
I thought that was a movie.
Is there?
Hold.
Yeah, they have an animated movie.
No.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
It was terrible.
So these movies know exactly what they are, and they lean into it, just like the Sharknado movie. So if you like the Sharknado movies, and you just want to see people killing giant bugs, go
It's
for it.
afraid.
They are so worth the watch because it is what it is.
Okay.
Isn't like the third one Rico's something or another?
I don't know them by number. You could just play them all together. It's like one giant commercial for killing bugs.
Rico's bail bonds.
I'm for it.
Very odd. So let me try and bring this to a nice coalesced point. Mike, you just said that gets quoted a lot around these parts, right? Which I assume is your home and or work.
Yeah, the Watchtower. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Tiff and I were having a conversation the other day. We all 17 of us that are on this podcast currently are in committed long-term relationships. What is the it's committed to Jace? It's fine. It's fine. What is the oldest quote from a pop culture thing, movie, TV show, whatever, that is a part of your relationship? Tiff and I.
So
basically,
the thing you've said
Tiff
the
and I
most,
go back to we go back to the thing that gets quoted almost the most in our house and has for the longest time is probably something from episode 3 of "You're going down a path I just can't follow." I have the high ground. Just something fucking stupid like that.
Okay.
Thinking on your relationship, what is the thing? What's the oldest thing that you go back to?
I have one too.
What is it?
It's not very old, but you go first, Evan.
Mine is, it's not ours because I'm the only one who says it. It's I am evil, the fruits of the devil, which is from So I Married an Axe Murderer. For the longest, at the beginning of our relationship, she thought I came up with that, and then I showed her the movie, and she went, "Oh, that's where you get that stupid saying from." I went, "Yes, it is."
Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep. Evil. Dean?
We really like what we do in the shadows. So around the house, especially now with the fucking dogs and having a puppy, I go to yell at him, and instead of just yelling at him, I go, "Fucking guy!" And then right after me, Larissa will, "Fucking guy!" And it makes me laugh every time. It makes me feel a lot better for, with whatever the dog's doing.
Also because Matthew Berry might be the funniest man on the planet.
He is. I think everyone in that show is very talented. I love all the characters. Nandor, I want to be his friend. I want to give him a hug.
Have you ever watched The IT Crowd?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate the IT Crowd too.
Fucking love Matthew Berry. Kris, what you got? Or Mike?
I want to say the old. It did this one. It's tough to say because my gut reaction was Syphil and Ollie, which comes Karen's not nearly the fan that I am because there's 4 other people who are.
Syphil and Ollie aren't as much of a fan as you are.
They really not.
It comes up very often where not even that often, but every couple of months or so, it was like, "How you doing?" And the other one will say, "Wishing I had some chicken flavored air conditioning." But honestly, the State is older, and so we quote the State a lot because the State was from 1994, so I think that's the oldest thing. And the quote is, "These guys suck at hokey pokey. What a bunch of assholes." I
So,
don't
Mike,
think
what
there's
you got?
anything older that we quote.
I have
Except maybe Ninja Turtles.
But that wasn't something like
she
as
doesn't
part
quote
of your
that I do.
relationship, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm
do
saying.
that.
Like
That's not
Tiff
really
and I saw episode 3 together at like towards the
Openly
beginning of
stopped
our
afterwards.
relationship. Yeah, no, I fucking love that movie. How fucking dare you? That movie's fucking awesome. That movie is as good as X-Men on the NES. That was for you, Ryan. Smooches.
Agreed.
I don't always respond, but I do fucking read like a creeper all day. That movie fucking rules. I don't fucking care. No, it doesn't, but it does. It rules like the 80s version of that word. Like when people would go around
With a
and
Z.
be like, oh, Doyle rules. Like that's the fucking vibe that episode 3 has.
Mike.
The fuck, marry, kill, Padme. Okay. Funny. Anyway, sorry, Sheridan.
So mine isn't old. So randomly, if like Lexi's usually up in the room reading or whatever, I'm down at my computer. So randomly, yeah, that's what I say all the time. She doesn't appreciate it. So has everybody seen most or any of American Horror Story?
Yeah.
The first season or 2?
Okay, so Coven,
I know how to
the one
spell
about
it.
the witches.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at the end, the main witch, whatever, she's sent to purgatory. Spoilers. So she's in this cabin or whatever, and just out of nowhere, she's like looking around, smells like fish. Naughty pine. Naughty pine. So when it's just dead quiet in my place, I'll just yell that up, and then she'll yell it back.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's good.
That fucking rules.
I have a question for Kris, because Kris and I and our families are Letterkenny fans, and I'm curious as to how much Letterkenny is infecting your day-to-day speak.
Oh, 100%. When I knew exactly when Kris started watching it from the podcast. What he appreciates about me.
Well, back to Chorin.
So Katie and I went out to the store this evening. We needed fucking spoilers. We needed puppy food.
$200.
So we're driving back, and there's an Arby's that we pass on the way, and just because you yelled fish, this reminded me of it, Mike. So we're driving by, and the sign, I don't know if sandwich was ever on the signboard, but it just said 2 for $5 fish. Nice. So we're driving by, and Katie, we're listening to the new Billy Joel song, which is fucking great, by the way.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the new Billy Joel song came out today.
Holy shit.
It's so fucking good. Oh my God.
Homeboy hasn't put anything out in like fucking
30 years.
Yeah.
Shotgun Boy's still alive.
He didn't need to.
No, he didn't. But this new song, and he's going to be performing it live on the Grammys on Sunday. Yeah, it's really fucking good.
Sounds uncomfortable.
So we're driving by. It says 2 for $5 fish, and Katie goes, well, what kind of fucking fish are they giving me for $5? Like, am I going to walk in there and here's some haddock? Is it going to be a sandwich? Are they going to give me trout? Are they going to give me mackerel? I don't fucking want mackerel. I want at least a cod. I think I wanted cod for $5.
She's got her priorities all fucked up.
Like, what is happening?
Why does she know so many fish?
That was my question.
Because she's a maniac. She's an absolute maniac. But legit, if you listen to the episode last week or the week before, you know that my kid, if you can imagine Katie, it's quiet, we're listening to the song, and just her voice goes, well, what kind of fucking fish? It's amazing.
She didn't say goldfish?
So funny. No, goldfish we didn't get to. She was like going down mackerel, cod, trout. Here's your trout, sir. All right.
Good stuff. Good.
I love fish.
Love the food, hate the band.
There's
I don't even
one
hate the band.
Fish song
Dude,
that I like.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
It's
I-
47
I-
minutes
I-
long, Dan.
I don't
Well, I could
follow
weigh
it
it.
around or
What
anything
do you
like that,
say?
but I feel like Farmhouse is a pretty solid album.
5 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds.
Oh,
We
Trey
don't need an 8-minute
Anastasio.
song.
No.
I don't. It's too long.
It's 8 minutes, and then when they play it live, it's 82 minutes.
Oh, no.
We'll see him live.
8.5
But I
hours
hated
It's
long.
like one
Tool.
tickets.
I saw Tool once, and they came out, and instead of playing Tool songs, they fucking jammed. I was like, what is happening? This is
no, they-
bullshit. Go back and play 46 and 2. Shut the fuck up, Maynard. Oh, what you do? You're up there going like, no, you're not an instrument. Knock it off.
Scatting.
Is
all over the
mayonnaise an
place.
instrument?
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
Sorry, I feel like I tried to coalesce everything, and then we came back off.
Absolutely
the rails. I apologize.
failed miserably.
There will be no rails tonight.
I feel the second half will have more rails than the first.
God damn, we're an hour in. It's railless. They were gone. They've long been gone. Fuck.
This is what the people want.
Hour worth of no rails.
This is what,
No
this
better
is
way
why
to
it's
celebrate
just me and
500
Chris.
episodes.
I mean,
This is why, honestly.
to be
It's not
fair,
that anybody else was bad. It's just we can't do this every week.
To get back to it, has anybody else played any video games? Because I just mentioned Pokemon and Trinity Fusion.
Ah, fuck. I'm playing Tactics Ogre right
Ooh.
now. Fucking.
nice.
Well, you know,
What, the original?
it's on the PS5 now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
wow, somebody's doing well. They have a
slap,
PS5. Nice, Dean. Good job.
Yeah. It's great. It's lovely. I sat and waited, months to try and get one, and then when I did, I was very underwhelmed. I was like, "Yep, I'm getting old. This sort of shit doesn't excite me anymore." Fuck.
Yep.
But yeah, I started it months ago when it first came out, and it was fine. Had no problems, and then I got to a point where like I just hit a wall. I was at this boss and I couldn't beat it. I had no idea what happened because the difficulty just spiked. So I put it down, played plenty of other things in the meantime, and then literally like 2 weeks ago, I was thinking to myself, I got to get things off my backlog because I like to pre-order games when it's late and I'm a little loopy. And so they
Hanging
just
out in the garage?
yeah, hanging out in the garage, and yeah, he knows. And they just keep coming, so I got to keep beating them. And yeah, the ones I need
That's
to
what
beat
she
are the,
said.
I was going to say that usually goes the other way, though.
Bro,
It's
no,
usually
ew.
reversed.
Ew, ooh, spicy. Anyway,
SAG 500 After Dark.
anyway, you can't play that. I told you. Fuck, where was I? Oh,
Tactic Ogre, back to it. Had
Yeah.
to beat it.
Oh, right.
Backlog,
Yeah.
something about a shed. I
Yeah,
don't know.
so chapter 3. I looked it up. Apparently, this is like a thing where the game gets so hard in one fucking spot. That's just where most people give up. So I'm hell bent on now getting through it because I'm not going to let this game beat me. I've never let a game beat me in my life. If I can be fucking Bubsy, I can beat anything. So there I am back at it now. Otherwise, it's a great game. Like, have you guys ever played even the original?
I have not.
Uh,
Tactics games are not for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, tactics games aren't really my jam, but it's actually Sean Doyle's favorite game ever, I believe.
That is such a
Actually,
weird
no,
pick, but it
Ogre
makes
Battle
sense for him.
64 is his favorite, but he loves all
That's
the Ogre
more
Battle
accurate.
games.
So good. It's so good.
Are you lying or are you being for real? Because that's
I'm for real.
very no. I mean, yeah. Like, wait, Dan, are you being serious?
Yeah, Tactics
it's
Ogre is
good?
fucking incredible.
No, the one for the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, Ogre Battle 64 for Person of Lordly Caliber. That's typically considered like one of the best ones in the series. I don't know. It's not my jam, but
a Nintendo 64. That's weird. A Nintendo 64 game is a high caliber game.
It's really good.
It says so in the title. Person of lordly caliber. Yeah.
Oh shit, dude!
It's not that bad because they used a lot of sprites in it, right? They had actually kind of played to the N64's strengths in that one.
They called their shot. They Babe Ruthed it.
It's real.
They said of lordly caliber, and then they fucking did it. That's great. Good for them. Good for them. Know what you got right off the bat. 10 out of 10. Anyway, yeah. I'm hoping I can get to the end of that game. I also got the Metal Gear collection thing, which I don't know. I haven't opened it because I got it, and then everyone was bitching and moaning about it. So
it's the internet.
That's dumb because that's what I've been playing.
Is it good?
It's very interesting so far. So I got it. I have to play through the whole thing because I got assigned it for review for the next issue of Nintendo 4. So I have plenty of time.
Subscribe now, by the way. Subscribe now.
So I played. It's very strange, right? I got the Switch version, obviously, because I'm a goon. And you put the game card in, and like every game has its own icon. One of those things. So there's like 5 icons. There's one icon for the bonus content, which is and 2 NES games and the digital graphic novels. The digital graphic novels you have to download. And the NES games are there. They have save states, but they don't have rewind, which is kind of because especially in a game like Metal Gear that has so many insta-death traps, it's like not having rewind is kind of a dick move. What's especially frustrating to me right now, because I did NES Metal Gear, I started playing Snake's Revenge and determined that I just didn't think it was a very good game, so I stopped. I moved on to, I beat the first MSX game, which was great, but the MSX games that are on the second icon, they're their own separate animal. They don't have save states at all. They have no rewind or save states. They just have they have nondescript save points, which really, really bothered me in the first game and are already bugging me in the second game.
Wait, is that like original? Like that was in the original game is what you're saying? Or like they were put there? Because if they were put there, that's ridiculous.
Well, I'm not sure how the original game saved on MSX.
Okay. I'm just
it's
curious,
a new menu system.
Okay.
It's a whole new menu system for saving the games. Like it goes and it's a very modern looking thing for actually saving progress, but it only saves your progress to these predetermined points, and the game doesn't tell you where those are. Like, have you guys who has played Metal Gear 2?
Yeah. Oh wait,
not Solid Gear, the MSX Metal Gear 2 Solid.
Back out.
So the first boss,
20 years.
The first boss is fucking obnoxious. The first boss is, surprise, a ninja. It is just shocking and appalling me how many similar beats this game is following to Metal Gear Solid, which is hysterical. But the first boss is Schneider from Metal Gear 1, who's been turned into a ninja. And he's like ridiculously difficult to beat. He's a bullet sponge, and he just teleports all over the place. And I died the first time I got to him, and I had to go back I had to play through another 15 minutes to get back to the boss battle again.
I hate that shit.
And that was like, I saved right before I went into the room, but the last place it saves automatically is like 15 minutes before. There's another part after I beat the second boss in the game. It was after or before I beat it was after I beat the second boss. You have to walk through this swamp, and I made a wrong step at the end, and for some reason it wouldn't let me get back on the right path, and I died, and I had to go all the way back to 10 minutes before the boss, beat the boss again, you have to go through the swamp through a specific path, beat the boss, then go back through the swamp through the same path backwards. And it was just nerve-wracking getting through it the second time. It's like, I just don't want to do this again. There's nothing fun here. I'm just trying to make it through this stupid fucking swamp. But other than that, it's been quite good. I did boot up at least the first Metal Gear Solid just to see what it was like. The only thing that I noticed about it was that I talked about this, I think, last week. Whenever you're listening to a codec conversation and someone's telling you like what buttons to press, the voice is just cut out completely.
Ooh.
Because, they didn't re-record them saying press the A button instead of press the square button or something. So they just...
All right. I guess.
I'm not crazy about it. I feel like they could have handled it just about any other way. Like just edit out the square and just say push the button and then write it on the screen. Something, because it kills the entire conversation. It doesn't just take out that line. It's just like, and the rest of this person talking to you is just silence. Like, well,
yeah, that's weird.
This is dumb. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, it's still fucking Metal Gear Solid.
Kris.
It's outstanding. What's up?
How would you feel, and I suppose anybody else too, just because, and this just occurred to me as you were talking about it, now for the second week in a row, just kidding. How would you feel if they had used AI to replicate the voices to re-record it?
To just say the button presses?
You said literally anything else. Right, and I was fucking around earlier, and I heard like Johnny Cash singing "I'm a Barbie Girl," and I was like, "Wow, that's really fucking good." I don't know that you should do that, but like, it sounds really fucking accurate.
See, so I wouldn't care because I wouldn't look into it to find out that they did do that.
To find out that they did it, okay.
Yeah.
Unless
the internet's like, "Hey, we did this. Look at what we did."
Of course, the internet would be.
Yeah,
these fucking
woke
ass bitches using AI for their shit or so. I don't fucking know which side that falls on. I forget.
I mean, they're not recording and re-recording entire conversations. If they just had some way of having them use AI to imitate the voice saying "a" instead of "square,"
yeah.
You know, I would. It would be a little odd just because I hate AI in general, but you know, something tiny like that, like it's not changing anyone's artistic integrity or anything. That's utilitarian. And I guess as long as it would be nice if they got permission from the actors, but I guess they wouldn't legally have to for something that small. But even at that point, why at that point, if you're just doing a single syllable like that, why even use AI? Why not just like get Todd from county to say? I'm sure for one syllable it would just kind of roll right over.
Noticed, right?
But again, I feel like that would have been more work. Yeah. I think that would be fine. It's a good question. That seems like a valuable use of AI to correct something that small. Like it's just such a minor
it seems
thing.
like a relatively innocuous use of a technology that could be beneficial in certain instances. I mean, like I said,
it actually preserves their work. It preserves the rest of their work instead of cutting it out like they did in the final game.
It's really fun listening to Johnny Cash sing "I'm a Barbie Girl," but
there's a lot of James Hetfield ones.
Yeah, I've seen that too. I've seen like Sinatra singing Metallica, and then Hetfield singing like fucking Sinatra songs. It's fucking weird. Yeah, I don't know.
As terrible as it is, it's hilarious. It's exactly what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to make you chuckle.
Have you seen Hank Hill singing T-Pain?
Oh boy, that sounds great.
Man,
it is.
I really want to.
Yeah, you should go look it up. It's pretty awesome. I've heard many, and they never disappoint.
I really like T-Pain.
So do I. Did you hear that?
I'm ready to admit now. 500 episodes in.
Did you see that thing that he did on YouTube? He released like a whole live cover.
He did fucking War Pigs by Black Sabbath, and it was dope as shit.
It was all over the place. It was incredible.
Yeah, I got fucking rules.
Yeah, he does. He's good. Also, he loves video games, so he's a big supporter of us nerds.
That's right. Yeah. We should have him on the show. Kris?
Big fan of the show.
Yeah, go ahead.
Get T-Pain.
He's already here. He's listening.
Wait a second. Do we want to do that? Because we don't have the best track record. I mean, the last major, celebrity we had on this show went horribly awry. That man is no longer.
It really did.
He was bad. Do we want everybody to
Tallarico in here?
Yeah. Do we want everybody to start hating this T-Pain fella?
I don't think everybody hates cuntbag Tallarico because of us.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with us.
No.
So
pretty sure we're pretty clear.
So I re-listen to these episodes, often. The Tommy Tallarico ones I listen to the most because nothing's better instead of like, right, Danny? Yeah, Danny? I was like, man, Dan just wants him to knock that fucking guy out.
I really do.
Yeah.
I really did. But I was
from Jersey, right, Danny?
Yeah, I was trying to be.
Fuck up.
But that is a thing. Like when I worked in radio, there was one particular dude that I would talk to all the time. He was like a small like New York fucking label that did like punk and hardcore bands. it doesn't matter. But he would always call me Danny when I was talking. He'd be like, hey, Danny, what's up? But like, it didn't feel condescending in the way that Tommy was doing it, you know? Because the only people that call me Danny are like older than me and in my family. Like, or they're old Italian men that are also trying to kiss me at the same time, because fucking Italians are very smoochy.
Tommy's
Which I'm
whole
not
bit was
opposed to.
so condescending. He came in with these prepackaged things that he thought he had us all figured out, like talking about like our relationships with our wives and stuff like that. And we were like,
Nope.
no.
Yeah, nope, that's not
Okay,
it.
Try again.
Well,
I think a T-Pain interview would go better than fucking Tommy Tallarico. Or maybe it would be exactly the same. That'd be really weird.
Well,
T-Pain comes in and talks to us about our relationships with our wives.
He's that guy.
He's bought in television. He's ready to launch the new Amico.
That's who bought it. Wow.
Television?
T-Pain division.
T-Pain division?
He can't do worse than what they're doing now.
God, no, he couldn't. He couldn't. It's not possible.
Well,
Oh,
so
man.
I saw some of the other interviews that he was doing at the time. There were so many people that were just kissing his ass and like, why? Why?
Because
that's
he
what he
was
was
on
expecting.
TV, Dean. He was on television at some point.
It's
that
he
guy
has
that
so
we
many
know.
Guinness Book of World Records. He's created
And they
video
were
games.
all real.
Totally
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
Oh man, speaking
Fucking
of
lies
fucking,
to our faces about so many things. I was like, when he mentioned the Metroid Prime thing, I was just like, really? And like, I didn't think he was lying, but it was a huge surprise to me because I had never heard of that before. Turns out it was fucking full of shit.
Yep. What
Well,
you
and
heard
it's
when
so
he realized
hard.
that you guys weren't going to blow him, that like his like tone changed because he was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, another like smaller podcast, and like they'll just love me." No, we're going to talk to you like a normal person, and then ask legit questions. Oh wait, I'm Tommy Tallarico. I'm not right. Fuck. Right, Danny?
Yeah, no, it's just like it's so hard in those moments too to be like, I really want to fucking call this guy out, but I'm still trying to be as silly as it sounds, profesh a bit, you know. Certainly profesh adjace. If we could,
I didn't have any way to
use the
fact
balance
check
of our
him live
terms.
on the air. You know,
Yeah.
if he's
Of
making
our
that
times.
claim, I don't have the ability to fact check him live, and I had to assume that this person who came onto the show isn't just going to fucking lie to our faces. But
Didn't
That was
one of us? It wasn't me, but didn't one of us at some point like talk to Billy Mitchell?
Speaking of
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
assholes, did you hear that guy fucking came to an agreement with Twin Galaxies where
To have his shit put back in?
reposted,
Yeah.
but it's in the most insane way possible. They have now a
course it is.
legacy section where
his scores weren't reinstated. It's just
Right.
like, here's an archival. This is what the scoreboards used to look like. But all these other places are reporting on it as if like he won the lawsuit, and he
right. He didn't win
absolutely
shit.
did not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't win shit.
But that's because he made it sound like he won the lawsuit. Obviously,
He did.
He did. He barely fucking got anything.
I don't know if you guys saw Carl Jobs' video. They went up yesterday. It was about the guy that he had, his professional witness that he had come on to basically tell the court that maybe Billy didn't use MAME and he just didn't clean his VCR, which was just complete
Yeah.
nonsense. Just
What does that even
provably
mean?
fake nonsense. So he did a
fuck.
deep dive.
So you know,
He did a deep dive on that guy who was just like, you got to watch the video. It's nuts. But no, it was JR, right? Was that was his name, JR? The host of Ring the
Matt
Bell.
Friend? Yeah.
Yeah, JR. He was the one who interviewed Billy Mitchell. It's still up on our YouTube channel.
Oh, dude, that thing has
that's
a
kind of the
fuck
point,
ton of
though.
views.
Yeah, well, sure, but like that's kind of the point. Like JR didn't get up there and be like, "So you're a fucking twat." Like that wasn't the tone of the interview.
I mean, that was the first
fucking
cut. We
pretty
told him to
good.
go back, and you know, you got to be more professional. JR always started off every interview with "Yo, twat, let's talk."
Yeah, twat.
It was weird.
Honestly, like that interview, he comes off as, well, not JR, but Billy comes off as almost fairly normal in that interview. I was like,
He
Oh,
he does.
I guess
Yeah.
And like
he's
we
a
were
normal
watching
guy.
him play Centipede, and he was really good at it. It was like, okay, cool. I mean, I don't like this guy, but I can
No.
respect him.
Right.
And then it turns out that he's just a complete
Complete piece of shit.
narcissistic, pathological liar.
Yeah, but how many of us have our own hot sauce?
That's
Just
true.
saying.
I
True.
mean, that's true. And
I've
he has
bought
sweet
hot sauce,
flag
so it's
ties.
mine.
Guy.
Yeah.
Those
He
bald
does have
eagle
sweet
ties.
flag ties. I'm just saying, I think T-Pain would be a better interview.
I think-
Evan, you're the editor. That's your fucking job. You're the editor, producer. What are you even doing?
Are they
know,
doing the celebrity boxing anymore? Can we do that? Can we have T-Pain versus Billy Mitchell? Because T-Pain will beat the fuck out of Billy Mitchell.
100%. Fundo P.
Tallarico?
Yeah,
Yes.
bro, come on, let's make it happen.
Box him in the junk. I hope he's okay. That can't be a fun way to go through life. It can't be.
JR? I'm sure JR's
Yeah,
fine.
no, JR's great. No, Tommy. Like, also, like,
Tommy.
I know we joke and all.
Why are you
I
worried
think he's
about him?
right.
That
That
dude.
just, well, because I'm actually a kind and caring person, Dean.
He lives in a fantastical world. Tommy is in his own world. You don't have to worry about Tommy. Tommy's
I don't know, man.
nuts, and he's fine.
No, that's
Give him a
not
puppy
what
if
my-
you're really worried. Just give him a puppy.
there you go.
Completely effing
Here's a
delusional.
27-pound
I'm sure
puppy
he's
for
doing
you.
just fine. He's disappeared off the face of the earth.
He has done that.
Probably to avoid legal troubles.
Well,
Whereas
blocked
Billy
me on
Mitchell is on
Twitter.
the exact opposite side of the schedule. He's embattled in lots of legal troubles, and doesn't seem like his court case against Carl Jobs is going to go very well. I mean,
Are they going to start
already-
their own podcast?
who?
Tommy and
Tommy
Billy
and
Mitchell?
Billy? Oh my God!
Should. That'd be fucking insane. That'd be like InfoWars or whatever.
It would probably get a lot of listeners. Like, a lot.
I would listen. I'm not gonna lie.
Just
Right?
for the
I
fact
would
that they're
listen
both
to
kind
at
of
least one or
D-bags.
two.
Like a fucked
Yeah.
up Joe Rogan podcast, dude.
Yep.
So COVID was a bunch of bullshit. Am I right, Tommy? Yeah, Billy. Like, oh fuck. All right, it's one of
They
these.
both got Y's on the end of their name. Dude, they're going to be the next Double
I know.
Dragons.
Oh.
That's the end of it.
Oh.
Please, somebody mod Tommy and Billy into a fucking Double Dragon game. Please.
Oh, that'd be so good.
Oh, fuck.
The
Preferably
fucking
Double
mind-
Dragon.
No,
Yeah.
they need to mod them into Choaniki is what they need to do.
So what have you been playing this week? Oh, the Tommy and Billy mod is showing Iggy. That's fucking super into it.
So yeah, the Metal Gear collection's pretty good. You should check it out.
I'm gonna at some point
Oh,
for sure.
that's what we were
Not
talking
enough
about.
Tommy Tallarico in it.
That's true.
As an aside, as an aside,
This whole thing is an
Because you
aside, dude.
I know, but because you didn't watch the fucking PlayStation thing, even though this is a very serious video game podcast, after the Death Stranding 2 shit, Kojima came out and was like saying some shit, and they announced that after Death Stranding 2 is finished, like after his part of it is finished,
Game, right?
he is doing a new action espionage game for Sony. And that
All
is
right, I like
fucking awesome.
that. Okay, did we hear any more about what the fuck is happening with Silent Hill? Because what the fuck is
Isn't there a
happening?
demo now?
There's a free game out
I
and then
downloaded it. I haven't played it yet.
free game or whatever.
Oh, okay, no, let's rewind. Let's rewind. What the fuck was that thing like a couple months ago with the choices and it was Silent Hill. I'm pretty sure it was called fucking Silent Hill, but it was like was it a TV show? It was a broadcast of some sort. I'm not making this up.
No idea what you're talking about.
I'm not having an aneurysm. It happened. Okay, all right. Fucking someone
I think I
fact
would have
check
heard
me.
of something called fucking Silent Hill.
God damn it.
Seen that one, but
It
that wasn't
exists.
last week.
It exists. Hang on.
Real sexy pyramid head
man.
nurses.
You guys,
Awesome.
those movies were terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Did they make Silent Hill movies?
So
Yeah,
Yeah,
they made
two of them,
two
bro.
of them.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
God.
There was a lady that looks like a mix between Kristen Wiig and Charlize Theron that's in that movie. I don't know her
Keep
name,
talking.
but she looks like both
I'm
of
in.
them. Yeah, I mean, she definitely does maybe get murdered at the end. I don't know. Maybe I
Charlize
can't
Wiig.
remember. Dude, so I'm talking to you guys. I'm typing and I put fucking Silent Hill game. Jesus Christ.
It's Jason Bourne.
It's gonna narrow it down.
It's gonna be a really weird game.
Oh, so yes. Okay, this is something I want to bring up. During the end of my streaming career, I played Silent Hill 1 through 4. Oh my God. Fuck anyone that thinks that those games are good. They are trash.
How dare you?
Every single
The first
one.
two are good.
Fuck you, man. They're trash. Absolute trash. The first one has trash graphics, trash controls, trash everything.
It was a PlayStation 1 game.
Fuck you. All right, there are other games on there that look 1,000 times better. So fuck anyone that thinks that's good. The second one is utter fucking garbage. Fucking, oh my God. I would shit on that game if it was in front of me and rub it in.
The way to say it is they
Trash.
don't up.
Oh my God.
That's my whole list later today, Dean.
Fuck
1
you.
through 5
Fuck
top
you.
PlayStation games.
Oh my
Silent Hill.
God. Oh my God. I want to punch
forget.
you in the mouth. Oh my God. Do you have any wisdom teeth I can push out right now? Oh,
I had them taken out in college like a fucking
I
boy.
found, during this
Or
tirade,
something. I don't fucking know.
I did happen to find the name of this thing I was talking about. It's called Silent Hill Ascension. There's a bunch of trailers for it.
I remember this.
Yeah, and like they did a really bad job of explaining what it was on stage, and then they kind of just like
We got a 3.4 out of 10 on the Internet Movie Database.
yeah, it's that good.
It's not bad. It's not bad. That's better than a 1.3.
What did the first Resident Evil movie get? I mean, let's compare.
Oh, those movies fucking suck ass. Terrible.
You've seen those, but you haven't seen the fucking Silent Hill movie?
I didn't even know they existed.
Bro,
Dean.
I think they came out almost around the same time.
Did they? All right.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this Silent Hill movie was a reaction to the success of the Resident Evil movie.
Yeah.
It had Sheen Bean. It had Sheen Bean.
I like Sheen Bean.
He was in it.
Oh, this is a movie. This sounds like it was right up my alley.
I think he was in the second one a lot more, but he was definitely in the first one for like at least 5 seconds.
That's about as much Sheen Bean as I can handle.
Resident Evil got a 6.6
That's
That
out
high?
of 10
That's really
on the
high.
Internet
high.
Movie Database.
That's exceptionally high. It was not
Out of
that
100.
good.
Got it.
No, it was not.
out of 6,000.
I made Larissa watch 4 of those
Sucks on
movies,
toast.
and by the time it was over, she had COVID. Should she not? She contracted COVID.
In direct response to having watched those movies, like those movies
I don't
gave
know.
her COVID.
Dude, fucking T-virus is insane.
Yeah.
Whole thing.
Wait, did you do that in like one sitting?
It was like 2 days.
That's mean.
Yeah. I only saw 2 of them. So
And she said yes afterwards.
That's why he's marrying her.
So this is the beauty
well,
of
that's
it.
fair.
Like, well, she has not played any video games in her life, so I just bring things to her attention, and she goes in with the most innocent of intentions,
And you're
then a lot
blatantly
of the
taking
times I
advantage of
shatter
that, you
like
asshole.
her innocence. I'm not a good
Did you
person.
watch the Netflix Resident Evil show?
I didn't even
That
bother
show.
watching that.
I watched like
Oh, it's so bad.
I watched like 2 episodes, and it was not good.
It is among the worst pieces of shit that I've ever seen.
Palate cleanser.
is-
Did you watch Twisted Metal?
No,
I haven't
Yes.
had
No,
that.
and I wanted to.
Yes.
It's
I,
great.
I do want
awesome.
to. I love Anthony
I'm so glad
Mackie.
it's getting a second season too.
It's got Samoa Joe.
Samoa Joe is like top 5 wrestlers all time. That guy's fucking awesome.
Hey,
What
but,
do you look
but it's Samoa Joe with Batman, Lego Batman's voice.
Will Arnett.
Will Arnett's voice.
Yeah.
And honestly, they should have let Samoa Joe voice it because
think
that
so.
dude
Yeah.
sounds like a
Got a scary
legit
voice.
scary motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a scary man.
The former real estate agent.
No, he isn't. Shut up.
Oh yeah, could you imagine showing up to buy a house and Samoa Joe is there? Be like,
No.
dude, I'm good. I don't need no or yes, whatever you want.
I'll take you. Yeah, 100%. Whatever you want to do, sir.
Yeah, he was like a real estate agent in Southern California.
That motherfucker. I could kind of see it. Him with a polo, some khakis, Jake from State Farmish, you know?
That dude's the best.
I feel it would be khaki shorts.
Would he be wearing loafers or sneakers?
Ooh, that's a good
Boat shoes.
question.
One of each. I think he would go one of each.
Yeah.
Right after he step up, kicks you in the fucking head. Oh my god.
Fucking throws you in a muscle buster.
Oh, God, no.
This is the weirdest fucking house I've ever been to. Dude suplexing me. I don't fucking understand.
Good floors. Can handle it.
Not gonna lie, would not take a muscle buster. I don't think you could pay me enough money to take that move.
No.
He
Not with my neck. Are you kidding me?
Nope. He paralyzed the man with
wrong
that.
and my shoulder hurts.
He's a super safe wrestler, but nope, I'm good. That nope. No, thank you.
No, definitely not.
If you've ever wanted to be cradled like a baby,
yes,
really tightly, and then slammed on your neck / back, yeah, that's basically what that is. It's awesome, and it's a move that he does to people. It looks terrible. It looks like he'll kill you with it.
It really does. It's so big.
Oh god,
it's legit scary.
We love wrestling. We love games.
Wrestling.
Stone Age Gamer.
Stone Age Gamer. I'm on to my second beer now, Mike. I don't know where you are. This is an 8.5% Imperial IPA from Forgotten Boardwalk, who's going out of business at the end of February. Really fucking bums me out.
A lot.
Yeah, Elementary and
that's right down the block from me.
Fish went out. Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. And they made a lot of barley wines too, and that makes me really sad because barley wine is the best. You can't fucking get them anywhere because it's not an IPA.
Hackensack Brewing has barley wine that doesn't sell because it's barley wine. Dude, no one wants
God
it.
damn it. How? Have they not had it?
Right.
It's aggressive.
It's called barley wine also. You go to a bar, you're not ordering the barley wine.
No.
You're ordering a fucking beer.
Yeah.
No matter how good it tastes.
It's got to be an
I'm
English
on number
barley
3,
wine?
by the way.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I got to catch up.
I'm
mine are
drinking
bigger, though.
a Kolsch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm drinking a Kolsch. It's a solid 5%.
There you go. All right. Now, I started at 12.
Yeah.
I went down to 8.5.
You're still up 5% from me.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, Evan.
Yes, Chris.
Sorry.
The two of us haven't said a word in a half an hour.
Sorry, guys.
Well, I mean,
Wrestling beer.
wrestling, beer.
What have you been doing? What have you been up to?
Wrestling, beer, and more.
What have you been down to?
So, video game wise, I finally got and found Evil Dead. I was really hunting that fucker down, and I finally found it. It's okay. It's not
On
what
the
I expected.
Xbox?
Which
PlayStation
one?
4.
PS4.
The newest one, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
I thought it was
alright.
he was looking for Fistful of Boomstick. Or...
No. So it was weird. I don't know
Or
where I
Hail to
came
the
across it, but I saw it. I was like, oh, I haven't played that. I should find that. And then I couldn't find it. Nobody had it. And it just became a thing. And I finally came across it for $20, physical copy, and grabbed it. And it's just all right. I mean, it's his
Is it
voice.
worth the $20?
It's definitely it was probably a better online game, but I'm not playing it online. The missions are kind of wonky because there's literally no save points during the mission. So and each of the missions were at least 4 parts that get aggressively more difficult as you play them. And then if you fail at any point or die, you have to start the whole thing over, which is just there's active chapters. You would think you would save at the chapter point. It is not. So, but you hear the catchphrases and there's gun toting shit. It's dumb fun, but I think I put way more effort than necessary to find it. So,
did you play the Friday the 13th one? That's very similar to that.
So there was a Friday the 13th one, and then there was another one that wasn't Friday.
Chainsaw.
No, Dead by Dawn.
Daylight.
Wait,
So Dead by Daylight, yeah.
Dead by
Dean and I played that.
That's the one that I played.
Yeah.
I played that one, which I was
That
told
game
was
is
very
still
similar.
huge.
Yeah, we tried. It's not our cup of tea.
No.
It was, yeah. It's like, I prefer mission-based kind of gaming. I like playing video games by myself. I don't want to be involved with other people.
Same.
Because fuck other people.
Well, absolutely. But I liked the theory of those games. Like, you know, pretty much just playing keep away from the big bad for the entirety of the time. But it's my gaming comes so few and far between. Whatever I start playing on my phone, or every once in a while I'll you know, fire up whatever retropod game I'm playing currently. Like, you know, and the wife is still chipping away at some fucking ridiculously large game that she's constantly, you know, getting new animals and making potions and shit.
It's one of those 1,000 games that are out that are all like
it's Oblivion. Why do I want to say Oblivion? I don't even know.
What?
Ugh.
What?
Yuck.
That's Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, it's what's the newer
Elder
one?
Scrolls? Oh, fucking
Animal Crossing.
Skyrim.
Skyrim. Yes,
The
Skyrim.
Elder Scrolls
Okay.
Animal Crossing.
I would play that one.
Yeah, soda.
Baldur's Gate.
I watch her play Skyrim, and it's like the video games have become too
I mean, that
time
game's
involved for me. So I every once in a while I'll, you know, throw on the Raspberry Pi or, you know, my Shield that I have 10,000 freaking pirated games on, and just
Whoa!
yeah.
Sailing the seven
We
seas.
don't admit that. We say schmirated. That way people don't know what we're saying.
I have been sailing the high seas for a very long time, and all of you fuckers have taken advantage of it. So go scratch.
How dare you?
I didn't say shit.
Taking advantage
Hey,
implies that we are
shit.
not thankful.
Hold on, I could literally check right now. So
I finished
someone
the
is
West
watching
Wing today.
Julia
Thanks,
in
Evan.
someone's house currently.
You don't have the Drew Carey show. I don't know why that came up into my
He
head.
made coffee beer.
That is a weird pull, Chris. I will look into it. So
I finished watching The West Wing, and I was like, what am I going to do next? I haven't seen the Drew Carey show in like a decade. And then I looked it up.
No one
and it was
has.
just not there.
The Drew Carey show is now called The Price is Right.
Yes.
It's on every day at 11.
you know what? I am going to chime in on the thing that I do watch a lot, and that's movies. And has anybody seen Beekeeper? The new
Not
Jason
yet.
Statham joint?
Was it worth
Ralphie
it?
did.
Do you like Jason Statham? Do you like watching people get drop kicked for 30% of a movie? Then yes, it's fine.
Oh, I can't wait. My kid
The
wants,
only thing I've
wants
heard about
to see that.
is that there's surprisingly few bee-related deaths. Like, not as many as you'd think.
Correct. Actually, there's a lot of death of bees, not by bee.
I don't like that.
So it's like John Wick, he's avenging the bees.
I don't want to spoil anything, but yes. So as we watch movies in this house, I have this thing where I'll see something and I'll look at my wife and I'll go, foreshadowing. And it's I'm usually like right on the mark. And there was this point in time where Statham, being a beekeeper, takes down a hive and then he has it in a bag, and then to kill the bees, he takes a one of those long halogen light bulbs, puts one end into the bag, breaks the bulb, and then on the non-broken end puts a taser, and then you see all the bees inside the bag just go pop, 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 and I look at my wife and I go, oh my god, I want to see someone die like that for real. See,
So fucking stupid.
When we went to see
Frank.
-1, jeez, when we went to see -1, there was a trailer for The Beekeeper, and Pen looks over at me like, legit, no bullshit. She looks over at me and she goes, that looks fucking amazing. And I was like, yeah, all right, I'll fucking watch Jason Statham movies with you. That's fine.
How was -1?
Oh, it's amazing.
It's the best movie I saw last year,
Oh god,
without
damn
question.
it!
did you
It's
see the
so
black and white
fucking
version
good.
of it?
Dan, did you see it in black and white?
I did.
Did you see my
I did.
version of the black and white
Did you
one,
see-
or did
yeah.
you theater?
Yes. I saw the Evan version.
Okay, because the Evan version is technically bootlegged, so it is fuzzier, and I think it really helps with the selling of the black and white.
Watching it in black and white, because Penn is a huge Godzilla nerd, and she preferred the black and white version because
No shit.
Yeah, she was like
the original sort of.
Yeah, that was her thing. She was like, this feels much more like a retelling of the original Godzilla film from '54.
You're doing something right, Dan.
Right? Thank you. It's just so fucking scary. Like, this is the scariest Godzilla has ever. Because even Shin Godzilla, like, he's fucking scary because he's monstrous, but it's not in like. It doesn't feel.
It's chaotic. Yeah.
Shin Godzilla is great. -1, fucking incredible.
Oh man, I really got to see it now. God damn it!
Did you watch it yet, Chris?
Not yet.
You fucking motherfucker! You were sick on the couch. Or you weren't sick. You had your teeth ripped out of your head.
You're
Perfect
watching
time.
fucking West
I
Wing.
played Metal Gear instead.
9,000
I
times.
know. And you're watching West Wing.
Fucking,
Instead of you watch,
you think you are,
Bartlett's
fucking
a
Martin Sheen?
guy. Ugh.
fucking trying to be the president and shit. Fucking who do you think your son is? Emilio Estevez, huh?
Emilio!
Isn't it wild?
You fucking Charlie Sheen, fucking Tiger Blood style.
It's so mind-wobbling how his two kids went so far polar opposite of each other.
Yeah.
And he tipped his hat just like this.
Damn it.
Anywho.
You know, finding out that Martin Sheen's name is not Martin Sheen, which I should have fucking known, messed with my head for a hot minute, because Emilio Estevez is the one with the real name.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that fucked me up. I was like, what do you mean he has the real name? Wait, what?
You know Nicolas Cage's name is not Nicolas Cage, right?
That one I did know. Yes,
Okay.
that one I did know. Yeah, I do know he's a Coppola. Spoilers.
His name is actually Steven Dorff. Just weird.
Love some golf.
There is
Because Stephen Dorff's real name is Nicolas Cage.
that's very strange. Some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill.
Have you seen that movie with him and Pedro Pascal?
Where Nicolas Cage, just Nicolas Cage?
Yes.
Wait, I watch
like
a lot
every
of
other
Nicolas
movie
Cage
he's in?
movies. Which one are we talking about?
Pedro Pascal is the brother of like a big mafia guy.
No,
I think Spain.
The incredible weight of something. Like that one. No.
Talent.
Yes. That's an incredible movie.
There
Everyone
is
needs to
one.
watch that.
Listen, there's a Nick Cage movie. He is a retired assassin. I cannot.
I saw that one.
I cannot recommend that movie
recent.
high enough. It is so
Good.
fucking ridiculous and amazing.
Also, if you've never seen the Five Nights at Freddy's knockoff that he did, fucking he
So
doesn't
much better
say
than
a-
the actual
doesn't
Five
say a
Nights at Freddy's
goddamn
movie.
word. It's amazing.
Like, don't watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie because it was hot garbage. Watch
It was
that
all
one.
right.
It was horrible.
But yeah, I would recommend the Cage movie over the Five Nights movie. Yeah, if you want a good movie.
Wait, my kids fucking love the Five Nights at Freddy's movie because it was made for them.
Yeah, like
Okay.
it was fine, but like I definitely understood it was not for me.
There's no story to the game Five Nights at Freddy's.
You were
There is
absolutely
no
correct.
game involved in the movie Five Nights at Freddy's. Like,
Also correct.
it was bad. I didn't give a shit about
Fine
him
with-
and or his
fine with
brother.
all that.
Anywho,
How dare Josh Hutcherson is a national treasure.
I'm not
How
saying
very
anything
dare you.
against that. He is. I concur with that statement.
Clap them pita cheeks.
What have you been up to, Chris?
Well,
Wow, we
I
haven't
was
talked to
doing the
Kris
Metal Gear
yet.
collection. I finished Arzette, which
That went quick.
yeah, it's actually a pretty short game. But there's a lot of stuff that you can unlock in it, but it is. I would say it's about as long as either of the CDI Zelda games, maybe a little bit longer. But it was really fun. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say about it at this point.
Because I remember you had to keep it limited.
I did get an email from them. They're going to send me a what is it?
The controller?
No, I didn't hear back about the controller, but they asked if I wanted a mailer. I said I don't know what a mailer is, but I'm sure I want one. And it's like apparently just a bunch of physical goods to promote the game. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take a mailer of RZ stuff. That sounds great.
You're gonna go fucking tack up signs around the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Swag.
I don't know what
we all get.
No, I was really impressed with the game. Like it is about as good as those CDI Zelda games could have possibly been. It was like playing the game I imagined those games to be when I was a kid. So
Shit, that's cool.
It's real hard to. I'm struggling to write the review for it because it's hard to separate that from like, well, what would someone who doesn't have that nostalgia think of this game? Or I guess you have to be at the very least,
but it's not
interested
for
in
them.
Holy shit. Do you remember playing that shit during the Beat-a-thon? Ugh.
Oh, I'll never forget it. Those games are terrible. But the thing that I found them so partially, I found them so frustrating because like after you spend time with it, you can see there was ideas in there. You know, like there's something way down on the surface. If this team had more talent, they could pull this together. And better technology and more time, they probably could have done something. And this is proof positive that it was 100% possible.
Literally everything else.
If they were just better,
if they were completely different people.
Well, I mean, like this was a team that had no experience making a game of this kind, but none at all, and the CDI was dramatically underpowered. It was just they were the worst. This was the worst platform to do something like this on. But playing through RZ, it's like, okay, so it's still this basic thing. There's a map. You go around to these little actiony areas, and you find things, or you talk to people that are very strange and animated, weird. And then you find the things they're looking for, and it all takes you to a couple of weirdly underwhelming boss battles that are kind of clever, and then you get to the last boss, and that's the end of the game. It's so earnest. I think is the word.
The price point they have it at?
I honestly don't know what it costs digitally. The physical one that Limited Run's selling is $35, which I might go for just because I'm that guy. But I don't think it's very expensive at all. I think it's probably around $20 if I had to venture a guess.
Okay. Because that's like a big thing that Rauchi and I talk about of like price point, like what's the value of this game? And now indie games have pushed their value up higher because the market can allow it.
For sure. I do agree with that. Can we rewind? Because you said
it's $20. Sorry, go on.
Okay, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it's $20 to rewind. Is what he meant.
Oh, all right. I mean, I'll put it on my tab.
We're on the Patreon.
So you said it's fairly earnest and I guess trying to do what it's doing. Does that mean it's to a fault? Because I mean, like, I understand you can appreciate what it's doing with like underwhelming boss battles, which is kind of a nod to what it's not copying, but nodding to it. Would you feel it'd be better if they made the boss battles more compelling, or is just this is best in its form that it's in?
What I mean by earnest is that when you look at a game like this, the easiest way to do this would have been to have it constantly poking fun at itself, to be like, this is here to make fun of how terrible all the script and the acting and stuff in Link Faces of Evil and Zelda 1 of Gamelon were. But they don't do that. This is written just like those games, with the exception of RZ, the main character, who is she seems to be aware of how completely insane these. It's not like she's in on the joke. She's a part of this world. She doesn't she's not your window into the game of being like, oh, this is nuts. These people are ridiculous. She's not 100% a straight character either. She's part of that world. But the really insane stuff, because, like some of the characters you meet in Faces of Evil are just like, well, this is just a really enthusiastic shopkeeper who is animated weird. And she's just 100% in on those conversations. But the really weird stuff, she'll like kind of get a look on her face like, okay, that's weird, and kind of shift back a little bit. She's a little bit more normal, but only a little bit, than everyone else in this completely bonkers world. Okay. And when I say underwhelming boss battles, I mean like you beat the last boss. I cannot say that. I can't.
No. All right, you take out what you need to. Just go ahead.
Yeah. When I say underwhelming, I mean like sometimes they're just really easy, whereas other times there was one particular boss fight that took me like 4 or 5 tries, and that was kind of fun. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I can and can't say about.
No, I don't want to
game.
press you if you can't talk about it, but it sounds interesting to say the least.
As if you've ever played the CDI Zelda games, you've got to give this a try, because it's just like, wow, proof of concept. This actually could have worked, and it feels very Wonder Boy in a lot of ways. Kind of because it's like it's got vague Metroidvania elements to it, but it's very segmented, kind of like Wonder Boy 3, where it's like, well, there's this area and this area, and there's kind of like a central hub town that you go back to. You can actually switch it to retro controls, where you like it's press up to jump, and which is just terrible. But that's
what
an
a
option.
bad idea!
Terrible idea.
I just love that it's there, because they're making the stupid controller. Like, you can get a new CDI style controller for your Switch and put it on classic controls and just suffer through this game if you really want to. I love that that's an option. It's amazing that somebody has this level of reverence for those games that I do, and in a way that's not just looking at them like this hideous curiosity and pointing and laughing, of just looking at it and saying, this actually could have been cool. And I think, because I still think those CDI games look cool. I think those animations, they're completely nuts, right? But those digitized animations and stuff, with the exception of Link and Zelda, I always thought those looked really cool. Like, there's just a really interesting
exception
look
of the
to
main characters.
Exactly. For some reason, those main characters just didn't look good, but I felt like everything else had an interesting look to it. I loved the way the backgrounds looked and the enemy characters looked, and that's what this game 100% nails that, but just does it a little bit better so that everything works. The gameplay is infinitely better, but the visuals are just like ever so slightly kind of smoothed out and made it run like as if the CDI games were running on better hardware, kind of a thing.
So it is full of charm.
It is full of very unique charm. It is a fascinating game.
Has a great
and as somebody who dreamt about playing those Zelda games for years and then finally did play them and was like, wow, these are not good. It was really wild to get to play basically the game that I always imagined those games were when I was a kid. I'm thrilled with it. I just really don't know how to rate it, you know? Like, it's kind of a hard thing to write. Well, I'll figure it out.
I don't know how this is going to sell. Like, who is this marketed to? Like,
well, I mean, like,
so it's marketed to. It's marketed to Kris.
It's clearly marketed.
But there's only one of Kris.
What
that's enough.
My thought process is like those games are kind of famous, right? So anyone who sees this is going to be like, this is a riff on those. So anybody who even knows of the existence of those, this is for them. And once they start playing it, it's a fun game. So I would imagine the idea is, I imagine the marketing for this is, if this looks interesting to you, then give it a try. It's actually a fun game. It's not just a joke. Which I hope it pans out for them, because I mean, they've got a pretty active Discord channel, and I do think the game is worth playing. It's got a decent price. It's dropping on Valentine's Day. The main character, like all the character designs are great. It's good stuff.
It feels like 20 is a bit much for that kind of nostalgia. Oh fuck! I'll give this a shot.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not it's not super budget priced. You know, it could have been. I suppose it could have been 15, but I don't know. I don't know how much money
they would sell more. You know.
They probably would, but it's also probably a thing that's going to go on sale a bunch. So,
well, I mean,
fair, yeah.
Are you going to be upset like when something like Hollow Knight 2 comes out and it might be, I don't know, it could be 30, $35?
How dare you?
Well,
they can put it for $100 and it'll still sell like gangbusters.
What I'm saying is, what's the line? Because that's considered an indie game.
Correct.
I think it depends. It depends so much on the game, honestly.
I'm sorry. Time out. Tiff just texted me and said she might have set the kitchen on fire. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, you go save your house.
So Rauchi and I talk about the price point, about stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
So we talked about the new Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
That is priced way too high for
How much?
predominant. Isn't a full price game 60?
Shut up. That's a lot.
It is just the base game is 50, at least on Switch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you get it on like a what do you call it, like a PS5, is it going to cost $60 or $70?
Let's
I hope not.
Yeah, because like because I saw it, like it looks good. People said it's fun, but is it $70 fun? That's a lot.
That needs to be a lot
again,
of
it's just
fun.
got to come down to. It seems like it's 50 across all platforms.
Okay,
physically.
I think 50 could be reasonable because that is what would have been 40 probably, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. So I can't be too upset with that.
I dropped 60 for Metroid Dread with a smile on my face, and I'd do it again.
Now, if that wasn't Metroid, would you do the same thing?
Oh,
For a game that good, probably. If I had tried it, if I had played that game and it wasn't Samus, I'd be like, "Well, shit, this is amazing."
but I feel like that's also not going to qualify because that's not an indie game.
Right.
It's true, but neither is Prince of Persia.
That's so right. How did that come up? Because
Rauchi and I have been playing a ton of shit on Steam,
okay,
and he's on a huge Metroidvania kick right now.
okay.
And he's like, yeah, Prince of Persia looks all right. Or I could play these 4 other games that look exactly the same, probably have similar, movement and everything for brand new on Steam day one. They're $25.
It comes down to it's got to come down to like personal preference. Like if I'm a huge Prince of Persia fan,
correct,
then I'm going to be like, well, I think I'm going to give this one a try. If I'm a big Ubisoft games fan, then I'm going to give this one a try. I do not care for Ubisoft, and the demo didn't grab me as much as it grabbed most people. So I'll probably, if I'm going to play this game, I'll probably play it later, secondhand, or on super deep discount sale or something. I don't know.
Big price drop is what I'm waiting for. Do I want to play
like
it? Yeah,
Evan, I'm in a similar boat as Evan, where most modern games are just too much for me. I'm too old for this shit. So
well, it's the value of $60, $70 to me.
You got to put in a lot of time for that.
Exactly. And the fact is I can get way more entertainment immediately for $70 than spending X amount of hours, grinding away at a game like that could possibly go, like that's what kills me about modern gaming. Like my brother, I love him to death, went out and literally bought Mortal Kombat 1 for $600 because he had to get it.
What?
Yeah, he went out and bought Mortal Kombat 1 for $600 because he had to get a PS5.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was like,
that's the only reason
what
he
edition
bought.
Did they come out with?
But in essence, that's what he did because he is not a PS5 fan. He is an uber Mortal Kombat fan. Okay. I don't give a shit. I don't have. All right, they could make a Moon Knight game tomorrow. I am not buying a PS5 for it. That's not going to happen.
That's completely fair.
It takes a lot. When it comes to entertainment for me, I'm a sit back and be entertained kind of guy, not having to actively work at it. And a lot of the new modern games take a lot of effort and time, and we'll see later on what we discuss.
The trail of simplistic modern games, has anyone tried the demo for Mario vs. Donkey Kong yet? And how do we feel about $50 for Mario vs. Donkey Kong?
I feel it's high. But I'm also very frugal. So
I have it pre-ordered. I think it's that sort of puzzle platformer thing they were going for. So I'm not mad at it. I don't know if I'm going to play it right away, but I think it's good. 50 might be a little high.
50 does seem like a lot to me, and I'm still probably going to pay it and get $50 worth of entertainment out of it because I love that game.
Yeah, they're good games.
It comes up a lot how I defended the price of Mario 3D All Stars. Like, it really just comes down to how much value do you think you're going to get out of it? Like, for a lot of people, I'm sure that was too much to pay for that, but for me, I got my $50 worth out of that game. I I really like Mario Galaxy. I think playing that in HD was worth $50, and also having Sunshine in 64 to play some of before I want to tear my hair out is also a nice opportunity. But it's it comes down to a lot of personal preference and what you think you can get away with. I don't know that this one's going to do that well at $50. But then again, I don't know how many people even remember that this is a remake of a Game Boy Advance game. I feel like anyone who sees this in a store, it's like, oh, Mario and Donkey Kong in the same game? Sure, I'll buy it, and then get it and realize what it is. So I don't know. I have no clue what to expect out of the sales in this game.
Nintendo stuff is different because, Chris, you and me talked about this a while ago, how I prefer to wait to get games, as do most people, because I don't want to pay $60 multiple times in a month for games that are coming out.
I love doing it.
So Nintendo cares more about its, IPs, so the value doesn't drop. And whether you get their game day of or 6 months, maybe you saved $1. And I just want them to come out with Nintendo Selects?
Yeah, I'd like to see a Nintendo Selects line on Switch. I mean, if we're getting a Switch 2 this year or whatever the hell they call it, I think if it's backwards compatible and they start doing the Nintendo Selects line, that's money in the bank.
Huge for them, yeah.
Yeah, but we've come to learn Nintendo doesn't really give a shit about money.
No,
they just like what they do, and they
care about that. I'm assuming they care about what they do, and the money just comes, which is good for them.
They just want you to buy their games, and that's it. I don't even think they want you to play them at this point.
No, I don't give a fuck if you play them.
No.
Sitting on the goddamn shelf for Nintendo.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed, 100% with everything that has been said in the last 10 minutes.
You still have a kitchen?
Yeah, so can I share?
It's a lot warmer, but
I have no beard anymore.
We have a huge window now in the back of the house,
and everything's slightly moist. But that's besides the point.
So Kris, as is well documented on this podcast, Kris masturbates to food porn constantly while we're recording, which is awkward, but I love him, so I support him anyway.
True.
That's what you wanted to say. That's it.
That's it.
I'm just going to leave it there. No,
hard period there.
Hard period. So I was scrolling through the YouTubes the other day, and I saw a Southern gentleman, and he was cooking what he called a Big Mac casserole, and I was like, that sounds like the kind of fat kid shit that I'm into, and I bet you Kris would love that too. So I'm going to watch this, and think about my buddy jerking off to food.
Oh my god, what, Dan?
Were you jerking off as well?
I'm so confused and uncomfortable.
If that makes the story better.
Jerking off to the thought of Kris jerking off to the video.
Where is this going, Dan? What the fuck?
Jerkception.
So I watched that like last Thursday, okay, and on Sunday we're watching, we're watching the football games.
Did you finish?
And of course, I always finish. Always, right? Never mind. So we're watching the football games, and Tiff is like, what do you want for dinner? I said, well, fuck, like that Big Mac casserole thing looked pretty, because it wasn't like he didn't go buy Big Macs and throw them in a fucking slow cooker. It was like the idea of it, you know what I mean, minus the lettuce, because fuck lettuce, that's the food my food eats.
Hit us with what's in the casserole.
Holy shit.
I don't fucking know. I can't cook. Meat, cheese, sauce, biscuits. I was fucking dope, but
it's a deconstructed Big Mac.
Which part of it is fucking flammable, Dan? Holy shit.
Very fancy. Sorry. I was pouring funny down my throat. Hold on. So Tiff is making it last week. And some oil, because naturally this is an oily fucking thing, drips out into the bottom of the oven towards the end of the cooking process. A little bit of smoke comes out, right? Apparently, more smoke than we had, or more oil, I'm sorry, than we had realized had dripped into the bottom of the oven, because as we are recording this fine episode for all of our wonderful listeners, I texted Tiff and I was like, hey, I've got this fucking Mexican street corn flatbread in the fridge, and I've been drinking. Could you please heat it up for me and bring it downstairs? And she was like, fuck yeah, I'll do that. So she went to go heat it up in the oven, and all the oil because we haven't cooked in the oven this week, all the oil that was there in the oven just caught on fire and has smoked out the entire upper floor of the house. So that's where we're at. Chris's masturbation habits have caused me to have a smoky house.
I like how you said I don't cook, but then he said we haven't used the oven.
It's like the royal we. You know,
once the meal is done, we made it.
That's right. It's like when we play the game. You know, we won this week. That was great. We won.
So you're king and they're your subjects is what you're saying, Dan?
That's king in his castle, man.
Oh, boy.
It's like Borat.
I have a chair.
Oh, boy.
I have a chair. So anyway, that's where we're at.
I have seen a lot of great food porn while we've been talking today, though.
I know, I'm sure you have. You've been jerking off for 2 hours. Fucking raw. It's like gross.
This looks like a hot dog.
That's what I was going to say. Hot dog, but I didn't want to.
You're welcome.
That's the part that I censored.
It's more like a pipe cleaner at this point.
God. Poor Karen. Just fucking
You know what's great? I have to listen to all of this again to edit. Awesome.
What's there to edit? It's perfect as is.
Sure.
This is great. Is T-Pain here yet?
He just pulled up. He's coming in right now.
Fucking waiting for T-Pain.
That's why we've been holding off on the actual episode, because of T-Pain.
Well, something just happened to my Audacity.
Oh, don't.
I really wish I was joking.
Oh, what did you
we're
do?
2 hours in.
I know.
Chris, what did I tell you?
I even did a test run beforehand. I don't think my Audacity was ready for 2 hours.
Did you?
Well, let me tell you,
dude.
I got 400 gigs ready for this. I can go for days if need be. I'm ready.
Right.
I just saved it as the Audacity file, and I can reopen it and export. Let me just try to reopen it now. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
Evan, what should we do? Should we pause?
No, listen.
Yeah, let's just keep
I'll do a
talking.
recount and once this.
I know as long as we're still going. I still have the master going, and at some point you just say, "Fuck it, I'm using the master." But not gonna lie,
We have to start over. Good evening. Welcome to the Stone Age Gamer episode 500.
get Ellie down again.
Ellie, come say fuck a bunch for my friends.
There's a bagel shop in New York that makes bagels the size of a pizza, and then they make pizza on those giant bagels.
That's too big for a bagel.
But it's not too big for pizza. So they cut open the bagel, they rip out a bunch of the guts, and then they turn the guts, they roll them into garlic knots, right? So they're making garlic knots out of inside bagel stuff.
I'm back in.
Then they're saucing the inside, then saucing and cheesing and oiling the inside of both halves of the bagel. And then they give you this giant bagel pizza with garlic knots made out of the inside of a bagel.
Okay, wait. That does sound delicious. Let me ask you a question because
Wait, I'm almost there. That's what I heard.
Slower.
Hold on.
Okay.
I like that you and I finished at the same time, Evan.
Yeah.
That's not the first time.
Not the first time.
That's
not going to be the last.
Emotionally in sync, you two are.
Well, the file's gone. I really wish I was joking.
What the fuck?
There's real trouble.
You know what? I'm not surprised.
I've recorded before, and it's never been a problem.
So
Can I ask a serious question?
Sure.
To follow up Chris's bagel story that has me very excited.
I'm hungry.
Are gentlemen, the four of you, on a sandwich, right? Like on a hot sandwich, not a cold sandwich.
Okay.
Cold sandwich, I don't think this applies to cold sandwiches. Maybe it does. I don't fucking know. Are you a scoop the bread kind of person or all bread?
All bread.
All bread.
All bread.
What are you?
Really?
What
Are you a sissy,
what are you, a
dude?
monster?
No, eat all bread.
Wait, if it's a fat sandwich, scoop. But if it's like a bagel or normal thing, all bread.
No. Yeah, I'm
that.
saying okay. Let me clarify. Like a fucking roast pork, right? If you're getting a roast pork sandwich,
Yeah.
or like a cheesesteak, or
No, you leave the dough in there, motherfucker.
All the bread.
No.
Especially for a cheesesteak.
fuck is wrong
Yeah, you
with all
need
of
that. You need all that bread.
Oh my
Stop
God.
up all the grease. Grease delivery system.
It becomes a
What's wrong with
sponge,
you?
dude. Oh my god.
You're throwing away perfectly good
Yeah,
bread.
Hold on. How do
Yeah,
I
we're-
mute
we're-
Dean?
carbs?
How do I mute his
Sissy?
microphone?
What is this?
Dean, he's not allowed to talk anymore. How
That
do I
was
shut him off?
a vitriol in my direction from three people at once. Mike, where are you? I didn't hear you in that.
Your time out of our beloved state damaged you severely, sir. The fuck is wrong with you?
All bread, except if it's a fat sandwich.
And
Okay.
you know, I could get behind that, but like you went too far, Dan. You went too far.
Yeah. What the hell, man?
I
You've
say
had
if
too
it's
much
a fat
ABVs.
sandwich where you've scooped the bread, then it's not fat enough.
Yeah.
I'm saying you got to scoop a little of the fucking
Nope.
bread.
What
No,
what
you
I'll
really
allow?
don't. Why? Why?
Hold on.
Time.
To what end?
What
The
wait,
fuck?
wait a second.
And then you're throwing it out.
Just the crust? Like,
So I will allow
Still.
on a sub
I
or a
didn't say
hoagie.
all of it.
You have to crush it down. You have to smush it in and make
bread
it a
squishy.
little.
What do
You push it
remove
in
the
and you
bread
make a
for?
little
You
tub.
Squish it.
Fair.
So you get more to fucking shit in there.
This isn't a bagel, Dan. It's a fucking roll.
I know it's a fucking
a roll.
torpedo roll or a hoagie roll or a hero roll.
torpedo
I will
roll.
include all
Fuck
the listeners.
It's
you.
not a coffin. It's not a meat coffin. It's a fucking roll.
You're a meat coffin. How dare you? That was my nickname in high school. Oh, here
Evan,
comes
should I
a
attempt to
meat coffin.
re-record?
What?
Oh god.
Should I attempt to just start recording?
Sure.
Again?
Give it a whirl.
Yeah, go for
All
it.
right.
I'll figure it out.
Go nuts.
All right, I'm recording.
We'll use AI, Evan. It's fine.
That's fine. Oh, there you go. AI
Mine's
is
just all
my part.
Castlevania,
voice
Castlevania, Castlevania.
So with that, are we taking a break?
I'm really curious, honestly, truly, like where the listeners are going to fall. The ones who respond on the Discord, are you scooping the bread, or are you like all bread like fucking monsters?
But like,
Everybody's a monster.
No. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking
What's
dare
wrong
call
with
us
you?
the monsters.
You fucking
you?
Neanderthals.
It's like 4-on-1 Dan. It's a gang
No
thing
way.
of all
If
bread.
you're counting carbs or something, then I get it, but there's no other fucking reason.
Yeah.
I
You're
will
being
sleep
crazy,
on
dude.
this hill.
Getting rid of
I will.
perfectly-
Me and Mel Gibson. You can take our lives. You can even.
That's the team you want to be on.
What's wrong with you? What has he ever done to anybody except bring joy?
all right, Evan
You
Goldstein
tell
is
me,
out.
Kris.
You guys have a wonderful evening.
Scooping out bread. I don't even know you anymore.
Oh fuck.
Nonsense over here.
Next thing
He's
you're gonna
scooping it out to make another roll.
Yeah, I
That's
bet
what
you. Do you roll up your
saying.
pizza too like a fucking monster and shove it all in your mouth?
Yes, I roll it up like fucking Rolos, or like a taquito,
Stop it, you mean
a
person.
pizza keto.
Oh god.
Oh, fucking! How dare you? How dare you act like I'm the weird one when it's 4-on-1? Clearly, the rest of you are wrong.
What do you do with the bread? What do you do with the bread that
Throw
you
it away.
scoop out?
I don't give a fuck. That's rich
wrong
man,
with you?
Kris. I'm rolling in money. I take back what I said earlier about being broke.
Monopoly man over here.
Oh, fuck yeah. Me and the Monopoly guy, we got monocles, fucking swinging it around, throwing bread away.
Wait, did you see that video today, too?
What?
The Monopoly man does not have a monocle. That's a Mandela effect. The Monopoly man only has a monocle on one picture on a $2 bill in like the junior version. The Monopoly man does not have a monocle.
That's not a fucking Mandela effect then, because he has it somewhere, and that must be the version that I've played more.
The $2 junior Monopoly version.
When fucking Jim Carrey is taunting the guy in Nature Calls. That's mine. And that's what
Pass go.
For everyone.
Do not collect $200.
I guarantee you, it's probably that guy.
What a lovely room of death.
All right,
fucking awesome.
Kris, get this. Get control. We started an hour early and we're still at 10:15.
This is just me.
We can go much longer. I've been recording for 2 minutes and 48 seconds.
Fuck you.
I mean, this is exactly what I expected. All right. Well, I think we talked to everybody about what they've been playing, right? I'm paying attention.
I didn't.
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't have a go yet,
Dan,
Kris.
what have you been playing? What have you been playing this week, Dan?
Fucking nothing. Let's go to break.
Puzzle and Dragons, Snap.
MLB The Show. I'm a fucking creature of habit. Did I start something new this week? No,
I'm still too tired after Spider-Man.
You're not wrong. I planned on starting Nobody Saves the World, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. It looks fucking great. I fucking love Drinkbox Studios. I want Guacamelee 3 desperately.
I thought we went
desperately.
to break. What are we doing?
This is all happening during the break.
Oh,
It's very Spaceballs in here.
very nice.
So I think I'm actually going to start that this weekend because there's no football to distract me from it.
Football's over.
So, no, next week, the Super Bowl.
No, it's over.
How dare you?
Wow.
I love Patrick Mahomes. For whatever the fuck his name is. I'm drinking.
I love my homie Patrick.
And I don't have a flatbread yet because my house is on fire because of Chris's dick. So,
thanks, Kris.
Thanks, Chris's dick.
Aren't you happy you let me out of the box, Kris?
This is all Dean's fault.
Yeah.
I'm never like this when Dean is not here.
John Madden's foot-vaulted beast.
You know, it could have been Ferg. I could have been sitting on a couch watching TV. Fucking Ferg.
Alrighty then, by popular demand, we're going to take ourselves a quick break, and when we come back, I was also playing the Vampire Survivors DLC some more. It's great. When we come back, we are going to do our top fives. We're going to give away the secret code for the gift card giveaway. It's going to be good times. We're going to listen to some listener stuff.
yeah, we are.
The script of this. You're listening to the Stone Age Gamer Podcast from geekade.com. Stick around. It's now time for the password for the giveaway. If you would like to enter to win one of 5 $100 gift cards to StoneAgeGamer.com, the password is bidet. 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 Hi everyone, Kris here. Podcast listening is free, but podcast creation is not. That's why the Geekade Patreon exists. In an effort to help us pay the bills, we've got a Patreon page set up where you can gain access to our monthly podcast topic schedule, get early access to many of our shows, and more. If you'd like to help support Geekade and keep these shows running week after week, head over to the Geekade Patreon page, linked in the show notes of this very podcast.
We are Safe at Home, the leading dog rescue in the heart of New Jersey. Are you searching for a loyal companion, a dog that will bring love and joy to your home? Look no further than Safe at Home.
At Safe at Home, we believe in giving every dog a second chance. We rescue, rehabilitate, and find loving forever homes for dogs in need, right here in the Garden State. Our dogs are ready to make a lasting impact on your life. Each one has a unique story, a wagging tail, and an incredible capacity for love. When you adopt from Safe at Home, you're not just gaining a pet, you're becoming a part of our family. Our dedicated team ensures a seamless adoption process, providing ongoing support and guidance. With New Jersey's beautiful parks, beaches, and trails, you and your new furry friend will have endless opportunities for adventures and cherished memories. Safe at Home relies on the support of compassionate individuals like you. Your donations and volunteer work enable us to continue saving lives and finding forever homes for these amazing dogs. Join us in creating a safer, happier community for dogs in New Jersey. Together we can make a difference and give every dog the chance to feel safe at home. Visit our website or call us now to learn about how you can be a part of the Safe at Home mission. Safe at Home, because every dog deserves to be loved and protected. www.safeathomerescue.org.
Let
me stop.
Wait, hey, well, guess what? Guess what, everybody? We're back. We're back.
Oh, shit.
Are we?
I mean,
Jesus.
that entire thing has to show up somewhere because they've just been talking.
That's for the Patreon, baby.
Yeah.
Christ, now I gotta edit
but either way-
additional content? Fuck!
We are officially back, and it's time for us to do our top fives because this is episode 500. And we're gonna do. There's 5 of us. We're gonna do top 5s for each individual game consoles. But I figured this is a pretty good time as any to mention the secret password. So we're giving away 5 $100 gift cards at StoneAgeGamer.com. There's going to be a link in the show notes. But in order to enter, you need the password. The password is bidet.
That's right. The best thing I've ever bought.
It could be. It was the first word that came to my mind when asked if we wanted a password protector. I said, absolutely. It's got to be a password given out on the show. The password is bidet. Go to the website. It can link to in the show notes. Enter the password bidet, and you can enter to win a $100, one of 5 $100 gift cards for StoneAgeGamer.com. There you go. I'll repeat the password again at the end of the show. But now we're going to do our
If you
top
ask
5.
nicely, Ryan might even buy you a bidet.
Yeah. He bought me one.
That's less than $100. I'm just saying, for like $40, the cleanest your
Real
fucking
nice
balloon knot will ever be.
Yeah.
Bidets for all. Oh,
Bidet
boy,
for
oh, boy.
days.
All right, so how do we want to do this? Do we want to just, if someone does a top 5, we'll just go run through a list, discuss as we go, or are we all going to do our like 5s and 4s? We should each do a list. Let's keep our systems
think each a list,
compact
yeah.
here. So who wants to go first?
Man.
Do we have any volunteers?
Not me. I'm eating.
I'll go. I can go.
All right, Dean, you did Game Boy, correct?
Yeah, I kind of extended it a little bit because I had stuff that kind of dabbled in between. I did Game Boy Color and Game Boy because it's not the same system, but they were backwards compatible.
They were effectively the same platform.
Yeah.
They're roped together quite often. All right,
Yeah.
what do you got? What's
You
your
were going to say,
number 5
like,
pick?
I extended it a little bit, so I did Game Gear as well. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not
I
the fucking
just
thing.
did everything that
64,
yeah,
Saturn,
everything that had game in it, actually. So we might be here for a little bit. I have like
Gamecom.
about 70 entries.
Gamecast.
Made an exception for Watara Supervision.
Yeah, the Okama Game Sphere. Yeah, I really went out of my way to get everything. The first one is kind of 3 games packed into one, and you'll find out quickly why. The first one is Pokemon Heart Gold, not Heart Gold, Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Reason why they're all together is because they're essentially the same game, just you can get different things out of them. So I mean, we had the first era. We had Red and Blue, and that's what started it all, right? You know, the first 150, 151, if you count Mew, and it was big. It sent this thing off in so many different directions. We had the trading cards after that. We had the show, and what was next? And next was this game. So not only did Gold and Silver add 100 more Pokemon, we had I think 251 after this. You had lots of new features that became staples in future games. You had stuff like day and night cycles, which is amazing to think that was in just the second series of games. You had Pokemon breeding that was added in. What else did you have? Like things we even take for granted, like really small things, like the sprites moving around in the battle scenes. That started here. In the first game, you just had static images, and like they kind of shifted when you attacked each other, or maybe like a little fire icon came out of them. This really was like a huge step forward, maybe not graphically, but technologically in every other way. This was really a big jump. And not to mention, it was on the Game Boy Color, so it was displayed in color. And it was really cool to see, like, nighttime wasn't exactly nighttime because we didn't have, like, an LED backlit thing for the system. It was displayed through colors. So when you had nighttime, it was displayed through like a purple tone. And then when you had like daytime, it was brighter tones. And it was really cool to see those things as a kid, because I remember playing this as an 11-year-old, and like it was amazing. Like all these new things, not to mention, I didn't get to the best part of it. After you beat the first 8 gyms, you get to go back to the original stomping grounds of Red and Blue and play the original 8 gyms of the game, which I thought was a really neat addition, a nice callback. And honestly, I don't think anything's been done like that since. So this comes in as my I didn't have really any order for these because I love all of these games equally, and I feel like this is just a must-have list, period, for anyone. It's like not up for debate. There's no number to them. They're just all must have. So yeah, that's my first one. Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal.
Pokemon had to be on that list.
Right.
You are correct. That's an absolute must.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, Red and Blue are great. It did start, I would say more or less a genre, because this is just more than RPGs. It's this, whole collecting thing going on too. But this really was a big step that I think was necessary, because if this wasn't successful, Pokemon could have just be written as a one-off, but it wasn't. This showed that this was, a series that was here to stay. It wasn't just something that couldn't be built upon. They really did go so much more forward with this game.
I concur.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna keep going then. Seems like everybody else just agrees generally. With that
I mean,
one.
it's Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, even I
okay.
know that.
All right.
Yes, makes sense.
The second one I had on here was the Mario Golf. I believe it was for Game Boy Color. I'm almost certain. Okay, Game Boy Color. This released like really, really close in tandem with Mario Golf 64, so much so that they actually had some communicability with the game, which I thought was really cool. I could go a little bit more in depth maybe after I talk about the actual Game Boy game a little bit, but instead of focusing on things that like typical golf games did at the time, like was just, versus modes, maybe the courses, or like just even graphics, because most things that, were golf related were on like console. We did have like golf games on, I believe there's a Game Boy golf entry, and there were probably other ones too, but they were pretty simplistic. Mario Golf was like just it's a genre starter. It became the striking point for a whole series of games that people really revere, which is this like partial RPG, partial golf game. And it's really cool to play through. This game, you're not a Mario character, but you're in a Mario world or setting, and you're at a golf club, and you want to get on some sort of pro tour, and you're working your way up from the bottom. So you can kind of see how you can level up and get points and things and get different clubs and whatnot, and just generally like work your way through the game. And it leads for a lot more replayability than just, you know, a simple golf game where, you know, you're going through the courses and whatnot, and maybe you're just doing a couple matches. And if you're not really just anything beyond a golf enthusiast, maybe that's not for you. But with Mario Golf, it took a lot of those mechanics and worked it into something else that was a lot more palatable for just a general audience. And I mean, again, it's just a must-have, because for a portable system, this title goes a really long way.
Nice.
Yeah, Mario Golf is fucking great.
Yeah, it's a really interesting game. Like, and they've kind of been, at least the audience has really been chasing that game ever since it came out.
Right,
like,
right.
Okay,
And they've never nailed it since. Honestly,
they've never just gone whole hog with it. It's kind of weird.
No matter how bad that the community wants it. And, you know, there were a lot of fun things in the Lost Mario Golf game, and I played a lot of it, like a disgusting amount. But it's at the end of the day, it's just a golf game. You know, there's nothing that much more to it. It did have a little bit more of a story, and you could level up your character, but it wasn't anything like what this game was. And again, honestly, if you've never played this and, you know, you're a kid listening to us, just firstly, sorry for the language. You really shouldn't be listening to us. And secondly,
who are your parents? What, Tim? Parents are fucking absent, kids.
No,
sorry.
Yeah, seriously. But find this game. Find this game and play it. If you like golf games, or you think you might like golf games, this is a perfect game to find out if you do. This is your gateway into more golf games. It's perfect for something like that. Okay, next one. I'm gonna circle back to the one I had next, because it's an obvious one, so I'm gonna go to a less obvious one. I want to talk about DK94 for the Game Boy. That game is the bee's knees. Kris turned me on to this game like a while back, and after I played it, it is so fucking cool, especially because the beginning few levels are like a complete red herring, and it opens up into so much more. It's funny because I think this is like the last true, I don't want to say true, but like Donkey Kong arcade style game. I don't think they really made anything after this. And Kris, can you correct me if I'm wrong here?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. They didn't make any Donkey Kong arcade style games after this?
Well, like, yeah. I don't remember anything after this that was like too much, or like that was advertised as like, you know, Donkey Kong, really. Because after this, it's mainly, you know, Donkey Kong's Donkey Kong Country after this.
Well, Mario vs. Donkey Kong was a sequel to this.
Right, but that's different, no?
Well, the first one is that's an interesting thing. The first one is very much like Donkey Kong 94, with the minis being this little thing that they added to it that you do occasionally, and then after Mario versus Donkey Kong, the minis became more of the focus, and it kind of evolved from there. But the one that's being remade for Switch is a direct sequel to this Donkey Kong 94 game.
So that's actually
and plays very much like it.
Okay, because I've actually never played that one. Then
you should play that one. It's very it's not as good as DK94, I don't think, but it is a very interesting game. It's very cool.
Speaking of which, like, DK94 is just a great game. There's a huge amount of levels in this title, and while it's like, you know, again, to me, well, so what was the gap between DK94 and this? Because there was probably a bigger gap, because didn't the next one release on Game Boy Advanced?
Yes.
Okay,
Mario vs. Donkey Kong was 2004.
Yeah, so that 10 years then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so big leap between. So this is like, if you were living in the moment, this was the last, like, actual arcade sort of Donkey Kong game that you were getting on anything that was a portable for a while. And I mean, it was a super memorable game, and like it had a lot of iconic gameplay. And honestly, it just made you realize, like, and even now that arcade games are still fun, and like even in a portable like shell, they are great. And like, I think it's perfect to take on the road and have pick up and put down gameplay for. So that's why I had DK94 on the list. Is just, I think it's one of those perfect games that you can have on the go and just not invest as much time into as something like Pokemon and Mario Golf that we were just talking about, where you probably need to put maybe an hour or two in each time you play them.
And it was also it was the showcase for the Super Game Boy, but
that game is great on the Super Game Boy.
That final boss battle is so cool with the giant Donkey Kong. I just finished this one, playing through this one again a couple of weeks ago. It's just a ridiculously good game, and honestly, I feel like that's the one that should have been remade before Mario versus Donkey Kong. But yeah, I guess Mario versus Donkey Kong kind of needed it a little bit more. I don't know. Donkey Kong 94 is a fascinating thing because Donkey Kong Country came out that same year. It came out a few months later, right? If I remember correctly, DK94 was in the summer, and then Country came out in November.
And what would have happened if Country, bombed? Would we just have a different representation of Donkey Kong entirely?
Yeah, because the thing about DK94 is that it doesn't incorporate, with the exception of the necktie, it doesn't really incorporate any of the reinventions of the characters that were then established later that year. So DK Jr.'s thing, Donkey Kong still looks kind of like Donkey Kong. Pauline is help. It really follows all of that formula, and I love how it remixed. It brought in elements of Donkey Kong Jr. into the game. Yes. It established a lot of the stuff that would later show up in like Super Mario 64 of how acrobatic Mario was. This was the most acrobatic he had been up to this point, which is a huge difference over the original Donkey Kong, where if he fell at a height higher than his own, then he'd instantly die. I think this one's a masterpiece. Are you doing these in any kind of order, or these are just five?
It's just five. I think they're all great games, and I think they're all must-haves. So I could not put them in an order. I tried, but like I love them all so much.
So you wussed out on us, okay? Because I've been over here struggling. My top five, put them in order.
No, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you them all, and I'll put them in an order then.
All right.
All right, so the next one is Super Mario Land 2. And I was originally going to go with Super Mario Land, but like that game did a lot for the portable. I think Super Mario Land's a great game, but Super Mario Land 2 improved on Super Mario Land every single way. The power-ups were better.
I like Mario Land better, but Mario Land 2 is the better game, no question.
Yeah, like I have rose-colored glasses for Super Mario Land. I 100% do, but the detail to Super Mario Land 2, even though it like operates slower, or anyway I feel, or maybe at like a lower frame rate, there's so much more detail in everything, and I guess it's because the playfield's like a little bit more zoomed in that it feels that way, but it just feels so good. I remember playing that now, and it's so tight. The power-ups in that game are in actually both portable games are very unique, but in this one they're like far more descriptive and like kind of show off a lot more creativity for just game design in general. The last thing to mention about the game is the big boss in it is, I guess it's not, should I say spoilers? It doesn't matter.
I don't think it was in the commercial for the game for crying out loud.
Okay. All right. So the big boss is it's the first appearance of Wario. So like, it's really, really cool to see the original design for him because like it's different. And he's so much. He's a lot bigger, I believe, in this game as like the boss fight, right?
Yeah, he's a very big dude.
Yeah, Yeah, and it's a very memorable boss fight, and all the stuff before that is super memorable. Like, every single level is themed, and it's themed in such a way that is really cool. All the music's super catchy. And yeah, like, it's a really fun game. It has a bunch of mini games for, like, to get power-ups and stuff. There's not many better platformers on that system. So yeah, 100% recommend playing Super Mario Land 2. It's one of my favorites.
So this one felt like a Mario game, other than where Super Mario Land felt like a platformer.
Yes, yeah, I would agree.
Absolutely loved it.
I mean, yeah, it's obviously it had the benefit of several years of technological advances in learning how to program on the Game Boy. And it was post Super Mario World, and the way that they visually made it more similar to that game was very impressive. I did like all the different worlds. They were such interesting play, like the Pumpkin Zone and the Mario Zone and the Macro Zone. Like they did a lot of really weird creative things with that, and it looks so much more Mario. But I don't know that I agree that it plays so much more Mario. It still has very different physics from any other Mario game. Mario Land, I would say it may be a little bit further removed just because of how kind of janky it was as just a very simplistic game. But all the physics in Super Mario Land 2 are still very different from. Like, he doesn't have the same weight. The spin move is a spin jump is done by pressing down while you're in the air. All the enemies don't move much at all. Like everything's just moving very slowly towards you in very, very simplistic patterns. Even pipes work differently, like you go through the pipe and it goes doom doom just twice instead of 3 times like every other Mario game, and then it just scrolls you through to see you coming out the other side most of the time. It's an extraordinary game. I don't disagree with just about anything he said, except maybe the power-ups themselves. Like, the power-ups weren't really. Yeah, you had your star, you had the fireballs. Like, you didn't have fireballs in the first one because programming the Super Ball to just move in straight lines is considerably easier for the Game Boy handheld. But you had Super Balls and fireballs and the bunny ears. But like,
bunny ears. What was Mario Bunny?
Well, but like, they were just the raccoon tail minus the ability to attack with them. Like, they didn't do anything different.
Well, yeah, but bunnies are better than raccoons.
It was still something cool, and I mean the idea, like, you had the spaceship level or the submarine level, I think. So I'm kind of counting that stuff too. They were just very creative with how they did things in that game, and they
did, yeah. And in the first Mario Land, where you get the submarine level and the airplane level, like that's awesome.
Yeah. So
great choice.
Yeah, and I just think overall it was a step up in everything from Mario Land 1 to 2. And I love the first one. I remember playing that on my best friend's Game Boy, and I could not get enough of it. I wanted a Game Boy immediately after that because that was the coolest game. That and Tetris, so freaking cool. But so let me get to the last game here before we get too long, because I know we have everyone to go through.
2, correct?
What was that?
It's Bubsy 2.
Yeah, it's definitely Bubsy 2. No, so the last game, which, I mean, I'd be stupid if I left it off, was Legend of Zelda DX. And I mean, it wouldn't have mattered if I picked the original over this one. It's I'm not going to say it's exactly the same game. There were some improvements in DX. They added a dungeon and stuff, so that's why I went with that one. It's in color, so that's great. But it's Legend of Zelda on a portable, and it's awesome. I played this on the Game Boy when it first came out. I played it later when I was a teenager, I don't know, when I was in high school. And then I played it on the Switch not too long ago for the remake, and it's awesome. It's always awesome. It really just all around, it just plays to all the Game Boy strengths. It's an awesome game. No, that's not the only Zelda game on the Game Boy, is it?
If you're including Game Boy Color, no. The Oracle of Ages and Season were in Game Boy Color.
I do think it's still one of the most top tier games on the Game Boy or Game Boy Color for that matter. And I think if you wanted to play a Zelda game, it is up there as a must play Zelda game, especially like if you're into kind of going back and seeing all the history and stuff. It's a tentpole title. It's definitely a must play. It's got a really cool story to it. I'm not too sure there's too much to say without getting like too in depth into the game, because it's Zelda. It just is. And I mean, at a time where
it's just good.
Well, and it really just is. And when it comes down to it, when you're looking back at it, it comes at a time where, you know, we're looking back at it now and it's like, oh yeah, I mean, of course it's good because it's fucking Zelda. But back then it wasn't, oh, it's fucking Zelda. It was
Sounds like he's mocking you,
it
Dan.
was different. Well,
Dean, what was it?
it's fucking Zelda.
It's a Homestar Runner over here.
I've been known to make a Homestar Runner appearance or two. But yeah, like it was at a different time where it wasn't a proven thing. Yes, it was popular and it was successful, but it wasn't as successful or established as a franchise as it is now. So it just really drove home all those things. And I mean, there's nothing else I need to say. You need to play that game. That's why it's on the list. So, I mean, obviously, you guys, please say your piece and then I'll number them.
Yeah.
So I love you, Dean. I do. And I'm drunk now, officially. So if I fucking missed it, I'm sorry. Did you just do a Game Boy Color and Game Boy list and not say Tetris in your top 5?
I did.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
but it's
Okay.
because, well, I'm going to say there's an honorable mentions, and yes, I'll rattle them off real quick. Tetris DX, Pokemon Trading Card Game, Pokemon Pinball, Mario Picross, and Hatris, just for funsies, are 5 that you should definitely look at because they're also good games, but 5 is 5, and I could keep rattling them off all day. There's so many great games on the Game Boy, but I'm not going to argue with you.
It's your list. It's not. It's your list.
It might be wrong for you,
Dean,
but
Dean,
you
it's
know,
your list, but it's
like,
wrong.
Yeah.
Your list is wrong. Dean, I'm saying this.
Take it
Dean,
out.
Dean,
I'm just saying.
it's your
So
list.
since I'm a nut bar, I also did a top 5 for your guys' categories.
What?
Because why not?
Wow.
And I didn't have Tetris on mine either.
Someone's a go-getter.
How is that fucking possible?
Because
That's
Tetris is
Mario.
on so many other things, Dan. You can play Tetris on fucking anything. Why am like, yes, the one on the Game Boy is
But
great.
it is the Game Boy game.
No, Dan,
like,
there's
it
so
is.
many. There's so many other versions now that I could play that are arguably better than that version. I'm not going to play that version when I could play all these other great games that are on there that are definitely more tentpole versions of their games. Yes, Tetris DX is arguably should be on the list, but I had to leave something off, and I left it off. I'm sorry.
All right, Kris, where do you stand on this?
I try not to stand on Game Boy games. I don't want to break them. You're welcome.
Is this a fucking bread scoop situation again?
I think so.
No. I mean, I would personally do Tetris DX over the original Tetris.
Whatever.
I would agree if one had to go on.
So your games were Donkey Kong, Mario Land 2, Pokemon,
Bubsy 2.
Zelda, and what was the 5th one?
Blacks.
Mario Golf.
Mario Golf, yes.
Mario Golf. Honestly, I would probably take Mario Land 2 off of the list to put Tetris DX on there. I do think Mario Land 2 is a great game, but if I'm thinking back to the amount of time I spent on my Game Boy Color in specific, like I spent so much time with Tetris DX. It had that save function where you could just shut it off and it would pick back up when you turn it back on again. Like that would just be my personal pick, though. But like, yeah, it's your list, and I don't disagree with anything that you picked. Like,
No, I
get it, yeah.
I respect your opinion because, like, I mean, it's tough. You got to kill one of your children at that point. But I will say I didn't grow up with Tetris DX. I did, however, get on the DS when it came out, that version of Tetris, and that
Tetris
one,
yes, wonderful.
That one I would recommend. Like, that would be on my list for a DS one, 100%.
Yeah, if I made a top 5 on DS, that would probably make that list too.
And like, honestly, that's a top 5 Tetris game. Also is Tetris DX, and they're probably neck and neck right there. But like, as far as a really fun Tetris game, that is 100% like incredible. So yeah, it's just hard. You know, something had to stay on, something had to stay off. And you know, also, okay, all right. I would go number 5 is going to be
Wrong.
DK94. Number 4 is going to be Mario Golf. Number 3 is going to be Pokemon. No, it's going to be Super Mario Land 2. Number 2 is going to be Pokemon, and number 1 is going to be Legend of Zelda.
Solid.
Okay.
Yahtzee.
Yeah.
All right.
I did it, guys. Now you guys do it.
All right.
I want
Who's
to
up
judge
next?
your guys' fucking list. Go ahead. I'm gonna jump in 1st game.
I'll go next. Man, I'm
not going to judge you. I love you. Go ahead. Go
judge
toss
away.
your games.
So my console was arcade cabinets. Now, the reason I chose that is because when I was younger, I didn't play Nintendo till well after it came out, and I was way behind. But when I was growing up, Staten Island, there was this arcade at the mall that I would dump so much goddamn money into. It was ridiculous. So these are my top 5 arcade cabinet games for me, not best ever, because that list is way different. But these are the ones that mean the most to me, that I will only play. A couple of these games are available on console version as well, but I will only play these via cabinet. My first one
is it Ninja Baseball Batman?
No,
Just 5 times.
It is not. It is not.
Fuck.
So my first,
Michael Jackson.
the first game that I picked was literally my first arcade video game memory, and it is Burger Time.
Oh shit! Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So good.
I honestly think this was literally the first video game that I played, and it was in a pizzeria, Pal Joey's Pizzeria in Staten Island, and it was the table version, not the the stand up. It was like you sat down at it.
Yeah.
And I have, Burger Time. This ain't rocket surgery, okay? You dude, ladders,
Burger Time,
just running over shit. It was just mindless fun, and I've tried to play this game repeatedly via console, and it just doesn't translate for me. Like, I don't feel the same way about it. But anytime I go to an arcade, I will look for these 5, and 9 times out of 10, Burger Time is in that retro arcade, and I will just spend as much time as I possibly can. It's just fun. It's a good time. I don't know very much about the characters or anything. It's just a cook. You're making burgers with your feet. It's fucking disgusting.
Don't judge Ron Burger Time like that, okay?
But yeah,
Ronald B. Burger.
Ronald B. Burger. There's a restaurant, the town next to mine, called Burger Time, and everything is in pixelated font, and they have a couple machines. It's fucking great.
Isn't that
Their burgers are $20 because fuck you, but it's whatever. It's worth it.
That's the pixelation for you.
Yeah.
There was a florist here
name
called
is
Sonic
Peter
Bloom.
Pepper, by the way. Peter Pepper.
Peter Pepper making the burgers. Yep, that's correct. But yeah, that was
this is a great choice. I adore Burger Time. It is a phenomenal arcade game. I first played it on NES, and I rather like the NES port. I do. Then I played the arcade game, and it was like, well, yeah, this is the shit right here. And
it's so weird.
It's hard.
It is.
It's so hard. It is a tough game. But man, when you actually pull off when you flatten a piece when there's an enemy on it and the whole thing just goes down and down and down. It's like, oh, it's so rewarding. That game's spectacular.
As I was making this list, I came to realize that I really enjoyed quarter eaters. Like, all of my games that I have chosen are not easy. Like, I don't think I've seen the end of any of them.
So you're a masochist.
I'm pretty sure there isn't an end to Burger Time. If there is, it's one of those kill screens.
If there's a fucking kill screen to Tetris, there's a kill screen to fucking Burger Time. We just need some fucking 14-year-old cunt. Fucking
nothing else to do.
There it is.
All right, Dan.
Was that number 3?
That's a live round there.
All right, so that was number 5.
We've been watching a lot of British TV. I'm sorry. Apologize.
Number 4 for me. Okay. This game I played because it was my first connection to actually seeing a game from a movie. And it was so unique for me because it looked different than everything else in the room, and it is Tron.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tron,
that is a crazy looking machine.
Right?
The cabinet.
The cabinet is amazing. It was that neon blue, like neon is. It was like clear blue, like everything was transparent blue, and it was.
That's the walk-in one.
No. This was the one that I'm talking about had the joystick with the trigger,
joysticks, yeah,
and a turn knob.
Yeah.
Because it had 4 games to play, and super simple, all Vectrex style looking shit, and it was outside of Light Cycle was pretty much nothing like the movie. But the cabinet looked fucking amazing.
I just want to play Space Paranoids, goddammit. It's not here.
It's a fond memory for me. It was also infuriating that the cone one where you just walked back and forth. Like, it was very, very few things made sense in the game, but it was fun and it was entertaining and it looked great for what it was supposed to be, because it was the effects for the light cycle were very similar to the ones that were in the movie, and it just tied it in for me a lot, and I enjoyed the hell out of that game. So that was
another great pick.
Yeah. So okay. Number 3.
I'm terrible at that game, by the way. Absolutely, I'm just shit at Tron. I never got to play it when I was a kid, so I only played it for the first time when I was an adult, and I'm just fucking awful at that game. I mean, it's cool as hell.
I don't know anybody that's actually good at it, like top tier Tron player. Billy of course,
Billy Mitchell's the best
at everything.
So good.
Oh yeah,
Tron.
yeah. We were talking about him earlier. He's awesome.
My
Love
next
that guy.
choice may be. I think this is more fondly remembered on console than it is in cabinet, but I don't like it on console. I really, and I'll explain why. The next one is Track and Field. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, you're wrong. It's more fondly remembered as an arcade game, as far as I know.
Now, the only connection I have to this outside of cabinet is the pad shit for Nintendo. Like that, I hated that shit. Way too much.
Totally different game. Not even related. Different company, different everything.
Cool.
That's world class track meet. Track and Field, the arcade game.
Now this, I don't understand how any of these cabinets survived the 80s. Because
I don't think they did.
All you did was throw a quarter in and beat the ever living shit out of it. Like, just that's all it was. There was no. All right, maybe there's slight skill involved, but it was bang the 2 buttons as fast as you can, and then hit the third one at the correct time.
That's the skill.
That was
the
it.
Skill. It's, how much finesse can you apply to beating the shit out of an arcade machine?
And that was the thing. Like, now going into a barcade, you'll never see this because they don't exist anymore. They are so bruised and battered that, a really good, like down here they have barcades, which it's, like 12 video game machines and a lot of beer. Like up north,
that's great,
which is fine. but I like going to arcades, and you
Yes.
know, like where did we have your birthday, Chris?
Yestercade. They have a track and field machine
because
there.
that is an arcade. You're going there for arcades, and that's the kind of place you'll find this in. I mean, you get your high jump, your hammer throw, the hurdles, javelin. I hated the fucking long jump because I never got it. I always was off. And then the 100-meter dash, which is just beat the shit out of the button. It's just fun. These are good, entertaining, stupid games. It did show up on a bunch of platforms after the fact, but like I said, anytime I tried to play this outside of the console, it just did not work for me.
Evan, have you played Donut Dodo?
No.
I was thinking the same thing.
No, I have not.
You need to play Donut Dodo.
Okay.
It's probably, I'm pretty sure it's on PS4. It's got to be. It's like
so.
it's very Burger Time. It takes some cues from Burger Time.
Okay. All right.
It is a modern game that is so perfectly emulates a classic game. It's ridiculous. You got to try it. It's called Donut Dodo. It's only a couple of bucks. You'll love it.
Dognut. You got it. I will check it out. Okay, so my second, or like my fourth pick, but like top two for me. Okay, this is my second favorite game in arcade is Arkanoid.
Ooh,
Yes.
very
Okay.
nice. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
Arkanoid is a phenomenal game because it did Block Breaker better. Okay.
Yeah.
There were a lot of block breakers. There were a couple of block breaker style games before this, but Arkanoid fine-tuned it and did it well. The turn, what is it? What, the knob, whatever that is, the rotation knob was
Spinner, yeah.
it was on a good cabinet, was so sensitive that you could play properly. Like anytime you hit home console, or like if you, God help you try to do it with a D-pad, not working. It doesn't translate. Trying to do it on a touchscreen, like on a phone, just go fuck yourself. Arkanoid just did it perfectly.
It needs the paddle. It needs the spinner.
Yeah.
Which is why when they originally released it on NES, they made a controller just for that game. There was a spinner made specifically for Arkanoid for NES.
Have you ever tried it with a mouse?
No, I've tried block breakers with. I have a rollerball on my, like, it just doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, the rollerball doesn't really do it. The mouse actually isn't too bad. In fact, there's a Super Nintendo Arkanoid game, Arkanoid Do It Again, which is phenomenal, and you can play it with the Mario Paint mouse, which is
dope.
It's the second best way to play that besides using a spinner, as far as I'm concerned. It's not as good as. There's nothing like going to the arcade machine, because the thing about the spinner on Arkanoid cabinets is they're so metallic. They have that really almost clunky, like very metal sound to it when you spin those things. Like it's like an industrial.
It felt
spinner,
like there were gears inside the machine. Like that.
Yeah,
it
you
wasn't
play the
just
paddle games on 2600 and it's all plastic, and that thing is metal. It's got weight to it. It's phenomenal. Great pick.
I want to make one of those.
All right, now. My all-time favorite cabinet arcade game it means more to me than just video game. And you'll understand in a second what I mean by that, because if you know me, I am not really a big video game player. But what I am is a comic book guy. Okay? I love me some art.
Can I guess?
Go ahead.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Is it Dragon's Lair?
It's Dragon's Lair, baby.
I knew it.
Love and hate this game with the passion and fire of 1,000 suns. It was such a simple theory, but I have never ever been more frustrated with anything in my entire life. The art is so beautiful and the story is so much fun, but God help you if you were a millisecond off, just frustration, quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter. It was the first time I realized that art translated through multiple mediums. Like, I'd seen cartoons on TV, and it just never clicked that I could be in control. I air quote that. I'm in control of a video game. I'm in control of that artwork. Sort of.
Yeah, kind of.
And it was, I mean, it's Don Bluth. It's like some of the best art you'll ever see in any medium. Like, legit.
It's a real eye catcher too. You walk into an arcade, especially back then, nothing else looked like
Nothing.
that. There was no game in the arcade that looked anything like that. You could just spot that thing from a mile away, and it didn't matter if the game was good at that point. It was just such an experience to put a quarter in and be like, "Holy crap! I am controlling this." You know, once you realize you're basically they released that game on DVD because all it takes is the DVD remote, the actual just your DVD remote to be able to play that game. Like, that's how simple this game is.
But it's so good. It's so pretty.
Basically, it's just navigating the prettiest menu imaginable, but it doesn't matter because it's so beautiful. It's fun.
It was like it was the beginning of QuickTime events for me. Like, it's
Accurate.
and super unforgiving. You knew right away when you fucked up because that artwork fucking showed you. You became a skeleton. You disintegrated. And then they, the Space Ace, I think, was the next one.
Yes.
And it was just more of the same for me. Like, I loved that shit. It was more about the look than the gameplay, because if you judged this game solely on its gameplay, no one would ever fucking play it because it was just that difficult and that unforgiving. But it was very, very pretty. So there you go. There's my top 5 arcade cabinets for a guy who doesn't play video games. I think I did pretty fucking good.
It's not bad. It's not a bad list, Evan.
Appreciate that.
That's an outstanding list, yeah.
There's a distinct lack of Ninja Baseball Batman.
Well, see, like, so
I'll allow it.
there was those were more modern, like Golden Axe.
Yeah.
Like, I will play the shit out of that. I will play original Mortal Kombat. Like, there are certain games that you go and you like in the arcade. But I've played Golden Axe, Simpsons. I've played all of those more on console. And it's what, there was one, it looked like a periscope thing.
Battlezone.
That was another one that I just played every time I found it. I couldn't remember the name of it. But it's
Paperboy's a big one for me because no home conversion of Paperboy can replicate those bike handlebar controllers, you know?
And I will agree with that, but those bike handlebars were like 8 out of 10 times were fucked in any arcade that you went to. They just flopped around. It didn't work right. And I love sit down racing games. Like, but like, it's yeah, you fucking double stomp that pedal, it's a racing game. Like, I played that more on console. So there you go.
Yeah, good picks.
Appreciate it.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, we may as well follow it up with our third guest, Mike.
Okay, so my number 5 is Batman the video game.
For NES, we're talking.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Big
All
fat
right,
man
Batman.
strut.
Is that
Such a good fucking game.
that purple Batman?
Yep.
Yeah.
Purple
That
Batman's
purplish
solid.
blue. Yep.
Batman spelled backwards is Namtab.
Wow.
The more you know.
Fuck up. What's wrong with you?
So I was going back and forth with what I was going to do. It was between that or Ninja Gaiden. Because, like, I needed... And so I played way more of Ninja Gaiden, but, like, I beat Batman way more. And I had a more enjoyable experience. Because there's a lot of shit in Ninja Gaiden that you're like, yo, fuck this bird.
Yeah.
Not as much as that in Batman. You know, it only really gets hard towards, like, the very tail end of the Batman game.
Batman, less bird fuckery than Ninja Gaiden.
Box quote. Nice.
Okay, let's move on to my number 4. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, The Manhattan Project.
Okay. All right. I'm familiar
I
with it.
absolutely needed a beat 'em up I prefer this over Double Dragon, Mighty Final Fight. Wasn't really a lot of they didn't really hone in on, I think, the beat 'em up genre until 16-bit.
That's fair.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It was extremely limited.
Double Dragon's on Atari 2600, but that's not where you should play it.
No, not
But
even
it
close.
should be.
So, my number 3, Kirby's Adventure. The
Solid.
first time you
Oh,
felt like
yes.
Kirby. Because Game Boy, it was just sucking and blowing. That's it.
Very simple game. Well, this was the second Kirby game. It was
Forgot his abilities.
Such an expansion.
Yeah.
The first Kirby's Dream Land on Game Boy is a tiny game. It's wonderful. I love it, but it's a very, very quick, short game.
Yeah.
Kirby's Adventure is humongous. It's gorgeous. It does a lot of awesome technical stuff. But that last boss fight against the Nightmare, with all the parallax scrolling and stuff going on, is astounding.
Huge technical feat.
Killer
what was that?
soundtrack, great
93?
animation. Yeah, it was a later NES
Yeah,
game.
so that they were able to put some time into it and realize what their limitations actually were.
really pushed the NES. Amazing game.
I would be so much more into Kirby if one of the games was called Suckin' and Blowin'.
I'd buy that for $1.
Right?
So let's get in the modding community. That's all I'm saying.
It's a lot of money in that now. Just put it onto a cart, boom.
Dunzo.
Done and done.
Kirby suck and blow.
So my number 2 is the best Mega Man game on the NES, and that would be Mega Man 3.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. I love you so much, Mike, but god damn it, you're wrong.
You could put your Mega Man 2 with all of your extra scooped out bread.
Whoa! Shade being
Mega Man 2 is great, but it's no Mega Man 3.
You're right. It's better. This whole list
You
is
monster.
suspect.
I love you, Mike.
It's Mega Man 2 is too easy. You get Metal Blade, and it's a joke.
I mean, that is actually the most fair argument that I've ever heard. Kris has never articulated it that well. He's always just been like, but Mega Man 3's better because I'm Kris. I'm like, that's not a good argument. It's a fucking terrible argument.
That sounds exactly like Kris.
It's not a terrible argument.
Doesn't
it's an
it?
amazing argument. It's 100% correct. Mega Man 3 is better because I'm me.
Because I'm Doug.
Do it, Doug.
Sodamente, Doug.
Solamente Doug.
So I'm going to ask you guys what my number 1 is.
Double Dare.
Fuck Double Dare.
Castlevania.
Can I have a fucking sealed copy
Dictionary.
of Double Dare for NES?
Why not?
Evan, you were
Why
correct.
wouldn't you?
I mean, I'm not
And
new here.
Eddie from Joker's Child gave it to me.
Really?
Yeah, he's like, here, I have this game. Like, I don't know why you have this game. Why? Okay, I'm not going to turn down a sealed copy
I'll
of Double
take
Dare
it.
for NES, but there it is. It's a thing.
So he had a sealed copy of Double Dare, but the first time he played Mega Man was at your house.
No, I'm pretty
How-
sure that was
how-
Evan.
What?
No, that was Eddie. 100%. I remember you brought out your your Wii and you had the GameCube one, and you're like, "This is gonna feel weird because it's backwards." It was at one of your parties.
Oh, wow. I guess that was. I'm pretty sure Evan also played Mega Man for the first time at my house, and he got really angry at it because it's really hard.
Yeah, it is
No,
really
I
hard.
played Mega Man before your house.
Bananas. The bananas.
Kris is always whipping out his hard Wii at his parties. It's a fucking childish joke, but I'm not going to let it go.
Still funny. And of course, my number 1 is Castlevania. Not Castlevania 3. It's Castlevania. That is
Not
the best
Simon's
Castlevania game. No, fuck that. I'm excited to play. I'm excited to play the whatever Simon's Quest, whatever. Not Simon's Quest.
Yeah, that looks awesome. That looks great.
Quest.
Adventure of Simon Quest. Oh, yeah. Well, of course it was going to be Castlevania.
How could it not be?
We thought
I was-
nothing
But
was
like I think you and I are somewhat similar in that too, Mike, in where like that Castlevania game, and I don't know, I've talked about it on the show of like not even realizing how much of an impact it had on me until like much later in life. Like, oh, I could trace all of this, like the horror shit I'm into and like horror punk music and like all of this shit. Oh, I could trace all this back to Castle, like not even realizing that this massive influence that this game had.
Yep.
Beating that game on stream and like
I remember watching you do that.
yeah, man, that was a lot of fun. That game is challenging, but it's definitely doable. And like honestly, it's a really good time. All the horror elements and stuff. And think about it, it's on the NES. Like this is a very, at the time, it's very powerful, but now it's a fairly antiquated system. But if you look at it, it's still a technical feat. They did a lot with it,
especially given its age.
Yeah,
87.
Castlevania was one of the first games to hit NES that really kind of evolved the medium.
Right.
It's like you're talking Castlevania, you're talking Rygar, right around the same time as Zelda, Metroid, and Kid Icarus. Like it was a true pioneer.
I'm sorry, 100%. I agree with everything you said, and I honestly, I mean, there would, if anything else was at the top of your list, like if you said Double Dare, I would have slapped you. I would have had to, but it was always going to be
Mike, change it now so you can come back up here and hang out.
I'll be. You know what? We'll have to talk after the show's over. I should be up soonish, but I guess we should keep moving on in the sake of rolling this
Time
forward,
skis.
right? Yeah.
All right, I'm going next, Chris, because let's be honest, everybody wants to hear your list last. It's okay.
Let's sort of move on.
No, it's all good. So I had a fucking impossible time. My top three were like set in stone because I'm doing PlayStation 1. So my top three were set in stone. Like, I think it's very easily predicted if you've listened to this show. But I really, really struggled with 4 and 5. And I didn't finalize the list until about 20 minutes before we recorded, mostly because I just didn't have any more time. And I was like, all right, fuck it. I guess this is just where I'm at. So number 5, top 5 PlayStation 1 games of all time is Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 is such a fucking wonderful, ridiculous, amazing game. The first Resident Evil was super cool, but it's janky as fuck. It's like it just has the worst fucking voice acting. Resident Evil 2 is not much better, but
there's no Jill sandwich.
Yeah, it was just
there's just no Jill sandwich.
sandwiches.
It was such a marked improvement over Resident Evil, and like getting the 2 adventures, it just a fucking mind-blowing game, and such a step forward, and kind of the way that you were talking about Castlevania, Mike, of like this was like, oh, like video games are kind of different. I felt that way with Resident Evil 2. Like it just felt like a bigger deal than what video games usually felt like. So number 5, Resident Evil 2. It was almost Neversoft Spider-Man. Honestly, truly, because
that's a good one.
Love that game.
First time actually feeling like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like I went back and forth between those two. Just I couldn't really what made my decision is that my number 4 game is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and I just didn't want to have 2 Neversoft games back to back. It's really what it came down to. The original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater is a game like I have never before or since spent so much time with one level of a video game because oh my God, specifically going to a fucking Pizza Hut. This is New Jersey, and I went to a fucking Pizza Hut on purpose and had to buy food there, which is just anathema for fucking people that live in this state. but just to get the demo of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and fucking play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater in that first competition level over and over and over again. And Jerry was a race car driver, and yes, he fucking was, and he drove so goddamn fast, and I played that game so goddamn much when it came out, and I loved it. And then Tony, and it was like, this is the best fucking video game ever made, let alone the best skateboarding game ever made. This is just about the most fun I've ever had playing a video game. And then Neversoft was like, fucking hold my dick. I will show you exactly what you want. And it's Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. And it was just such a fucking, again, much like Resident Evil 2, just such a leap forward with the addition of the fucking manual, or not the manual, the fuck. I'm drunk. What was it called? The revert, so you can fucking manual off of the tricks and extend your combo. It's just what a fucking game. What a fucking brilliant game.
That shaped so many people's music taste too.
My God.
The Tony Hawk Pro Skater series.
Yeah.
The soundtrack, it just fucking incredible. Like, just an absolutely mind-blowing fucking game.
Hearing Bad Religion in a game is just a great thing.
Right? Like, that's never a bad time.
Nope.
It's never a bad time. If we, I think for the next Pain in the Ass-a-thon, when we do it, we cut, because somebody could do this. I don't know how to fucking do it, but somebody could do it.
Oh, no.
Cut the music out of Bubsy. We put fucking Bad Religion in, and we just fucking roll through Bubsy.
Doesn't make it a better game. No.
I disagree entirely.
Yeah, go ahead. Try it.
Speaking of that, dance number 3 is Bubsy 3D.
100%. How did you know? Because it has a 3 in it. So I figured, fuck it. No. Number 3. And this was like, these 3 were easy. Number 3 is Final Fantasy VII. I've talked about that game a whole bunch over these last 500 episodes about how I feel like there are very, very few games in the history of this medium that were sea change moments in the industry. Like Link to the Past is one of those where it's like, oh, everything that we knew about video, like it's all fucking different now. You know, God of War, it's like, oh, everything's fucking different. Final Fantasy VII, walking through the Deptford Mall in Deptford, New Jersey, because they're bad at naming shit. They're just uncreative.
Is that where that mall is?
Son of a bitch. It's in Cherry Hill. It's weird. Walking through the Deptford Mall, and there was an electronics boutique on the first floor, and they had the GX TV? Is that the one with the fold-out speakers?
Yep.
They had the GX TV up at the front of the store with the Final Fantasy VII demo, and playing through that and watching the Leviathan summon for the very first time. It felt so new and adult and just important and big, and it was just this massive thing. And I know there's the argument within the fucking community about whether Final Fantasy 6 or 7 is a better game, and the shit that's going on with the remake and all of that stuff. None of that takes away from the fact of how gigantic of a moment Final Fantasy VII was in terms of graphics, in terms of storytelling, not to mention the fact that this was a Final Fantasy game that was exclusive to something other than Nintendo. It solidified Sony as a player in the, it's just a gigantic fucking moment and a wonderful game. Number 2 is Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Yeah.
If there, in my opinion, if there is a more perfect game that exists in the world, I don't know what it is. Strange that I wouldn't make it number 1 then.
I was about to say, don't you have, wait.
Yeah, you still have another
you
number.
have another.
I do, but I don't think
exactly what it is. But
of course you do. If anybody's listening to this show, you know what it is.
Definitely not a perfect game, but I understand.
And it's
why you
not
put
a
it on
perfect
it.
game. Yeah,
It's Ape Escape.
100%. Yeah, obviously, Parappa the Rapper.
Dual Shock.
What is Pad on PS1?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
It's guys. What's wrong with all of you?
God bless
What's wrong
the
with
ring.
you guys? It's guys. That should have been their slogan. They would have sold more. Castlevania Symphony of the Night, it's perfect. It's a perfect fucking game. It showed exactly what could have been done had more people not so stupidly and pig-headedly marched into everything's got to be fucking 3D. We have to 3D graphics, even if it looks like shit. We have to do it this way. It's beautiful. The soundtrack is incredible. The fact that when that first fucking time, I don't know that there are many moments in video gaming history, honestly, truly, that compared to that moment of realizing that once you beat Symphony of the Night, you're only halfway done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like that. Cool. That is such a fucking like, oh shit, okay. Like, just what a fucking moment. That game delivers on, it checks every goddamn box. But it's not number one because it's not Metal Gear Solid. and that's just on it. Like, this is my list. And I didn't even.
I'm not going to tell you were wrong.
Tell him he's wrong. Tell him he's wrong. Tell him he's wrong. Tell him he's wrong. Somebody tell him he's wrong.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
It's because it's my list. It wasn't even a question that it was going to be Metal Gear Solid, because like Kris just said, Metal Gear Solid is not a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination. There is some wonk and some bullshit and some nonsense, and I don't fucking care, because there is no game that I have ever played where the total is less than the sum of the parts. Right? This game, everything comes together in such a way that it's a fucking experience. It's not just a game. That's so fucking cheesy and ham-fisted to say shit like that, and I normally don't. But you're playing through this game, and Psycho Mantis starts reading off your fucking memory card, and if you're like me, that thought didn't even occur to you at first. You were like, oh, I see you like fucking Konami. Like, well, what the fuck?
You like Castlevania, don't you?
You like Castlevania. I do.
You're reckless.
Fuck you. How do you... Oh, my God. Like, and just not even thinking about, oh, it must just be reading because why would you fucking think that it was reading the memory card? Nothing had ever done shit like that before. There is just nothing in the world that is like Metal Gear Solid. And for that reason alone, it is my number one without question.
Well, you want to talk about games that shifted the conversation about what video games could be.
It was just different.
Final Fantasy VII was one of those watershed moments. Metal Gear Solid was another one of those. It was a massive, massive success because of just how much production value went into the voice acting. Of course, there's voice acting in video games before that, but there was not voice acting like this in games before that. There just wasn't. There was not with that level of care, that level of talent put into making that work. Was unbelievable. And to your point about similar to Final Fantasy, Metal Gear was that was an NES thing here in the United States.
Yeah.
That was so when Metal Gear Solid was a PlayStation exclusive, just like Symphony of the Night, it was like, wow, this is a pretty big hit for Nintendo diehards. But it was the right platform for it. It couldn't have been done on any other platform. There's no other platform utilized the CD-ROM medium quite the way that the PlayStation did. And you've got stuff like playing through Metal Gear Solid. That obviously the Psycho Mantis one was a big one, right? That was a huge moment. I think I figured it out sooner because of because of Star Tropics. Because Star Tropics was the first game. Star Tropics had that letter that you would dip in the water.
Yeah.
Right. And then when you're talking to Campbell about Meryl and he says, check the back of the box. I'm like, check the back of what? No.
Oh, the back of the game box.
And I pick up the game box and one of the screenshots, because I'd looked at the back of that box before I worked at the fucking Funko Land when we were selling that game. I had seen the back of that box before, and it never even occurred to me that screenshot was so specifically for that moment in the game. It's like, this is unreasonable. This is fucking nuts. That whole game is just completely insane. And it was before Kojima went so far off the rails that playing the games became this really, really heady experience. Like, there's still some of that in there for sure, but it wasn't quite so far out there.
He wasn't so far up his own ass. Like, make no mistake, I fucking love Kojima. This has been well documented on this show. But there is no dude that is further up his own ass, except for maybe the dude in charge of Team Ninja. What the fuck's that guy's name?
Oh, not anymore. But he's not in charge of that anymore.
But the sunglasses guy when he was like a thing. I can't remember.
Sunglasses and the cowboy hat, and he was.
I'm going to throw Tommy Tallarico into this conversation because that dude was.
But even
really
even that is different, right? And like, I really think with the explosion of Metal Gear Solid, maybe I'm wrong because like we still knew Miyamoto to a point, but I think I would credit Metal Gear Solid with the community at large paying a bigger attention to who the creators were behind these projects, because he became so identified, so intertwined with Metal Gear, right? That we started to know
doing that. He very much made a point of saying, this is a Hideo Kojima game, you know.
Mm-hmm. But that is where it became a thing of like, oh, this is a Yu Sukazaki game. I like that thing, and I know that thing much the same way, and I agree with him entirely. Much the same way of like, oh, there's a new Spielberg movie coming out. I'm going to go see it. I don't need to see a trailer. I don't fucking care what it's about. I like what that guy does, and it became. And this is like a personal thing and not to go too far off, but like power to creators and, you know, not corporations and that sort of thing. Kojima is what allowed creators to become bigger than corporations. And I think that also can't be understated when looking at the legacy specifically of this particular title. That is where that shit really fucking started. You know, now Miyamoto happens to be a very company guy, which is totally fine. That is his choice. That's what he wants to represent. But you don't get Igarashi without Kojima and Metal Gear Solid. I think. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
You don't get Finkel without Einhorn.
You don't get Finkel without Einhorn. It's a really good fucking game. I thought about putting Klax on there too. It's the second Klax reference I made tonight. It's a pretty good game. You should check it out.
No Spyro, no Crash?
No, they're okay. I don't even think they would make the top 10, honestly, because like number 6 would be Spider-Man for sure, and I can't really think about it too much further than that. It's a great fucking system. I'm pretty happy with my top 5. Fuck, Metal Gear Solid is good.
Yeah, the action figures for Metal Gear Solid, the McFarlane ones.
Mm-hmm. I have Meryl and Snake over on my video game shelf right now. They're fucking dope.
Before those, were there any like accurate action figures made based off video games, like better than those? I can't really think of it.
So
I don't know if it was before or after. I know there were some Street Fighter ones around that same time that were pretty big, like they were physically larger and very well detailed. I still have the Blanca, but I don't remember.
Oh yeah, your Blanca. I think that was after.
I think that was way after the hyper articulate. Like I have a Guile from that. I can't remember
with like the ball joint movement, right?
Yeah, but I think that was way after McFarlane stuff. I'm sure there were probably. I don't know if like Kotobayuki or any of the other like bigger Japanese toy companies were doing video game figures or statues, even like SH Figure Arts or any of those. I don't even know if they existed back then, honestly, because I mean we're talking a long fucking time ago, and up until that point, like you didn't really get that kind of hyper detailed thing because that's not what video games were.
Yeah.
Video games were Mario. You know, like, and you don't do a hyper detailed, articulated looking Mario, or at least certainly not back then.
I think McFarlane should do Mario figures.
I'd be into it. I'd buy one.
I'd buy that for
like,
$1.
The fucking Ashley Wood comics after that were fucking crazy. Like, it's just so good.
Very good list. I mean, there's definitely games. I don't know that there's these games would have beaten the ones on your list, but I mean, I'm thinking back to the stuff that I played on PlayStation 1. They definitely would have topped Spyro and Crash for me personally, but like Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
Soul Blade. God, Soul Blade was so good.
I like Soul Blade, but not on a PlayStation. Like on the PlayStation list, Street Fighter Alpha 3 and Tekken 3 would be way above Soul Blade. Soul Blade's good.
I personally like Soul Blade better than Tekken, but that's just a me thing.
Yeah.
What was
it's not so like Soul Calibur on Dreamcast. Like if I want to play, you know, if I want to play a Tekken game, I would go back to Tekken 3. I would go back to Street Fighter Alpha 3 on PlayStation. If I'm going to play Soul whatever, I'm going back to Soul Calibur on Dreamcast or Soul Calibur 2 on GameCube. You know,
Soul Reaver would also be pretty high on my list. Not the first Legacy came, but the first Soul Reaver on PS1 is outstanding. Obviously, Contra Legacy of War.
Just do that 5 times
with the 3D glasses.
Tomb Raider, like
Tomb Raider.
As shitty as that game looks now, and is problematic in this over sexualization of characters and all of those things. The impact of what Tomb Raider was and did is just, it's huge. Like the PlayStation list is very, very, I'm really happy that we decided to like cut it down to 5 because I was like, fuck, I don't know how I'd do a bigger list. Just these 5, because you just get so in the fucking weeds at that point. Like, where do you put Blasto? Blasto's got to be in there somewhere, you know.
It's tough.
X almost made my list.
X, fucking Vagrant Story, Legend of Dragoon. Like, the PlayStation is such an incredible system.
Wild Arms.
Oh, I love that Frogger.
So good.
Oh, dude, Frogger.
Really fucking good.
Frogger and Cubert. I friggin' love those games on PlayStation 1. They're honestly the ones I go back to like more than anything.
They're so good. I would probably put Siphon Filter in my top 10. I think that game's fucking incredible. Man, All right, I'll shut up. Chris?
Okay, all right.
What do you got?
This was tough because everything seems so obvious. And then it was like, all right, well, what order do I put them in and which ones do I cut out, right? I have 7 games that were just absolutely unavoidably
I have 7 games in my top 5.
So I had to cut. Deciding the 2 that I had to cut were just killers for me. So, all right, this is the order that I landed on. It is very difficult for me to put these in this order, but this is the order that I landed on. Number 5 is Chrono Trigger.
You're doing Super Nintendo.
Right, I'm doing Super Nintendo. Yeah. Forgot to say. Super NES. Chrono Trigger is number 5. Chrono Trigger is one of the best games I've ever played in my life. It is a masterpiece. It's gorgeous. I love the writing. I love the battle system. I love the story. I love the character designs. I love the monster designs. The soundtrack is unreasonable. Chrono Trigger is just a friggin' masterpiece. I always struggled with turn-based RPGs. Chrono Trigger was the first one that made me understand them. And once I did, then I was able to go back and play things like Final Fantasy III, and be able to appreciate them for what they were and understanding a turn-based battle system. Chrono Trigger is just it's such an exceptional game in every single respect. It's as fun to play today as it was back when it originally launched. Nothing has topped it. The closest I think anything's ever come to recapturing that magic was last year's Sea of Stars. Chrono Trigger is it's just all time. It's so goddamn good.
That's a dope game. Absolutely.
Is that the most creative that Akira Toriyama has been?
Oh, I don't know. He's done some pretty wacky shit in the Dragon Quest series, but I don't like that series all that much, so I can't say for sure. But I feel like Toriyama's character design work probably goes the hardest in the Dragon Quest series because he's been at it that series for such a long time. But he's come up with some really great. He came up with some great designs for Chrono Trigger, even if Chrono is basically Goku.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah,
Marl is Bulma.
Well, we were walking through the store today. Sorry, this just threw me off. The fucking Reese's Puff cereal has Goku on it.
Oh yeah,
I don't fucking know why.
Yeah, limited
That's weird. Why?
I don't think he'd eat that. And Goku would eat almost anything.
And Goku go hand in hand. They both are orange. The box
They're both
is
orange. Yeah.
No, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, that tracks.
It was between Golden Graham s'mores and Reese's Puffs with Goku. I mean, how do you make that decision? God. Anyway, sorry.
All right. Number 4. This was another... God, this game is so good. Number 4 is Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island.
Oh, yeah.
When I think back to the Super NES, there's obviously a lot of games come to mind of just like unbelievably amazing things. Yoshi's Island was such a strange turn for it's a weird sequel to Super Mario World, and it kind of isn't. I think pretty sure calling it Super Mario World 2 was all marketing. But nothing looks like this game. Nothing at all looks like this game. It has such a unique look. Games have tried to emulate this thing's look, including sequels to Yoshi's Island have tried to emulate this look of the handcrafted, hand-drawn, crayons and markers in the background look. But nothing quite hit it just as well as Yoshi's Island did. The animations were unbelievable, and the incorporation of the polygonal effects with the FX chip, like the walls that would fall down at you, the strange gelatinous cube, all the bosses being enormous, the Raphael the Raven boss fight, the final boss fight against baby Bowser, where he's this giant Godzilla in the background, you're throwing eggs. It is such a game. It is one of the few games that you can tell was just made with such an unbelievable amount of love, not just because it's obvious, but also because there's a friggin' message about it in the game. There's a hidden room that you get to, and there's one of those little talkie blocks, and it's just a message from the creators being like, we poured our hearts and souls into making this game. We hope you like it because this means everything to us. And you can just see that. I remember seeing the box art for it and that big blue creature, the Nepa Nut, and then you see it in the game and it looks just like it. And it's moving unbelievably smoothly, right? Because you've seen games with larger than life sprites before, or big creatures moving around, but never like this. It was such a technological masterpiece. The music was sensational. One of the things that sticks out to me too about this one, something that's really hard to be impressive with, in my humble opinion, is cave levels. I feel like cave levels have always bored me in games, even when they're good games otherwise. Like the cave levels visually never really excite me. Caves in Yoshi's Island look amazing. Everything about this game looks and sounds amazing. I just love it. It's such a tightly designed game. There's no level on the game it's like, well, this is just a bunch of bullshit. Even the weird transformations, like morphing into a helicopter or a mole tank or whatever the hell that thing is, like, it's just pure Nintendo creativity, top to bottom, and it's simply a masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean, like, is this what started like I don't want to say like the cutesy genre, but like, they've had like Kirby's Epic Yarn and stuff, and I feel
it looked like it was made out of crafting supplies. As far as I know, I've never seen anything before it that looked like this.
Yeah, it's a really cool look, and you're right. The people that developed it really put love into this and played to and then the Super Nintendo strengths, and it shows. And of course it did. It's Nintendo, of course, the company that made the system is going to know its hardware the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's incredible. I don't like Mario games, and it's fucking great.
Even the obnoxious baby Mario crying is like, well, you know what? It fucking works. It's a really good motivator to not take damage.
Yep. It really is. Really fucking is.
All right. These last three, I swear are just neck and neck. Like they're basically tied for first, but I had to put them in some sort of order, and it killed me to do it. So number 3 would be The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just... I mean, there's a ton of video game moments that I've had in my life where I've just been so completely floored, and easily in the top 3 moments of my entire life playing video games that have floored me is walking outside of the house at the very beginning of the game and seeing the rain.
Oh.
The thunderstorm, the raindrops hitting everything as you're walking around. And another one of those is just when you start up the game. The 3D Triforce comes in and forms in the center, and the sword slashes down, and the music... Oh, it's unreal. But
Good.
this game... Playing through this game, my first time through it, and just being so unbelievably floored by how it took the best of the previous 2 games, and just like it gave you that top view perspective, but it didn't completely ignore everything that came out in Zelda 2. Like combat was more involved. There was a magic system. Like it was just unbelievable. And playing through this game, and you get to the go after the 3rd pendant. And you step into the Dark World for a minute, look around on the map and be like, wow, that's wild. I wonder if I'll ever get to come back here again. Like, this is really interesting. You pull the Master Sword, which is just an unbelievably amazing feeling, pulling that Master Sword, the way the cinematic goes and the lights coming out of the pedestal you pull it out of, the mist that covers the Lost Woods dissipates, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, Zelda's in danger, come back to the sanctuary. You rush back over there, and the priest guy is knocked out and or dead or whatever is happening because he disappears because it's an old 16-bit video game. But then you go and you fight Aghanim, and I'm like, holy shit, this game's ending sooner than I expected, but hey, this is really, really awesome. And then it stops, and you're not even a third of the way through the game yet. You get pulled into the Dark World with the single greatest visual effect I've ever seen in a video game, where everything just swooshes back and forth, and you get sucked into the Dark World, and you're standing on top of this pyramid, and it's like, all right, you've got a whole lot of game left. Good fucking luck. And this is where whereas the game was already a masterpiece up to this point, now you've got this game where you're traveling back and forth between the light and the dark world to figure out puzzles between multiple dimensions, which is something Nintendo Nintendo has gone back to over and over again, and they had already mastered it with their first freaking attempt. Like, unfucking believable. And then all the lore that got added on top of it, because Zelda is one of those few series at this point that was really that had such an interesting degree of lore. You can obviously look back on the Atari stuff with Sword Quest, but the games themselves didn't feature the lore inside of them. It was like the comic books that were attached to it. This had the first Legend of Zelda had that little bit of a story in the beginning, but then the manual had this beautifully illustrated, like, long story inside of it. And then Zelda 2 took that even further. But in this game, you get to go to Kakariko Village and talk to all these different people, and every maiden you save is telling you about the history of Hyrule, the history of the Triforce, and Ganondorf Dragmire, like, oh, he has a full name? What the hell is that about? Why does he look like a pig? Oh, because there's a reason why he looks the way that he's not just this monster. They added so much to it. And to get that ending of first the totally kick-ass battle with Ganon, which is amazing, and then to get the ending where they go through and show you what happened to all the characters you met throughout the course of the game. The little kid who gave you the bug catching net, he got better, like all these little things. It just wraps up into such a perfect package. It doesn't even have a large soundtrack. It just has every single song is a direct hit. When you finish up that first portion of the game and you walk outside and it's no longer raining, and that Legend of Zelda theme from the first game kicks in with the trumpets. You never heard anything sound this good before. It was unreasonable. It's a 10 out of 10 game. It's fucking phenomenal. And I couldn't make a top 5 list without it being there. It was just a matter of where to put it.
I'm just surprised it's number 3.
I can't believe it. Yeah, I can't believe it's number 3.
I can't either.
I
But
fully understand.
like I said, these
Makes sense
three
to me.
games are basically tied. They're basically tied. Which puts my number 2 at one of my favorite games of all time, Super Mario World. Super Mario Brothers 3 was a life-changing experience for nerds like myself, especially seeing it in the movie theater with the wizard. And I'm currently working on a Mario retrospective series for the Stone Age Gamer YouTube's channel, and it's really, really fascinating to me how different the trajectory was for Mario games here in America as opposed to Japan, because we viewed Mario 3 under such a different set of circumstances than Japan did, because Japan got their Super Mario Brothers 2, which was basically Super Mario Brothers 1.5, and then they got Super Mario Brothers 3. Right? And what we got Super Mario Brothers 2, that was our reskinned version of Doki Doki Panic, which was actually shows an evolutionary path between Super Mario Brothers to Super Mario Brothers 2 to Super Mario Brothers 3, because Super Mario 3 incorporated holding items and carrying them around and using them to throw at enemies, and incorporated multi-tiered environments that you can jump from one through the floor onto the next one. And it also incorporated being able to move the screen vertically as well as horizontally, and moving backwards and forwards, which is all stuff that happened from our perspective first in Super Mario Brothers 2, where in Japan, that stuff happened first in Mario 3, because they didn't get our Super Mario Brothers 2 until after Mario 3. Well, I mean, they technically did, but it wasn't a Mario game. So
Right.
as a kid, as somebody who was just lived and breathed Nintendo, with Mario being like just the coolest darn thing in the world besides Zelda, when the Super Nintendo was happening, and Sega is coming out with the Sonic the Hedgehog and it looks amazing and everything, Super Nintendo hits and Mario's got a superhero style cape that comes from a feather for some damn reason.
Because Nintendo.
There is this commercial for this game that sums up everything about this game to me so perfectly, where it's suddenly the jumps are harder, the graphics cooler, the sound is hotter, and it just going through all these different things, but it's like building and building and building. This was such an incredible revelation, not just because it was... If you've ever read the book Console Wars, which is a fantastic book, Sega's impression of Super Mario World was that they just did Super Mario Brothers 3 with more colors. They just did Super Mario Brothers 3 and better graphics, but that's not what this game is. What makes Super Mario World so special, and the game that I go back to in the Mario series more than any other game, is that it added an exploratory element that they almost kind of sniffed at in Mario 3, but Mario World was like, here's this giant stage, and you can play it just like a Mario game. Here's the beginning, and there's the end, and congratulations. And that's where the beginning of the game more or less is, right? You start on Yoshi's Island, and every stage has a beginning, middle, and end. But then once you get into the donut plains, levels suddenly have multiple exits. Right? There's secret switch palaces hidden all over the place that you have to find a secret exit in a stage to get to, which means the stages have branching paths built within them. They have keys with keyholes, and you got to figure out how to get those keys to the keyholes. They've incorporated puzzle and exploration elements into this Mario game that already looks and sounds so freaking good, especially considering it's the first damn game made for the system. It is such an in-depth game with secrets that took me years to figure out. It took me years to find the stage with Torpedo Ted in it, because that was the Butterbridge stage, which was just... You already had a secondary bridge in that area where you had to go through a whole secret set of stages that you go through the Vanilla Dome to get to. And then I remember finishing the game, and they go through the cast of all the bad guys that are in it, and I kept seeing Torpedo Ted, like, where the hell is this? What is this monster? I've never seen it before besides the ending. It's got to be in the game somewhere. And then eventually there's that bridge stage, and you go underneath the exit to find a secret exit behind the exit that you have to surpass the way the game automatically triggers the ending of the level to get to, and it makes a vine show up that brings you into a secret stage in the water that brings you all the way back out to Star Road. And then Star Road was its own special set of secret levels on top of the secret levels, and then there was Special World on top of the fucking Star World, which was crazy cool, because one day I was playing the game and I stopped on a level and I walked downstairs to get a drink of water, and I came back up and the music had magically changed to the Super Mario 1 theme. Super Mario World is unfucking believably tightly designed, which is crazy to think about because Miyamoto considered the game unfinished when he finally put it out there into the world, which is completely blows my mind. Like, I look at that game as almost near gaming perfection. It's so meticulously well done. And to think that he would look at it and be like, yeah, there's just so much shit I didn't do in that game is mind-boggling. It is so difficult to put this game above A Link to the Past, but it's kind of where my heart is right now. But when I say it is above, it is by like the smidgiest of smidge. Like a micron is like a half of an atom above A Link to the Past as far as like how many times do I go back to it. Like, that's where this game is.
So what I'm hearing is you hate the other one.
I do.
The worst.
The Past is straight garbage.
Hot, steamy pile of shit. Got it. Go.
Thoughts on Mario World?
We can't say anything else. You said everything. Literally everything about Mario World. It's a great game.
Okay. It's okay. It's fine. Fine.
Everything's fine.
All right.
Well, I think the one thing, like, if you look at the progression from one to World, it's just such a massive jump forward while still being relatively the same thing. Like, it's an incredible fucking achievement. And it really did, I think, kind of like what you said too, of like kind of redefined and retaught, like, how crazy special is it that Miyamoto gets to be the guy who taught a generation of people how to play video games with the very first stage in his first massive successful game in Super Mario Brothers, and got to kind of do the same thing again for a whole new generation. Speaks to the level of talent and care and love that is evident in those projects, and it's just pretty fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's an amazing game, and I love it with all of my heart. But the number one has to be Super Metroid, because I don't think there's a single game on that platform that has blown me away more than Super Metroid. I loved Metroid, the original Metroid on NES. It fascinated me as a kid, and I didn't have my own copy for the longest time. I would borrow it from my neighbor Steve and just try to get as far as I could. The only way I had ever beaten it when I was younger, when I was actually like really young, was with the Justin Bailey code, because that's the only time the only way I had the time to do it. And then eventually I got my own copy when I was a teenager, and I got a copy of Metroid for NES and some graph paper, and I mapped out the whole goddamn game as I was playing it, and that's how I figured it out and finally beat the game legit. And I always loved the whole idea of it. I was surprised that Samus was a woman. I loved the galactic setting. I love Samus's design. It was just such an incredibly awesome looking character. I loved the world of Zebes. I loved the monsters, Kraid and Ridley and Mother Brain. I just thought it was the coolest damn thing. And then the escape sequence, amazing. Metroid 2 comes out for Game Boy. I lost my damn mind again. I didn't even have a Game Boy yet at that point. I was playing, I think, I want to say it was my friend Greg who I was able to play Metroid 2 with. I really don't even remember. I just remember going through that game and also being just like dumbfounded by it. And again, with the narrative of you get to the end of the game and there's the baby Metroid, and somehow this no colored Game Boy game conveys exactly what's happening. Like, oh, it thinks I'm its mother. Like, it's just floating around and it's not hurting me. It's weird and it's awesome. And hooray, I saved the baby Metroid, and that's the end of the game. But the first time I ever saw Super Metroid was I had gone to the local CVS, and whenever my mom went to CVS, I would run over to the magazine section, and I picked up a copy of Game Fan, and on the cover was the first screenshot of Super Metroid with the caption, "How does Nintendo make games this good?" And I was like, I'm sorry, there's a Metroid 3? What the So I'm freaking out about this game. I cannot wait to get it. And I went over to the Electronics Boutique in the Hamilton Mall because I wanted to pre-order the game. Because and pre-orders on video games weren't that big a deal back when this was coming out, right? This is the old days. But I knew that it was an option, so I went over there to pre-order it, and they had actually gotten the game in early. They couldn't sell it yet, but they had the game in. And the guy who was working there, Wes, he let me try it out. He let me try the beginning of the game. And I just walked around for like maybe 15, 20 seconds as Samus in the rain. And I was, because he had already had it running. And he said, "You want to try it out?" And so I did. And I just, right there in that first opening segment where Samus is in the rain on the criteria, just ran around and I saw the water come off of her feet, like on her footsteps. And I just stopped. I was like, I can't anymore. I don't want to see any more of this until I can.
It's too much. It's too much, man.
I'm just going to die right here in the store. I just take my money. The game comes out and I turn it on, and the voice, "The last Metroid is in captivity, the galaxy is at peace." I am a huge sucker for continuity. I love it when things don't forget where they came from, when they acknowledge what came before them, because it's not always the case. Sometimes, especially in video games, you get these situations where like, well, that sequel didn't really count. This one was just 100%, here's the ending to Metroid in 16-bit. Here's the ending to Metroid 2 with 16-bit visuals. And I'm just watching this intro sequence, reading the wall of text of Samus explaining where she was in the first game, what happened in the second game, and then what happened next. After she left SR-388 with the baby Metroid, went to the science station, they found out that Metroids could actually have been created with a good purpose in mind. Like they were energy creators or something. They were studying them and trying to figure out how they could be used for the benefit of all mankind. And then the music stops cold with Sarah Station was under attack. And then it looks like a fucking movie with the ship flying back down to Sarah Station. And the whole thing is so creepy with the computer sounds. And then fucking Ridley shows up. Now, don't get me wrong. Ridley's on the front of the box, but I wasn't sure that was him because he's bright red, which he never was in the game. But as soon as he showed up in the game, that little eye shows up. And then there he is, enormous purple dragon Ridley, and that fucking music starts playing, and it was just that was it. It was all over for me at that point. I was never been that all in. And as much as I loved A Link to the Past and everything that I had talked about before on this list, I cannot think of a single time where I was so all in when Ridley showed up. And then you beat him and the escape sequence starts, and like that's all really cool, and the tiles are falling down to the ceiling, and every screen you go to things are getting worse. But then the last screen, when you're working your way up to the top of that shaft and the entire screen shifts off to the side, like the entire station is just falling to shit around you, I was like, oh my god, I gotta get out of here. You get to Planet Zebes, you're reliving the end of, like, this is, you set off a huge fucking bomb at the end of Metroid, and they take that into consideration. The whole place is destroyed when you find your way back to where the game ended and Mother Brain's corpse, and the whole game just kind of goes from there. It continues to build with these amazing new skills, and everything you learned in Metroid 2 is now completely expanded upon. And you're running around these crazy looking new areas, and the music is unbelievable. And then the ending, the entire ending of this game is it's gut wrenching. That final fight with Mother Brain, you get to that last room and it's like kind of like a repeat of the first game, only a lot harder, except when you blow it up, then Mother Brain gets this huge, hideous body, and she's shooting that unreasonably powerful laser at you, and then the baby Metroid shows up and sucks the life out of her, and then she kills it with that horrible sound, of that Metroid dying. just rips my heart in half every single time. But then you get sweet retribution because you get the fucking hyper laser and you just blow her head off, just disintegrate Mother Brain to nothing, and then you blow up the whole goddamn planet. That's the end of the game. It is not just a complete and total fucking masterpiece. This was the game that started the speed run, right? You could do sequence breaking in Metroid for NES, but that didn't become a thing, like a real thing, until Super Metroid. That was the game that introduced, like, how fast can I do this? That really, really made that a mainstream possibility. Super Metroid is, obviously, there were games before Super Metroid that were what we would call Metroidvanias now, but Super Metroid was where the formula was first truly perfected. It is utterly fantastic. I know that more modern Metroid games control quote unquote better. I've never had a problem with the floaty controls of the original Super Metroid. I still think the game controls like a dream. It looks unreasonably good for a Super Nintendo game. It's one of the best looking games on the platform, which is definitely saying something because that system was capable of some truly impressive graphics, but it holds up so goddamn well. It is just a transcendent piece of work right there. I cannot say enough good things about it. Mario World and Zelda Link to the Past are so close to one another, but if I really, really think about what's the best game on the system, there was no question it had to be Super Metroid at the top, in my humble opinion.
It is offensive how good that game is.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that's
it. Really, like, fuck you. Don't make shit like that. Don't do that.
It's like the magazine said, how does Nintendo make games this good? And then you finish that game like, fuck, how did they do this?
I mean, like, no hate to Metroid Prime or anything, but I personally, that's the high point in the series for me is Super Metroid.
Same with me. They've come close to topping it. They've made masterpieces since Super Metroid, but it's just one of those things that's hard to top, you know?
I'm gonna make a very unpopular opinion, but I played Metroid Prime, the remaster. I fucking hate that game. It was not fun to play for me. It was not. I don't know what the hell.
Dean's dropping the bombs today. Yeah. Silent Hill
really
2
is
garbage. Metroid.
I know. I'm still waiting for the racist take to come out though. Like something slightly
Samus is a
vaguely
woman, right?
racist.
That was it.
I played through Metroid and all of a sudden they're telling me I got tits? Fuck you. Bullshit.
It's something about the it just didn't do it for me. Like I streamed it and like I got to the end. I got all the way to the end and it just did not do it for me. But you know,
I'm with you on that, Dean.
Yeah, Super Metroid I thought was fucking amazing, and I agree with you in every sense of the word that it is 100% the game you're saying. And Mike, I'm happy
streamed that one together. That was fun.
Yep.
Yeah,
that was fun playing through that on NSO. That was a blast.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and I don't know. I know it's an unpopular opinion with Prime. I'm glad someone here agrees with me, but yeah, it didn't do it for me. But yeah, you have a great list, Kris. That is incredible. I would have liked to have seen Mega Man X on there, but I understand.
That was one of the two. That was the two that missed the list: Mega Man X and Donkey Kong Country.
Oh, I mean,
those are on my list. Yeah. So, but like, I'm just surprised you have two Mario games.
What could I possibly put those games over? You know, like I couldn't.
It's wanted to at that point.
It's like, is Mega Man X better than Chrono Trigger? I don't know. It's so good. It's a fucking masterpiece. Mega Man X and Donkey Kong Country are so good and absolutely deserve to be on this list. It's just with only 5 slots, what do I do?
I would have put Donkey Kong Country where you put Yoshi's Island.
I thought about that quite a bit. Yeah. I thought about that a lot, except Donkey Kong Country's later stages, I feel, fall apart a bit more than Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island is tight all the way through to the end. Donkey Kong Country's last world is a little weak, where you're doing
I just like it better.
Yeah, I get it. I fucking adore Donkey Kong Country, but that last world that's like a lot of like, you know, you're on the tracks in the cave. It's you're not seeing anything new. Like you've already seen everything that the game has to offer at this point, except Gangplank Galleon. It's just like, all right, if this stage is going to be this annoying, there should be something visually exciting happening at this point, and there just wasn't, which is it's the only place that game trips up, honestly. And in my opinion, that is literally the only place that game trips up, is that last world not being something more jaw-dropping, because everything up to that point was just like the fucking factory, the forest, the jungle, the ocean, the snow. Unbelievable. Just every single turn, something new is coming at you with some sort of new visual trick. The snow levels where you go in Snow Barrel Blast and the game ends during a blizzard. The next stage is inside the ice cave, which is probably one of my favorite levels ever. And then the next level, the blizzard is stopping. You come out the other end of the fucking cave in the third level, and as you go through the stage, the snow stops. It's like, this is unreal, the level of detail you put into this. It's such a good game. And Mega Man X, fuck. They
real good
after 5 iterations of Mega Man, right? Because I believe X came out before 6. 5 solid iterations of Mega Man, basically doing the same thing over and over again. We finally get a real evolution of Mega Man with the incorporation of the wall jump, the intro stage, right? That became a thing for Mega Man games going forward. That unfathomably good soundtrack, like.
Right being that good.
No, right. That's, you want to talk about offensively good. You think the highway stage and Mega Man X, Spark Mandrill stage, there's so much good music. There's so much good music. And the weapon choices were interesting. The armor upgrades, like
boss design.
And it looks amazing. It looks so good. It animates so well. It's a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah,
and it killed me to not have it on my top 5.
I get that. You know, you gotta keep some things off. I get it.
Mega Man 6 came out a month before.
Oh shit.
Mega Man X, I believe. Okay. But I'm just surprised Mega Man X didn't make it. Only because there's air quotes 2 Mario games on here. I know very different, but
I think they are very different. I think that's the biggest thing is that, I mean, even design-wise, control-wise, they do 2 very different things, you know, and even down to the core gameplay, you know, I guess...
Yoshi's Island is not a sequel to Super Mario World. It's just not. It's a totally different animal.
Nintendo thinks otherwise. They're wrong, though, but...
They're wrong.
They are.
Well, it's like Super Mario Land 3, Wario Land. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's not Super Mario Land 3. That's a marketing ploy. They wanted to call it something that was recognizable than Yoshi's Island. And I get it. It's ridiculous, but I get it. It was difficult to place that there. Because it could change tomorrow.
Yeah, this is true.
These 7 games, I could change this. I could shuffle this order tomorrow and feel just as strongly about it.
My top 5 changed since you told me about this. It changed every other day.
Yeah, it's just there's too many good games on this platform. All right, it's 12:30 and we still haven't listened to any of our listener mail. So.
Is Evan even awake? Evan, are you awake?
Yeah.
All right. We've got a couple here that are written, so let me get these done first. This one actually came in under the wire. I was typing to Chronodin on the Discord while we were recording. He said, I missed my opportunity. I was like, well, we're still going, so go ahead and write one. So I'm, again, reading this for the first time. It says, I was hoping to have more time for these write-ups, but my idea was top 5 games made better with Kris and Dan mods.
See?
Okay.
Go on.
All about the mods.
I'm excited.
Number 5. Dan Pyre Survivors.
Nice.
A PlayStation 5 exclusive where Dan battles hordes of enemies using weapons like beer bottle rockets and dirty jokes across stages like the Jose Canseco Executive Haunted Forest.
I'm so into this game. Oh my god, I fucking love it.
Oh my goodness.
Number 4, Chrono Kris. Travel across time and space as Kris fights against the evil Atari Lynx and tries to find the leak in the space-time continuum, also known as his upstairs bathroom.
Wow,
my God.
you should have ended with this one. No offense intended for anybody else who's coming after it, but boy,
That's a hard act.
coming out fucking swinging. Holy shit.
Wow. Number 3, Echo the Danfin.
Oh no, never mind. I take it all back. I take back every nice thing I just fucking said. This is the worst thing I've ever heard.
The only way Dan's favorite game of all time could be made any better was if he himself was the star.
Just fucking swimming around, doing a fucking Jim Carrey dolphin impersonation from the first Ace Ventura.
Yes.
And I'm saying to dolphin, yeah.
Number 2, Mega Man Dazzo. Our titular hero must stop the evil robot masters from taking over, take on villains such as Insurance Man and the nefarious Dr. Atui.
These are good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Creative.
Definite thought
impressed.
put into it. Yeah. 10 out of 10.
And number 1, Super SAG Brothers. Brothers in quotes, Dan and Kris are plumbers who don't wear ties and find themselves in a far-off land where they must battle against the villainous Tommy Bowserico. I'm sorry, Dan and Kris, but your console is in another fundraising platform. And then he says, love you guys. Congrats on 500 episodes. Thanks so much for all you do. And thank you, Chrono Din. That was fucking hysterical.
Well done.
Dear God. I've said it a few times this episode, but this time I actually mean it. 10 out of 10, no notes.
No notes. Yeah. Fucking nailed it. Great job. All right. Another written list comes to us from Rob Metzger. Listened to the episode today and heard Dan, as usual, call us a bunch of dicks and assholes.
Wow, Dan.
So I'm putting together my top 5 for a platform to be an asshole. You can quote this if you want. Top 5 NTEX Adventure Vision games. 5, Code Red. 4, Space Force. 3, Turtles. 2, Super Cobra. 1, Defender. Easiest fucking list ever because it had a total of 5 games. Oh, you're a monster. I love it so much.
Fucking brilliant.
My face hurts. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
All
I haven't
right.
laughed this much in fucking years, man.
This
Holy
is ridiculous.
shit. We're
All
really
right.
good at this, Kris. Oh, we are fucking delightful.
All right, we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 audio submissions from listeners who sent in some audio stuff. So, Evan, feel free to.
All right, I'm going to go with.
Let's end on Fergs.
Yeah, I'm going to go with
And,
length order. We're going to go with Duropig first.
Duroc Pig. All right, let's have it.
All right.
Howdy, y'all. Longtime listener and Patreon subscriber Duroc Pig here from Texas with an unusual top 5 for your 500th episode. Something I figured no one would even consider doing. So here are my top 5 pigs in video games. At number 5, Pigma Dengar from the Star Fox series. Not as well known as adversaries like Andros and Wolf O'Donnell, but Pigma's treacherous betrayal of the original Star Fox team is important to the franchise's lore and laid the path for Fox and James McCloud's story, so he comes in at number 5. At number 4, Robert Belmart from Barnyard Blast Swine of the Night on Nintendo DS. So many pig characters are relegated to being just enemies, from Tomba to Rocket Knight to Duke Nukem. But in this parody of the Castlevania games, we get a lead porcine protagonist, so he makes the list for me at number 4. Number 3 is Hamlet from The Illusion of Gaia, the noble pet pig who literally sacrifices himself by jumping into the fire to save Kara and Will after they're held captive by a starving tribe. His heroic heroic effort by making himself barbecue puts him at the number 3 slot. Number 2 is Pig Ganon from the Zelda series. One of the most notorious villains in gaming history, he certainly deserves a spot on the list. Though in his most recent outings, we get the more popular and at times sexy Ganondorf variation. But I personally miss the days of his more classic porcine appearance from A Link to the Past and the NES games, something I wish we honestly saw a lot more of. And at number 1, the top spot goes to Paige from Beyond Good and Evil, one of my all-time favorite games, and one that many of us are still eagerly awaiting that often teased sequel. Uncle Paige is the grumpy but lovable sidekick and mentor to the main protagonist Jade, and a character I very much identify with, given his hefty stature and tinkering mechanic skills. And Paige is the character I have used as an avatar for my Xbox and PlayStation accounts for many, many years. And that's why he is my number 1 pig in video games. So thank you for listening to my silly, pointless top 5. And thank you guys for all the years of entertainment you provided for us. Stone Age Gamer and Waveback have been my go-to podcasts ever since my partner bought me a Genesis EverDrive for my birthday like 8 years ago. So I wanted to say we appreciate all your hard work and congratulations on 500 episodes.
Oh, thank you, Duroc Pig.
Fuck, man.
I was so happy, Hamlet. As soon as you started, I was like, oh, man, I hope Hamlet's on this list. I was so happy you mentioned Hamlet.
What's fucking wild to me, though, is that I can guarantee, I don't know this for a fact, I just know it to be true. We have never said, Kris, know what? Neither you, nor I, nor anyone else that has ever been on this show has ever fucking used the word porcine, and it was just used twice.
That's very true.
People love that.
Oh, that was a great list. Paige at number 1 is just a rock solid pick. God, I wasn't even thinking of it. I wasn't even thinking of Paige until as soon as you mentioned it. I was like, oh shit, that is a perfect number 1 pick. Because what a great character. I really should play through that game again sometime. I've been so scared to go back to it because after how much I have not liked everything I've seen to Beyond Good and Evil 2, I'm like afraid I'm going to go back to that game and not like it.
Maybe this game actually sucks.
I loved it when I played through it the first time. What a great list. Well done.
Done.
All right, just
no notes.
Just so we are aware, we have a solid 16 minutes of recording left.
Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
You only get one 500th episode.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Kris,
4.5 hours is where I'm at currently.
Yeah.
Just in case anybody's wondering.
Bro, I'm almost up for a full 24 at this point. Let's just roll it
Kris
on.
B. Saturn. Kris B. Saturn.
Snapping.
Coming at you.
Which one is this? This is Kris B?
Kris B.
Hello, gentlemen.
Okay, hold on a sec. Hold on. There's something attached to this one.
All right.
Okay, I can read this afterwards. We'll do the list first, and then I'll read this.
Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. Dean. I thought I would cover the much maligned Sega Saturn, as it was my first foray into the 32-bit era, and it brought me many great memories with friends. While it's looked back on fondly now by a lot of its fan base, it was undoubtedly overshadowed during its era, especially in the US. I don't know if we're supposed to give a short list or a blurb for each game, so I went with the latter, and I'm going to be sticking with the North American releases. My 5th place choice actually came with my system. Toys R Us was giving away games with Saturn purchases, or maybe the guy you handed your receipt and game voucher to in that weird electronic vault was just being cool, but I got a copy of Daytona USA for free. There was no multiplayer on my copy, and the frame rate sucked, but I didn't understand that stuff in 1995. All I understood was that it was an arcade game in my house. Yes, they released a championship edition later, but they altered the music and the controls. A lot of the people think it's the inferior version. Though it may not technically be one, there is something to be said about packing games. I kind of consider this one, and I think we all put an enormous amount of time into them, and as a result, they hold a special place for us. That being said, Daytona USA is no slouch as a racing game. Sitting in 4th place was one of the few games you could play over Sega Netlink with other people, and it worked flawlessly.
Wow.
Sega produced a special twin-stick controller for it based off the original arcade cabinet controls. The characters, which are mechas, have good variation, and none of them suffer any major weaknesses over the others in versus mode. You can fight against a secret boss if you're fast enough beating the levels, and there are secret moves for some characters not listed in the manual. Everyone really owes it to themselves to play Virtual on Cyber Troopers if they get the chance, and you can still play it online today if you know how. Most people know the Saturn has some great fighters. Unfortunately, the majority of them never made it to the US. Of the few that did, there are 2 titles with quite a bit of reverence, X-Men Children of the Atom and Marvel Superheroes. The latter really shows the DNA of what would later become Marvel vs. Capcom, but the game was marred by longer loading times and the gem system was imperfect, and honestly the story mode was too easy. It's something of a toss-up, but I have to give it to X-Men Children of the Atom. It was the first time Marvel licensed out their characters to Capcom for a fighting game. The in-game voices feature the same actors from the animated series. It was a nearly arcade-perfect port released when the comic was incredibly popular. You can sink a lot of hours into this and it doesn't get old. It's vastly superior to its PlayStation counterpart and sits in 3rd place. So, what is iconic for Sega? Sonic or Shinobi? Or if you're just asking about the Saturn, Knights or Virtua Fighter? Well, there was one title made by a little developer called Team Andromeda from Sega. They actually had some predecessors to it. And the first 2 were rail shooters. And they're quite famous in their own right. But really their magnum opus was Panzer Dragoon Saga. You can ultimately say it's the best RPG on the system. It is full of FMVs that have aged poorly, and in general the game shows its age and somewhat the limitations of the Saturn. But the fact that this game has such clout and reverence in the community, really it speaks for itself. It is very expensive today, but there are many different ways you can play it. It is a masterpiece of a game. However, it is not the best game on the Saturn, therefore it sits at 2nd place. The best game on the system is Guardian Heroes. It's the best game Treasure ever made.
So good.
It is a choose-your-own-adventure beat-em-up with 7 different endings. You get to fight like wizards, robots, gods, demons. You can punch a kid in the face. You can do all kinds of stuff.
What's the hate?
The story mode characters all play differently, but none are necessarily better than the others. You get to unlock story mode characters as you play through the game. There's an arena mode, which supports 6-player simultaneous mayhem. So if you have the multi-tap with 5 other buddies, you can all beat each other up in an arena, and you can unlock 45 different characters to choose from for arena mode. It did get a port later to Xbox Live, I believe on the Xbox 360. You can still buy it today. It's definitely worth it if you can't get to play it on the Saturn. Regardless, you should find a way to play this game, even if you don't have anyone to play it with. That's the definitive Sega Saturn Top 5 list.
Hello, Dan.
There you go.
No lies detected.
Yeah, good. Another big win
Solid
of a list
ass
right
list.
there.
Yeah.
I can still hear the fucking the X-Men Children of the Atom voice lines. Like if I think about it, I can hear them as if I'm standing in front of the fucking arcade machine right now.
Gene Splice.
Berserker Mirage. Berserker Mirage.
I don't think I would have been able to put if I was going to do any of the Capcom ones on a Saturn list for myself. There's no way I wouldn't have been able to do X-Men versus Street Fighter, because that was just like, that was the import. You had to do the switching with the cartridges to get that 4 meg cartridge working in there. But holy shit, that game was flawless. But
So fucking
nothing
good.
but respect on every single other thing on that list. Well done. Well done. All right, this one's got a little bit more. No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, everyone's done their homework so far. It's like really impressive. Like everyone that's talked about everything, like they really put a lot of work into it. So I appreciate that.
We demand
Thank
this
you.
level of perfection, Dean.
I mean, I
Well, I
tried
appreciate
really
it,
hard
Josh, yeah.
because I don't get on the show very much. So I wanted to make sure that I knew what I was talking about.
All right. So what we have here is an email that came along with this one from Kris. It says, I've attached my Sega Saturn top 5 list for the 500th episode. I had some questions too, but my microphone has been taken from me, so I was going to just ask them here. If I get it back this evening, I'd do a top 5 for another system, though I don't know if that's allowed or not. I hope you guys are dissecting our top 5s because I want to know your thoughts. Yeah, there's really not much to dissect on yours. You kind of fucking nailed it.
Yeah, no, it's fucking great.
Slam dunk.
All right. Questions and comments. Dan, for a long time, I considered the Super Nintendo the king of the 16-bit era. One day, you suggested that the Game Boy Advance might have one of the best libraries of all time, and while that system is technically a part of the next generation, I've always considered it a 16-bit as well. I have gone back and forth comparing games in each genre for both systems, and I think I've finally come to the conclusion that the Game Boy Advance's library is superior to the Super NES's. Do you agree? Does anyone else have any thoughts on the matter?
Man, like it's such a hard question because I do like.
You can start going game to game almost.
Yeah, like. Well, and I'm just like I'm tired and I've been drinking, so like, I'm not at my most like
prolific.
Clear.
Take a swing, big man. You got it. You got it, buddy.
But I think I would argue that yes, the Game Boy Advance is the better overall library because what the Super Nintendo has is incredible. The Game Boy Advance has basically all of that plus like other shit
in a portable form.
You know what I mean? Like I think like
don't agree,
if I'm
personally,
I'm with Kris on that.
It's arguable, though.
It's for sure. It's arguable, right? I mean, I have never made it through Minish Cap, but A Link to the Past is one of the best games ever made. But I also would rather play A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo than on Game Boy Advance. Mario Advance 1, 2, and 3, and 4 are very cool, but I don't think they're better than playing them, even though they have more features because of the system limitations. I don't think they're better experiences on Game Boy Advance than they are on Super Nintendo. In fact, I would much rather play those games on Super Nintendo.
Can I pause you first, Kris? Can I pause you for a second?
Yeah.
I love all of you and our listeners. We are 4 hours and 41 minutes into this on our recording. Can we do I think this is a good discussion point for next week. Honestly, truly, like I think this deserves more than tired rapid fire.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do.
I think it's a very good conversation.
I think it's an outstanding question. Yeah.
It is a very good question. All right, so here's my question. Have you completed any of the Nintendo Power Super Power Club card challenges? Which were the most difficult? Any you attempted but failed? If you were going to create one for an NES, Game Boy, or Super NES game that doesn't exist, what games would you pick and what would the challenges be? No, I actually haven't. I wasn't the one with a Nintendo Power subscription as a kid. My neighbors did. My friends did. So I didn't really get to mess around with those cards all that often. And when I saw them, I tended to just look at the artwork more than the challenges that were on the cards, if I'm remembering this correctly, which I think I am. What would I make, though? Without really knowing what was there, it's hard for me to think of ones. But, I mean, I would have definitely made a Blaster Master one. I'm pretty sure there wasn't a Blaster Master one. So, yeah, I would have made a Blaster Master challenge. And the challenge would be... how fast can you fill your gun meter in Area 1? Off the top of my head, at 12:52 a.m., that's what I got for you. That's another really good question. Thank you for that.
That's an excellent question.
Yeah. And the only other thing he's got in the email is, Dean, you know what you did.
Goddamn right, and I'm fucking not sorry for it either.
Thanks, guys. Here's to the next 500, Kris. Thank you, Kris, very, very much for your contribution. And
we will get to that. We will get to that question because that is an outstanding question.
comparing Super NES and Game Boy Advance libraries, that's a hell of a thing. I'm going to have to give that some serious thought. Thank you for that.
All right.
All right, Evan, who's next?
Scion Storm coming up. All right. And play.
Holy crap. Stone Age Gamer made it to episode 500. How freaking cool is that? Happy birthday, Kris, Dan, Evan, and everybody else who makes the show possible. Is it happy birthday or happy anniversary? Oh, geez, I don't even know. I didn't even give it that much thought. 500 episodes. Imagine if you were 500 years old. Oh, wow. Anyway, longtime listener Drew, also known as Scion Storm on the Discord and the Twitters and stuff. And yeah, man, I've been listening to you guys since episode 100-ish, I think. And I just never really thought about what it would be like when you guys finally reached 500. I mean, did you ever think about that? And do you think you can make 500 more of these? Like,
oh God,
I think you guys can, and I think you will.
I'm tired now.
Not many podcasts can do that, but somehow you guys keep reinventing yourselves, and it's an absolute joy to hear you week after week. And I am very much looking forward to the next 500 episodes. What do they give people for the 500th anniversary? Usually you get like a ruby, a diamond, a piece of paper or something, depending on your wedding anniversary. Nobody's ever made it to 500 years married, right?
Go do cocaine.
Anyway. So you got this top 5 thing that you're doing. And I guess being one of the few TurboGrafx residents around these parts, I figured I'd do my top 5 TurboGrafx games. I'll try to make this quick because I know there's a strict time limit. So in no particular order, but probably some sort of an order here.
Very strict.
Number 5, Blazing Lasers. Just one of the best shooters ever made. And to have it on TurboGrafx is just wonderful, right? TurboGrafx is known as a shmup system. Blazing Lasers, I think, really just nails the formula down better than most games do. Number 4, I'm going to go with Bonk's Revenge. Yeah, I know it's the sequel, and I think there's an argument to be made that Bonk's Adventure is a better game, but this was the one that I grew up with, and this is the one I love the most, and it's the one I had the most fun with. Bonk is a very interesting character, and he gets very angry if he eats too much meat, which I think is something that happens with most Americans. Anyway, number 3, Ninja Spirit. What an excellent arcade port of a very challenging game. I used to love this game, and I don't think I ever made it past stage 3, but just what an absolute gem of a platformer with some really interesting twists and turns going on as far as the characters go. Get doubles and triples of your own character, slashing, throwing swords around and knives and, you know, shurikens and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. And the graphics were great, and the gameplay was tight and it was super challenging. And I think I played it on hard mode most of the time and didn't realize it because I'm a stupid idiot. Number 2, Legendary Axe 2. Look, this game wasn't even supposed to be a Legendary Axe game, but here we are, and it was, and I loved it. And this is the one that I had when I was growing up, so that makes me love it even more. I have some really fond memories of this game, and I thought the graphics were so cool when the dude was standing there with the sword above his head, and you could see his rib cage because he was malnourished. I thought that was great. But good gameplay. I think very good music. I thought the graphics were great for the time. And even though it had nothing to do with the original game, this is still one of my favorites. But I got to go with Bloody Wolf as my number 1. Something about Bloody Wolf, I don't know what it is. Maybe the fact that I could choose one of 2 different characters, and ultimately, halfway through the game, you end up playing as the other one anyway. Or maybe there's a story which on the surface seemed very thin, but actually became a little bit more in depth as you went along. Gameplay is fun, and even though it's a flawed game with slowdown and just glitches galore, just something about that game just made me want to play it over and over and over again. And I tell you, no matter when I break out my TurboGrafx nowadays, Bloody Wolf is a game that goes in that system, and I play it, and sometimes I even sit down and I beat it because it's a very forgiving game and you can start over with as many continues as you want to. Well, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to stop there. But again, I just want to congratulate you guys on reaching your 500th episode. And I really hope that I get to hear you guys together as a podcast for another 500 more. You guys make my commute to work so much more enjoyable than it would be otherwise. And trust me, I've got a long commute. So I need those 3-hour episodes. Just inject them into my veins, please. Anyway,
we got a episode.
Thank
for
you so much for everything you guys do. And if I could borrow a phrase from one of my favorite podcast hosts, keep playing games.
Do you see what he did?
I mean,
he stole your line.
It felt a little cheap there at the end. That was a little cheap.
The steal line from a very famous podcaster, Puzzle and Dragons. All right. Anything to say? Or we're finishing up with Ferg?
I mean, that was a very sweet message. Dan's probably the one to talk more about TurboGrafx than I am. So
I am. If we took another 5 hours, and I really want this to get to a 5-hour podcast for episode 500,
it has to. We have to get there.
It has
We're
to.
10 minutes away.
In 16 minutes, we will have officially a 5-hour recording.
Holy fuck, that's amazing. If you had given me another 5 hours, I don't think I would have picked Bloody Wolf as somebody's not. I don't disagree necessarily. It's just such an out of left field pick when you think about the TurboGrafx. Like, I that's a wild pick. I fully support it. The lack of Splatterhouse makes me a little bit sad. I'm not gonna lie.
Felt like that should be a must.
Lords of Thunder. Lords of
Yeah,
Thunder.
like, oh man, it's such a good system. It's such an underloved system, but
With
okay.
unique games, they weren't on other platforms. So
No, they really
cool
weren't.
one to do a top 5 list on.
Yeah, it's
and
very
just
cool.
a general appreciation for all the kind words. And I mean,
Yes,
I'm not
thank you.
stopping anytime soon. I can't say that we're going to get to another 500, but I can't imagine not getting to another 500.
I mean, I'm done. I kind of had enough.
I mean,
punch it out, man.
Dan and I were talking earlier. He didn't want to say it, but he'll just, he'll say, no, he's out. This is it. This is his final episode. Appreciate you.
Moving back to paper cuts. I understand.
That's right. No, where the money is,
Yeah. The big bucks.
Comic books.
Nailed it.
That's where the money is. All right, well, let's get to our last one. Let's see what Ferg has to say.
Ferg it up.
All right.
Fergalicious.
Did you give like a limit? Like when you asked for...
I think I said to keep it around 5 to 7 minutes if possible, but say what you got to say.
Okay.
Hello, Dan and Kris and all the Stone Age gamers out there in podcast land. My name is Ferg. I was asked to do a top 5 of the Atari 2600 in honor of the 500th episode of Stone Age Gamer, which is a great achievement. Just some quick background. I got the 2600 when I was 11. It was my first system because I wanted to play Space Invaders at home. The 2600 has a lot of good arcade ports, many passable arcade ports. I did play a lot of them when I was a kid. I play a lot of them now, including some incredible homebrews that are still coming out for this damn system. But I can play those exact arcade games in multiple places, so that's why I did not include any in this list. My list is mostly sentimental favorites, but I think that might be how everybody picks their lists. All right, number 5. Miniature golf. To sum up miniature golf, use a block to hit your block into another block while avoiding the bouncing block. I'm not kidding. It's very, very blocky. It's a little on the colorful side, not too many colors, but there's just something about this game that makes me want to get better at it. Shooting a hole-in-one in miniature golf is one of my life's pleasures. I know, I need new hobbies. Number 4, Superman. Superman is the noisiest damn game you'll ever play. My wife has to leave the room whenever I fire it up. The map makes absolutely no linear sense, and you can get lost for a moment or two. That's kind of a theme here. There is a lot of satisfaction in flying around Metropolis, which is in my home state of Delaware. Look it up. Picking up a bad guy and putting him right into jail without a trial. Plus, I believe it's the first licensed video game ever. Number 3 is Pitfall 2. Pitfall was a great game, but Pitfall 2 really amped it up in my opinion. Again, there's that sense of getting lost in the game because it is a huge game and there's not a lot of different things in the game, but there's just enough that will make you keep coming back. And you really can't die in this game either. It looks great too. Probably the best looking game out of my list because it came out in 1984, 5 or 6 years after some of these games came out. Number 2 is Kaboom. Kaboom is I guess what kids would now call a Twitch game. You're controlling the flattest buckets of water you've ever seen, and you have to catch bombs that a guy throws at you. Yeah, it sounds weird, but this game is frenetic. It is really excellent looking. It's 2K. You've sent a text today that was bigger than 2K. It's really a lot of fun, and I think I like it because it's one of the games that I'm actually pretty good at. Number 1, of course, if you know me for 5 minutes, is Adventure. Adventure, again, is pretty blocky. There's dragons in it, but people say they look like ducks or even seahorses. You have to find a chalice somewhere in the kingdom and bring it back to your home yellow castle, gold castle, whatever the hell it is. And again, the map doesn't make any sense because the core of this game was given to another programmer and he created Superman out of it. But I don't know. There's just, you get lost in the game because of the weird map, and there's just something about this game that keeps me coming back. Every time I fire up the 2600 nowadays, I play this game. And you gotta play game 3 where everything is random and sometimes you can't win. That's how random it is. So that was my list. I just wanted to do a short list because I want to talk about Dan and Kris. I do a podcast myself. It's obviously about 2,600 games. That's how I met Kris, through the podcast. He sent me some feedback on some of the games. We ended up meeting at, Too Many Games, I think, one year in Philadelphia. Yep. And I never met him before. We just, conversed a couple times online. And I walked up to him and told him who I was. And he gave me a giant hug. And I was a little stranger danger. But the initial shock wore off. I was like, Kris gives good hugs. He does. Aww. I met Dan later on when I invited myself I asked so I could come to the Pete-a-thon. All those guys are awesome. Everybody on Geekade is terrific. I'm very happy and thankful to count them among my friends. But for Dan and Kris, they make me laugh every week without fail. I listen at work. I'm at work when the show comes out at like 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and I get to listen to it right away. I should get on the other tier so I could listen to it earlier, but it wouldn't be the same, I don't think, because Friday is the end of the week, and it's been a hard week, and Kris and Dan kind of take the edge off of that. I mean, even listening to the problems that they share, and that's the other thing. A lot of people will say when listening to video game podcasts, and I hate that, get to the point. We don't want to hear about your life, but I do. If I like you as a person, then I want to hear about what's happening to you, how you're doing, and Kris and Dan definitely share that, and they make it funny. They don't make it like sad that, oh, you poor bastards. It's hilarious. They are always positive, I think, for the most part, except when it comes to Tommy Tellerico. But Stone Age Gamer is a very important part of my week. I don't think I would be playing current games if it wasn't for Stone Age Gamer. A lot of the games that they talk about, I have gotten a Switch, actually, from my listeners, and most of the games I have are ones that they've recommended, and I enjoy them, so I guess we're simpatico in that way. But Dan and Kris, congratulations on 500 episodes. I hope there are 500 more. If not, I will start back at the beginning and go through them again, because I just love listening to you guys, and you're my friends, and I'm glad that you're my friends, and I love you.
Oh, we love you too, Ferg.
So here's
I find it interesting. I'm sorry, Evan. I find it interesting that Ferg mentioned the first time he met Kris, Kris gave Ferg a hug, and the first time Ferg and I met in person, Ferg gave me a special hug, and I find that odd that he left that out.
I mean, So I took all 4 of those audio recordings and threw them into VLC Media Player just so I can see how long they were, so I can put them in order. Yeah. And it says the title, says duration, and for some reason a column labeled author also showed up. Now the first 3 had no author. They were blank. Ferg's has an author, and the author is Happy Asshole. I didn't do that. I just thought that should be shared.
It's fucking wild to me. That was the last one, right, Evan?
Yes. That's
it's fucking wild to me, man. Like, just sitting here, because Kris, you and I, like we've said it 100 times on this podcast over the years, a fucking decade, whatever the fuck it's been at this point of like, even if nobody listened, we would just do this every week because we just enjoy the format and talking to each other and all of that shit. But hearing that, like, I know we interact with people and we get that positive feedback, but hearing those messages and that sort of shit, like, I'm sitting here getting fucking emotional. You know what I mean? It's fucking wild, man. To know that we bring some small amount of, fuck it, small amount. Who am I kidding? A gigantic amount of joy to people's lives every week just by us doing this fucking silly show that we would do regardless. It's so fucking touching and humbling, and it's fucking awesome to hear that from all of you. And I know for me, like, I fucking love you guys. I don't interact nearly as much on the Discord as Kris does because my life is just way more fucking chaotic than Kris's is.
A lot more dogs.
There's a lot more dogs. There's just, it's a fucking lot. But I love you guys, and that all of that just fucking means the world to me, man.
Yeah, same here.
Ditto.
Ditto.
On.
I mean, look, I love doing this show. I look forward to it every week. I love doing podcasting because it's I'm not very good at being social. So this is a way for me to keep in touch with people. In fact, I started the movie podcast specifically to stay in touch with my friends who live near me. They're closer to me than these chuckleheads do. Like, I just, it's a huge part of my life, but hearing from, I don't want to necessarily say strangers. I know we've met a lot of these people by now, or at least I know I have. But just people that I don't know from any other place in my life than this podcast, and hearing that we've had, just from sharing our lives, positive influence on their lives is kind of astounding. Ferg in particular, I fell in love with his podcast. Like, I just loved it to tears. And his podcast was such an inspiration for Waveback. That show exists because of the Atari 2600 Game by Game podcast. I modeled it after him, starting doing it as a solo show, just because it was just something I wanted to do. And I love that we've met these people. I love all the nice things that we've done together. I loved our Fast and Furious watching sessions we did last year through the Discord. The daily Discord is such a big part of my life, and a lot of my job is done on Discord and communicating through Discord. So having this fun, almost work adjacent thing that's like just kind of there in my work day is just such a joy to me. Like Dan said, we'd be doing this anyway. Like, obviously Dean gets just about the biggest thanks in the world, because I don't think I would have even known to do this without him. Geekade was his brainchild back when it was Geek Life, and he contacted me and said, I want to do a video game podcast, and and called it Stone Age Gamer. And that led to my fucking career right now. The accidental stealing of Stone Age Gamer's name changed my life forever. And
how did you thank him, Kris? You kicked him off the show.
Fuck off the show.
Get out, you prick.
So, yeah, I can't say anything better than get out, you prick. That's about as good as it gets. No, I mean, to everybody who listens to the show, to everybody who sent us messages today for this 500th episode, which is I mean, kind of a crazy thing that even exists that we've made it to 500 episodes. Because I know there's podcasts that I listen to that haven't made it to the 500 episode mark, or that ended before they made it to the 500 episode mark, and that's always made me sad. Just a big hearty thanks to everyone involved. Mike, you were a part of the show. You were a co-host on the show for a long time. We met at the fucking comic book shop, just like me and Dean, and you've become one of my best friends ever. And I love having you here. I love that we talk as often as we do. I wish I could make time to talk to you more and see you more, but life is what it is. Dean, it's just great to hear your voice again. Like, you used to be such a big part of all this stuff, and obviously life happens, but you're sorely missed around here. Evan, I mean, one of the reasons this week's episode exists is so that I have an excuse to talk to you every week, not every week anymore, unfortunately, because again, life happens. But you're our editor, and we chat before the show, and when you're there, or we'll chat with Angie before the show. But
but we really don't want to.
No.
We love Angie, but like the whole point is I need something so that I can stay in touch with you. I need to be able to talk to you because you're another one of my favorite people on the planet. And Dan,
fuck you.
I love you too.
I met this guy at the Hamilton Mall. So I was working at what was it?
Suncoast Video.
Yeah, I was working at Suncoast. This was after GameStop bought Funko Land, and they ruined my job. They just completely fucking ruined that company right in the garbage. So I then was like, all right, well, what else do I like? I like movies. Why don't I go try and get a job at Suncoast in the Hamilton Mall? So I got a job at Suncoast Movies. And this girl, Sharon, would come in, and she was like, you should come work with me at the poster place, Prince Plus. Okay, well, I'm not in love with this job. And she eventually convinced me, and that's where Dan worked. And I immediately figured he was my arch nemesis. We just kind of had this ridiculously stupid arch nemesis thing going on. So we did that for a while, and we worked at Prince Plus together, and we got along thick as thieves. And we eventually moved on to greener pastures at Toys R Us and Game Crazy and all that business. And then he moved. I think you were in Florida, or I think you were.
I went Florida first. Yeah,
went Florida first, and it was when we had kind of drifted apart, right? Because he was in fucking Florida. And Dean,
I drifted apart from everybody.
Dean started this website and wanted to do the video game podcast. And like, I want to say after the first episode, I was like, I have someone I want to bring on to this show.
The third episode.
You're probably right. It's probably the third episode, but it was really early on. I was like, I have somebody I want to be a part of this. And I called up Dan, and that was that. And the show's been changing and evolving a lot over the years. When we started it, I really wanted it to be like Nintendo World Report. Radio Free Nintendo on Nintendo World Report was this just enormous inspiration for me. I loved that podcast, and it had 4 people. So I was like, I want that. I want to make that be our thing. But as time moved on, it seemed like it made the most sense for it to just be me and Dan. And that's kind of where we landed. Not that I don't miss you guys. Tiff was a co-host, and we've had lots of guests and done lots of weird things. And I was very angry at Nintendo when they announced the Switch. And I
still say we were spot on.
Spot on. Podcast. Yeah.
Yeah. No, nailed it.
Boy, that's one to go back to and listen to. You want to hear how wrong I was about the effects of 1-2 Switch. I was very, very adamant about that. And our trivia episodes are a blast, and they're so hard for me to write, but I got to continue to make myself do it. And it's just the biggest of all possible thanks to everybody involved. This is a great part of my life that I'm really proud of. And there's always going to be a piece of me that's like a little miffed that we aren't more successful. But honestly, there's no more success than we need than what we have. Like, this is a great community that we've built here, and I'm just eternally grateful to everyone who wants to listen to me talk about video games, because it's literally all I've ever wanted to do with my life is talk about video games. Well, that's all I got.
It has been a spectacular ride over these last 497 episodes or so that I've been a part of. It's not. We're going to do this again.
You must be at 500. With specials, you've got to be at 500 by now.
Maybe, but no, because I've been sick and I've missed a couple here and there. I don't know. I'm probably still a couple weeks away from 500 for me personally. But after I had moved to Florida and we hadn't talked for like, apart from Facebook, right? Because Facebook was like the fucking great equalizer at that time. So, but like physical communication, we probably hadn't talked for like 5-6 years at that point. And then it wasn't until I moved, I was in Florida for 6 years, and then I had moved to Texas. It was the second year I was in Texas. So it was 8 years since I had left New Jersey. Cause I remember sitting in my apartment in Corpus Christi, Texas on my couch. And you were like, yeah, like fucking come do this podcast. It's, you know, my buddy Dean and Mike, I think you were there too. And we were like, let's fucking talk about who's better, Konami or Capcom. And I was like, I have fucking thoughts. Let me get on here.
I have a way different answer now.
Way different answer
for
now.
real.
Years later.
For real. Now it's Squeenix, which is weird, but it's just been this absurd fucking journey. I love you. Like I said, I love you guys. I love this show. It's therapy for us. I'm happy that it's helpful for other people. You know, do we have another 500? I don't know. How long does it take us to get to 500? Like another 10 years?
Yeah, it's the first episode was April 28th, 2014, according to iTunes. So we're in our 10th year. In April, it'll be our 10-year anniversary.
All right. Well, in April, we're going to do a 10-hour episode. So fucking strap in. Strap in, boys and girls.
Oh,
story time with Dan and Kris.
Don't worry, we're just not going to edit that one. We're just going to put it up raw.
A lot of dead air. Not speaking for 10 hours straight. Someone's going to take a nap.
Dozing.
No shit.
I am
Really?
certain Dan and I could do it.
If anybody can, it's you two.
100. Yeah. The fact that we're over 5 hours recording now, and there are 5 of us, is not surprising, because I guarantee you Kris and I could have done this for 5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't my plan to do a 5-hour episode. It really wasn't.
It wasn't mine either, but I'm kind of happy about it. Like, I got nothing to do until Monday. There's no football this weekend. We already talked about the lack of the football this weekend. So, like, what the fuck? I got to get up at 8. It's fine. It's in 6 hours by the time I get to bed. It's fine. That's enough.
Ange and I have a show
do our
tomorrow.
guests have anything to say?
Well, I wanted to thank you guys for doing this. I look forward to this every Friday. Work sucks, as Ferg said before. And Friday morning, once I start getting ready for work, throw it on, listen to it throughout the day. I am constantly messaging Kris about like shit that was said, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we did say that," because remembering from a week prior.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah. But thank you guys for doing this still.
Thank you for listening. A listener. Is that who you're talking to every week? You're talking to Mike? Thank you.
Hello.
Dean, say something nice about it.
Is Dean still awake?
Yeah.
There
No, I wanted to make sure like everyone was done.
Polishing his vest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was doing. It's
Is that what you call it?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just
How does one
stroking it.
polish?
Scooping out his bread.
Bread scoopers.
I stand by it. Bread Scoopers United.
I gotta go to bed.
No, you don't.
Yes,
Shut up.
I do.
What you got to do?
Let Dean talk.
You're not doing anything tomorrow. You got a shitty back. You're just going to lay in bed.
We'll just go to bed. We'll just go to bed. It's fine. We'll go to bed. We'll go to bed. No, thank you guys. Yeah, it was a crazy ride. It was a fucking insane idea that I definitely bit off way more than I could chew, and I think any of us thought was possible, and just grew into what it is. And I'm really proud of what it's become, and I'm proud of you guys. I did not know where this was going to go at any time, but like, all the cons we've been to, like the people we've met, like the memories we've made, that's all incredible stuff and super important to like my life and everything. So thank you guys, and who knows, maybe return is in order sooner or later.
Oh boy. That sounds like a threat.
The sexy tease, I like it.
Threaten me with a good time. All right, Evan, do you have anything to?
Your turn. Platitudes.
I am here every week listening to you guys, week in, week out. And you know what? For the amount of fucking bullshit that I give you guys, I wouldn't have it any other way. I find you guys stupidly entertaining, and I have actually listened to every episode.
Oh wow!
Like I have. Editing this, it's for the shit that we put on recording. There's as much entertainment that I cut out because it's just listening to my two friends just whether wax philosophical, rant ridiculously. It's just listening to like two great human beings, share what they know with each other. So I'm proud to be a part of it.
Aw, that was
yay!
Yay!
Love all around.
What's funny is I know what your next big thing is coming up, and if you do it once, if you do it every week, you have another 600 episodes. I'm just saying that out loud.
Once a month.
God.
Once a month.
Oh,
We've got.
I'm saying you can do it every week.
We could dedicate an entire other show to it. No question.
Holy moly!
All right. Well, that's it. It's going to wrap it up.
That's it, Kris.
That is our show. Thank you, everybody, for listening, for helping us reach 500 episodes. Join us next time for the first installment of the SAG Cartoon Express. For our very first entry, we're going to be doing this randomly going forward. We'll be picking a random cartoon to watch. But for our very first episode, I figured there was no better place to start than the Bubsy pilot, which you can find on YouTube if you want to watch along with us for some goddamn reason. Dan and I will be watching the Bubsy pilot episode and breaking it down with our full critique. This is what's going to be replacing, I think we said this on the show before, but this is what's going to be replacing the starter kits now that that's over, and for the foreseeable future, because as Evan said, we could do it for another 600 episodes if we wanted.
I'm sorry.
There's so many cartoons.
I apologize. That is completely incorrect. Ooh. You could do it for another 598 episodes. I'm sorry.
We got to find two more.
Well, he didn't do any of the Saturday arcade ones, so that's not even included.
Oh, wow. All right. Good times. Yeah, I have to organize the Saturday Supercade ones so that we can fit them into the list. But once I do, then those will be filtered into the randos. But we're starting with Bubsy, with Rob Paulsen voicing Bubsy, which is crazy to think about. It should be fun. So I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited.
You know what? I should probably get around to playing Jersey Devil one of these days, too.
Yeah, we've pushed that back like 2 months, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I still haven't touched it because I'm a bastard. Anyway.
Bad person.
We're on most social media platforms, and if you want to get in touch with us, we aren't very difficult to find. All it takes is a quick look at our show notes, and you'll see links to our social media accounts, as well as all manner of other fun stuff, like a link to our namesake, StoneAgeGamer.com, and more useful links than you can shake a joystick at. If you'd like to get early access to this show's episodes, as well as a bevy of other shows on the Geekade Podcast Network, check out our Patreon, also linked to in the show notes. It helps keep this show running week after week, and all our patrons are loved and appreciated. This show's theme song, Squared Roots, was written and then bastardized by me, but was written by Banjo Guy Ali. You can learn all about his wonderful music and more by following a link to his YouTube channel, also in the show notes. And if you want a copy of squizzood roots, you can just go ahead and reach out to me and I'll send you one and apologize in the future. And finally, as always, we'd like to thank our intrepid editor, Evan, for making the show listenable for all you folks. And we'd like to thank all you folks for listening in the first place. And that is it, everybody. Thank you to our esteemed guests, Evan, Mike, and Dean. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Happy to be here.
Pennsylvania.
On behalf of Dan, Mike, Dean, Evan, Angie, Tiff, everybody at Geekade, and myself, keep playing games. It's now time for the password for the giveaway. If you would like to enter to win one of 5 $100 gift cards to StoneAgeGamer.com, the password is bidet. B-I-D-E-T. Bidet.